think about it.
An
In order
organic.
to not go off on a tangent on a line of which a tangent would be applied, it would be a circle. So if you're not off on a tangent, you're just going in a circle. So you're just on one big circular line of reasoning. So going off on a tangent would actually be correct, because circular reasoning is a logical fallacy.
But what
So
if
you
you had
see, even in our language, they already tricked us to imagine the circle as being correct and the tangent as being wrong.
But what if you had the tangent, the opposite, and the adjacent, knowing that the adjacent, in fact, needed to be flat in order for you to observe the celestial body, knowing that you had the tangent based on the Farmer's Almanac? Or did I go too far with the TOA application? Because, tangent, opposite, adjacent, that's the relationship in a triangle, right?
Sure.
Come on. I know my sine functions. Come on. But yeah, tangent, 100%. You introduce a circle, how does it work? But yeah, with respects to, to engagement, it's just, again, it's, you spend time, and you could be showing anybody anything, in the process of, again, teaching a man to fish versus just giving him fish. And it's him, you teaching a man to fish, and then he comes back with a coral and he says, "Look, fish," and you're like, "Nah, dog, that's just a rock from the bottom of the ocean." Back to square one. Now I got to teach you what a fish is. Just like
what if they chisel it into the shape of a fish?
It doesn't move, though. No, unacceptable. Doesn't have a heart. Doesn't have two eyes that function. No. Your reasonable facsimile is a fallacy on its face. Now, what if they brought me a fossilized fish? We may have life on the line. Get it? Fossilized fish, life on the line. Get.
Hey. Well, don't challenge Danny to a humor contest.
I might go home in a straitjacket.
Yeah, we're supposed to have a snowstorm, but all it's been is slush. So annoying. Just mush everywhere. Dude, how do you get seasons on a triangle Earth?
Triangle?
Yeah, you would only have 3 seasons, AI. That wouldn't work. You only have
3 seasons. Oh my goodness.
That's a good call. Holy shit. I couldn't even conceptualize it.
But which 3?
It doesn't matter, dude. It just doesn't matter. That's the point. It's like the answer's the same on both models. You get differential in seasons because of differential of the heat that's available, because the heat sources are in a differential location throughout the year. It's the same on both models. Wow. Then they'll say, "Oh, well, then what keeps the sun up on the flat Earth? Well, what keeps the sun up in the heliocentric? Oh, it's just floating there in the middle of nothing. Oh, well, then that's what my sun's doing too. I mean, how come you could have it, but I can't? That's ridiculous. Oh, because if the sun was just floating up there, it would fall to the Earth because of gravity. Why? Well, because gravity affects everything, really. How do you know that? Well, because I said so. How do you know gravity doesn't have a limited range? And this doesn't apply to the sun because the sun's beyond it. Or how do you know the sun even is affected by it? Well, because of orbits. Well, how do you know things are orbiting around the sun? Well, because I made this model. Oh, really? What about, you mean the same model that says it's orbiting around the Earth, which are equivalent by observation? Oh, well, I just picked this one because it's philosophically preferential to my position. Oh, great. So we ended up back where we started, where you're just peddling a philosophy. Cool story. Now, speaking of subjective, objective, and idealistic realities in philosophy, I have not yet willed myself to be free from the need for sustenance. So I'm going to have to go eat some calories, which may not be matter or concept. Not sure.
Is it
Either
a
way, I
burrito?
need them.
You should get a burrito. Eat a burrito.
Nah, I think it's going to be shepherd's pie.
Hey, nothing wrong with good old shepherd's pie. That's some good stuff.
Yeah.
Enjoy that, man.
All right. Take it easy.
See you, Harden.
Later, dude. Have a good one.
Everybody's ready for some Friday night rock and roll since nobody's talking? Okay, for just a few minutes. Good. Thanks.
Not bad, Sonny. I preferred it when you didn't use the amp though.
Really?
Yeah, because you could hear the strings like more clearly.
Sonny is hot micing.
Okay, I stopped now.
Just kidding. Give us more, Sonny. Come on. You can do this.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I've been sad this morning when I found out none of my friends know where they live. Yeah, I'm quite upset. Cause we see we live on a flat plane made by the Creator. And I'm here to tell you, Yahweh loves you. That's besides the point. The earth is quite flat and stationary, just like you and I see it every day. That was a short version. Oh, was I muted the whole time? I never even played that.
Yeah, you still hot mic and
Did
just
you hear?
kidding.
Did,
We
did
heard
you hear the whole
we
thing?
listened. Yeah, we heard the whole thing. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. I said that was a short version.
Yeah.
Okay.
GG, Sonny, GG.
GG.
Yeah.
Is it too loud?
No, it's loud enough. Sonny, how do acoustics works on a globe?
They don't work. It's been determined by qualified experts that the Doppler effect is an effect all the time, and you wouldn't be able to hear sound if it was coming across from you. You wouldn't be able to hear it if you were on a spinning globe with a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay.
So every time you're playing guitar, you're debunking the globe.
That's right. Down, down, go the globe.
All right, next glober that joins and they say prove it's not a globe, that's your cue, Sonny, and you play the guitar. That's it. Game over.
Okay, Eddie Van Halen, eat your heart out, man. How do you like that? You like that? Thank you. That's my concerto for this evening. December 16th. They say it's 2022. I don't believe a word say.
You're welcome, Sonny. You're welcome.
Okay. That's it. Whoa, what is that? You tell me. What is that sound that's coming out of there? Can anyone explain that to me? Because Never heard sounds like that from a guitar before.
Did you just made a new sound you never heard before?
Well, I've actually heard it only from myself. From the springs that are open on the back of my guitar, rubbing on my side, I hear another whole sound, whole different sounds. They're like voices coming out of my guitar. I know it sounds kind of freaky. Freaky! Don't get freaked out. It's okay. Sonny's in control. Well, Sonny's not in control, actually. The creator's in control. So I have nothing to worry about. I was gifted with this ability to have sound, the music of the world, come through my instrument. It's astonishing. Of course, the last little bit of dialogue, it could just be me. I have a vivid imagination, so there we go. Back to perception again.
But you did put a lot of time and practice into learning how to play.
Yeah. Way over 10,000 hours, probably over 100,000 hours.
There you go.
How many is 100,000 hours?
You've probably been over 10,000 hours doing the flat research or it's not a globe research.
Yeah, I've probably done 10,000 hours. That is not a globe. In the last 6 years.
Does that make you an expert?
I think so. I'm a PhD in the sixth string. Sixth string PhD. That's a great name for my new rock band. Hey, man.
What about the G string? Are you an expert on the G string?
The G string is a particular category. It's a whole different subset to itself. Yes. I could give you a whole thesis on just the G string.
Wow. Can you tell me more about it?
Okay, so the G string. Now, this is particularly to an electric guitar using slinky strings. So you're looking at about a 24 on the G string. That's the size, 24 thousandths of an inch. So it's very what they call slinky, and you're able to bend it around real easy. Now, example, but reference Eric Clapton, "Sunshine of Your Love." That lead in it, that's the G string. Like so, all these things you could do with the G string that are like, I'll give you examples. I'll turn it down some. Here we go. So we're just talking the G string. Hold on. So here's the G string. So here's the G string. You hear that?
Yeah.
So that's what the G string allowed the guitar to do, whereas before they weren't used that way. So there's this whole transition of how the guitar went from a wound G string and playing just playing like just a rhythm like that, to playing like full on the front lead, like where you're loud enough where you can be in front. See, that's all the G string. So the G string allowed guitars to do that. So that's a good example of the G string. See what I mean about thesis? That's all on the G string, this one.
I like the G string.
G string's badass because like up here, you can do these country things with the G string. That's what I do. That's the G. That's all G. I see. I know all these country tunes that sound like the old slide steel guitars. That's what I taught myself. This part. Oh, excuse me. Oh, just try it. How do you like them apples? Now that you done her wrong, and she don't want nothing to do with you no more. You wore out your welcome too many times before, and she was tired of it. And she might just find somebody else. backside of too many dogs. Cause stay out of them saloons, I'm telling you. Ain't doing you no good. And you know what's good for you. You'd leave right town this time right now. I said get out of this town. She's done with you. How you like my little country act there? Pretty cool, right?
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw! No, I don't want to bore you. But it is Friday night. Thanks for letting me play, you guys. Appreciate it. You don't get to hear the real crazy playing when I'm by myself and I stepped away from the. I'm just saying. Okay, it's not. Who's next? Somebody else take a turn. Shut this Sunny guy up. He'll just keep going. Wait a minute. Oh, I drove everybody out, so now it's only the cool people here? Okay.
You did it, Sonny. You did it. You've done it, Sonny. You've done it.
I got it. All right.
You had it, now you lost it.
I'll get it. Watch this part. Okay, I'm learning here, so.
Sonny, this your plane did something good. Danny 57 joined for 2 seconds. He heard it and he left. Good job, son.
That's it. See, ba ba ba. So no, all you music haters, screw you. Look at this. Sorry.
You guys are lucky I can't play the guitar.
Yeah, all that time I was having all that fun, my water almost ranneth over. Now I have a whole big, huge, almost gallon and a half of pure fresh water. Wow, they all clear out just because I start playing. How long do they think I'm gonna be able to play? Honestly. Oh, Sonny's only just gonna play for 16 hours. Better go do something else. What was that, like 10 minutes? Maybe more like 30, huh? Jamsey, how long was that?
What's about 20 something minutes?
20 minutes? See, that's not that long. Like a half side of an album. So you just got a whole half side of an album for you, for your listening pleasure on this Friday evening. I didn't even know it was Friday. Of course, I'm lost in time, but not in space. I think I know.
You know what day is today, Sonny? You know what day it is?
No.
It's today.
Today is today. It's a good day. What other day do we have?
But today.
We have one day. We only have one day. Think about it. Right? I know you know that. I'm learning so much about America lately. It's just wow, incredible. What this place truly is and who we truly are here. We were indigenous peoples. Like my own father, like I learned this after, like I'm in my 60s. I learned these things in my 60s about my own family. That's how long it took for the truth to come out, for me to be searching for it. Till I finally found the whole truth. Like I started finding pieces of the truth. Not the whole truth. I wouldn't ever want to know the whole truth, actually. I wouldn't want that responsibility. What I know now is enough that can cause some serious problems. Being a rebel like I am in the first place, like
you can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. They can't. Look, I can shock people with truth, and they don't like it, man. So I have to be careful. Right? It's important, especially when they live like in the freaking, what is it? The Lord of the Flies. That's probably a good example of where I live. Yeah, it's a good example. Is that where these kids are all on an island? They all become like savages. They all have factions and all this bullshit going on. So anybody used to read? I used to read. I've got a book in the mail recently, actually. Good book I read many years ago. I loaned it to somebody. It's taken me more than 10 years to get it back. I had to buy another one. What I mean? Excuse me. So I thought of you, Gemsy, because this guy. I'll DM the channel to you. Oh, I guess we're not live stream, so it don't matter, right? And like, what does Dude have us on live stream now? Flat Earth Dude.
Helio is back, bro. Helio is back.
Huh?
Helio's channel is live streaming now. It's back.
Oh, it is? Okay. Okay.
Looks like.
It's okay. I will actually. I'll send you a link to this channel. And this guy grew up in Philly. Talks about it. Where the Amaru Khans came from. I love that. Here we go. I posted in live stream before. I don't know. Probably good that people see it. Sorry about the noise. Is it noisy? Is that background noise bad?
Is it water?
Yeah. It's boiling water, and it's also draining into my sink.
Oh no.
I like it. It's peaceful. It's like a stream running by me. And I got pure distilled water out of it. So anyway, this guy's channel. He talks about who were the Americans that were coming here. What about that was right during the Inquisition, right? There was a bunch of Moorish people, Black Irish, Black German, Black French, Black Spanish, black skinned, dark skinned people coming from Europe to escape the Inquisition because they were considered Protestants. They were actually crypto Jayish and Moorish peoples. A lot of them became landowners, and they were not light-skinned people. Let's just say that. Hold up, what was it? Hey, God Rockin', thanks, man. I thought I heard you on there. I thought you might like that. You're from our era, man. I'm like a dinosaur. People that are younger than us, they don't even know what that's all about. Like, it took a lifetime of me learning that instrument to be able to play like that.
Yeah, I like to sit here listening to you. You know, when it's quiet, you know, and there's nobody talking.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I just made myself a cup of coffee. And I'm sitting here in the recliner, nice and relaxed.
See, I'd like it if I could provide like background, like music, if I could keep it at a adjustable
Right.
level to where to where I could totally blend in, like I'm trying to do with my voice, because like I'm back a couple of feet from the mic right now, and that's probably best because I have this loud voice and I don't realize it. I reverberate in the whole room. My voice, like I'm the loudest person in the room, always. I am. I have a very loud presence. So like my voice is loud. I can like I don't know if you hear it, but you can't hear it because you don't hear me bellowing out or or screaming in agony, which happens sometimes. Holy mackerel! Anyway, hey, thanks everybody. I have fans. Oh man. Yeah, I've always liked the blues and country. I've always liked that kind of blend has always intrigued me, and that's what I've actually developed my own style. I don't know if you heard it at all, but you probably did because I totally incorporated this one particular scale in my playing, and I can move it around and do anything I want with it. It's just wild. Like I played guitar for over 50 years.
Wow. That's a long time.
54 years. I played since I was a 10-year-old little sunny kid. Yes. I played the guitar since then, since I was 10 years old. I never stopped. I took a year off when I was in the Navy, but only a year. I just went right back to it. Had breaks here and there, you know, but I guess I would have to say I'm like it's so much a part of me. I think that is my marriage. I don't know what to say. Like I don't have a partner. I never really I've had partners, but I've had children. I have children, you know, but the guitar was always first. Sorry, ladies. Except truth prevails. My heart is set on truth prevails. So Maggie May.
Marguerite. Marguerite.
See, that's way more chiller without the amp.
Sonny,
What?
we have a guest.
Oh, guess.
Sonny, we have a guest. Tim, how are you doing, Tim? Tim Pryor. We have a guest. Yes, Sonny, we have a guest. He did, Tim. Tim Pryor. We have a guest. Yes, Sonny, we have a guest. Tim, can you hear me? I guess he's having trouble. Tim Pryor. He's not replying. He's not responsive. Hey, Tim, if you can hear us, you can open your mic and say hi to Sonny.
Wait, the Tim Pryor?
Sorry, got lost in my own world. I apologize.
The Tim Pryor, yes.
So, any questions about Earth, anyone? There's Miggy, obviously, Glover. Look at that name. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, that is definitely a Glover name.
Glover name. Especially if he doesn't speak up.
I'm still wondering how do Gemsies work on flat Earth?
I still don't know to this day.
Okay, Earth's a globe then.
Yeah. It must be. It has to be. couldn't be anything else.
The guy last night when I got off of work, Jimsy, about 2:00 in the morning, he said I argued with him till like 4:50 my time. He was saying that because you can get parallax, and I guess if you look up the definition for parsecs, that is why we know the Earth is a globe, because we know the distance to the stars using parsecs.
He heard that in a Star Trek movie or something. He came here, used it.
He's like, you guys don't even. That's basic knowledge. Everybody knows this. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Like, nobody knows that. Like, make it sound like everybody just like, oh, anyways, how far is this? Well, about 3 parsecs. Okay, I get you now. Like it's in our vernacular somewhere. It's pretty basic, man.
We had something similar today. We were talking to Mike. He was very polite and had some questions, and he, I spoke to him for a little bit, but yeah, we spoke about science and pseudoscience and difference, and he was comprehensive to the conversation and the examples that we were given. And then another guy jumped in, and he eventually just said, "You guys don't know anything. I took a class from space travel. I took a class. Gravity is real. You guys are dumb. Get a life." Good arguments.
Dan, the nice guy, did that?
No, the other guy. We were talking to Mike. Yeah, Mike was super. Mike was great. He was just having a cordial conversation with us and having some questions, and we just spoke to him pretty cool. It was a good conversation. But the other guy, yeah, he was something else. And then he proved my point, because Mike said, I get it. Mike said, eventually if I find out that they've been lying about this stuff, I'll be pretty upset. And I was, yeah, it could be upsetting for some people for sure. And he said, but how would that, how would it change? It wouldn't make like a difference, right, in my life. I was like, if they lied about everything, I was like, Mike, they didn't lie about everything, because we all do objective things and we are productive in our own means. We do different stuff, and that's not a lie. Whatever you accomplish, whatever you do as a job, that's not a lie. But the lie, that liar at the corner saying, hey, the Earth is a globe and asteroids are going to fall over your head, that liar, I know he's lying because I checked his claims and I know he's lying. So next time I hear him saying something or talking to children, trying to sell them something, I'll be like, this guy is lying to you guys. I don't know. And he kind of like agreed. But the other guy the other guy joined and said, you guys are dumb. I took a class and I took a class, a space rocket class, and yeah, you guys are wrong. That's it. That was his argument.
He said he took a class and therefore Handwave dismissed everything you said?
Yeah. Mike did it. Mike agreed. Mike was having a conversation, but the other guy that was in the middle did dismissed us and said we were dumb and that kind of stuff. So he proved my point about why it matters, because when we point out the actual how things, we point out the lie, and that's what we're here to do. Hey, we point out these people are definitely lying because we can demonstrate that their claims are not real. So that definitely matters, right? And he was kind of like agreeing, and then the guy came in and gave us this crazy spiel about how we were wrong and how NASA is correct, and this pseudoscience perspective that I was telling Mike, that there is science and there is pseudoscience. And I told him, this is why it matters, because you don't want to behave like this guy that came here and claim, Handwave dismissed what we were talking about and claim that he knows better because he took a class. That's why it matters. And there was way more than that, but yeah. I just give it like a brush about it.
Is there anybody else that would? There's nobody else in here right now. We have
Did Tim
Zarek.
leave?
What's up, T-Bod?
Hey. Zarek.
Zarek sounds like a space name for some reason. Like you name like an alien race like Zarek. Like this is the race of Zareks.
Well, I'm here. And I've been with you guys for a long time. And you might not recognize my name, but I used to be the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord homeless guy. And I was traveling all over the United States for a long time.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And then and I'm not there now, right? And I might have went under a different name or whatever, but I'm still
No, I
here.
remember you. You had like a cell phone, and you were talking to us, and there was like traffic noise in the background. I think I remember. Yeah, I do remember you.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, I remember you, man. Like I trust me, I got a good memory when it comes to certain things. Like you were talking one time, and you were just like, you're on your phone, and I heard like the background noise. Like you were just like, I'm outside, and it was raining. I think at the time you were talking to us. Is that right? Like I don't know, maybe it was you, because that's what, if you're the same guy.
Yeah, I got kicked off the channel because of that. And y'all let me back on, and and everything back in.
Oh, welcome back.
No, not welcome back. I've been bouncing in every once in a while. Just been silent and everything, and I've been, having to deal with my own life, and as far as Flat Earth is concerned, because I mean that's what people would want to hear from me. I discovered you guys in like 2016, 2017. I discovered Flat Earth in like 2016, and like I started looking into it then. I had a guy fucking show me what happened on the way to the moon. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, but I didn't pay enough attention to it. Back in like, I think that was, I don't know what year that came out, but that was like 2015, 2016, 2017. That movie, right? That video documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and our guy tried to show that to me. I'm just trying to tell you where I come from this, and I didn't pay too much attention to it. And then because of my own thing, I read the Book of Enoch, and like the Book of Enoch, like it made me have to question things. And so, because I am a Christian, I'm Orthodox Christian. Did I just cut off?
No, I was just going to say, sir, truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it. Doesn't matter who you are. You're speaking the truth about Flat Earth. It doesn't matter who you are. You're speaking the truth. That's all that matters.
I was in New York in the monastery. And I was sleeping. I was down in the fucking in the gully down there next to the river, sleeping down to the river. And I was talking to you guys live online, right? Back in the day. And I am an Orthodox Christian 100%. But old calendar. Not this fucking, pseudo-orthodox that you find on every corner. And, understand that. I can't really explain it, but, I can't really explain it, and it has nothing to do with, but it does. It really does. But, I'm not trying to advocate myself in no kind of way. I've been knowing you guys for a while, and I've been hanging out, man, and there's nobody who really fucking understands shit, That, like, fucking, I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on fucking, none of that bullshit. And Instagram, fucking Twitter, fucking, I got a YouTube, dude, and fucking, I might jump on, and, I haven't even been in here in a long time, but I'm back, you know what I mean? And, it's just because it's hard, bruh, because, like, people don't see that evil fucking battle that we're fucking fighting, It has more to do than just fucking flat earth, right? There's a reason they're lying about that shit, and they do all the fucking bullshit that they do, And we can't talk about that. It'll fucking kill us quick, And, I ain't about there fucking trying to, but, it's just hard fucking sometimes, man. You don't have nobody, It don't matter whether you're on the street and homeless or you fucking run your own business and fucking buying your own house, man. Sometimes you just fucking, there's just not fucking people you can communicate with, in such a way that can fucking understand shit because they're so fucking caught up in the bullshit. And that shit fucking, hurts me sometimes to the point, that I don't even know where to look out to,
Yeah, well, just you can use this. You can use this as like a podcast, so you can have in the background if you just want to like have something to listen to. Maybe chime in every now and again. But I'm just gonna say what's
from you and this channel time and again since like 2016, man. I'm no stranger to this motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm Zealot Seraphim. I've been around a long time. I've been around since the early days, really. But like I always, I just had bullshit. Just always had shit to deal
all right.
with.
I'm gonna go ahead and say what's up to a few people, Derek. So just hold off for a little bit. We got Flat Earth Professor was in here last night. What's up, dude? Are you there? Or maybe not. Red Eye Jedi's in the house. And who else we got? We got CB, the man with the master plan.
Hey, what's up?
What up, dude? What are you doing?
I am in the Heliocult convention text arguing with a goofball about refraction.
Here, man. Jemsy would like to talk about his nonsense. He's got...
Bring Rory in here.
Bring him in here.
All right, we'll cast my fishing rod. See if he'll take the bait.
He's obsessed with Australia's size.
Yeah, I don't get that, dude.
Spot, you got to get some more Aussies in here, man. We're lacking on the Aussie front. I don't matter, globe earther or flat earther, man. The numbers need to your numbers are dwindling, man. We got to get some more people on the 2 a.m. shift coming in here.
Well, I said if you pay for the fuel and the accommodation and the food, I'll drive across the Nullarbor for you and then tell you what my speedo
let's go.
says. Yeah.
Let's drop the GoFundMe in the live stream and we'll work something out, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Happy to contribute. There hasn't been that many. Like most of the ones that come in here, some of them are staunch Glovers. Every now and again, you get a few fellows like yourself, and you know, kind of adding more soldiers to the cause, willing to fight that good fight.
Yeah, we actually had five of us Aussies in here the other night, and it wasn't even that packed in here. We were like the majority, I think.
Yeah, 2 a.m. gets kind of like, that's the weird zone. I pop in now. It's weird. You got second time. First time I came in here, it was like very obscure spiritual chat happening. Like it wasn't even like any religion. It was like I don't know what you call it. It was weird. That's all I could say. And so some of you were here probably heard me interrupt that conversation. Like, what's up, guys? What's going on?
I think I did. Yeah, I think I might have been listening on YouTube.
Yeah, if you know what I mean, where I came in.
Yeah.
The one last night was interesting, actually. Oh, man.
Also, somebody in Cogdis said, when do I get out of here? I said, I made him a VC deal. I'll trade you your release.
Yeah, talk to Bailiff CB. Bailiff CB will get you. He's got the keys, man. Just say the word, you know?
I've been clinking on them jail cells, man, just trying to get them to wake up.
All they gotta do is 20, dude, or maybe a hundo. All right, man. Go ahead. VC time. Let's go.
Oh, he's typing.
Response.
Yeah, VC time. Yes.
Yeah, bring him in here. Just see what's what he's got. Maybe spark up a conversation or two. I gotta head back. Work beckons. Catch you guys at 2. Whoever's here at 2. Later, man.
All right, Mick. You don't work too hard, man.
Yeah, later, Mick.
Yep.
See you, T-Bob.
See you, Miggy. Wait.
Later, brother.
Try to let's keep it on topic. Keep it on topic. Sometimes I lose track. You know? Oh.
We got no newbies in here. I just got here. Don't see anybody. CB's fishing for somebody right now.
Yeah, he's being a little shy.
Is he getting infatuated with the globe, or he don't really care? Roll, or
I'm just trolling him back, but we'll see if it works.
all right, it's nearly 2023, and we still have people that are convinced they live on a spinning ball, zipping around in several different vectors and directions through literally nothing. Y'all believe that?
No, I don't.
But they got all the math, and it all makes sense, and it's in the textbook. So there you go. What are you gonna do?
I used to believe it. Well, I thought I believed it, but when I look at it back, you know, in retrospect, I'm not sure that I actually did believe it. Like, I thought about it, and I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. Like, but I don't know that I like. If I'd have sat down back then and really, really thought hard about it, I think I would have gone, nah, that's crazy.
I hear you, man. I have to say there was a little nagging doubt, especially the whole gravity and people upside down thing. I never really bought it 100%. You know what I mean? I just kind of accepted.
Yeah, exactly. I liken it to that. That the weird guy, the weird family member who has like imaginary friends or something, and everybody just like entertains it. And if someone tries to bring it up or dispute it, the rest of the family members go, "Shh, don't say anything. Just go along with it."
That's what if this thing ever flips, then that'll be the globe people will be the 10% telling each other the globe story, and we'll just be humoring them. Yeah, you think you live on this globe? I know. Don't worry about it. Somebody else start talking. I'm dead air Dave. I can't talk much. I've got a contract. Go ahead. Good hearing from you. See what's going on in the land down under. Where women glow and men plunder. Can you hear the thunder?
Yeah. Well, I did the other day actually. There was a massive hailstorm. Like it was massive, but it only lasted a few minutes. And but the sky rumbled for about 5 minutes, just continuously before it hit, and then you could hear the hail coming. You could hear it hitting roofs as it got closer and closer, And they were a good 4 centimeters wide. They were pretty big hailstones.
Well, was there any damage? You might get hurt.
No. My lady kind of yelled at me, "Get out there and cover some of the garden." So I said, "No, I don't want to go out there." And then I ended up doing it. I raced out because she was going to do it. I'm like, "No, I'll go do it." And I ran out there and I got hit in the back a couple of times, but I heard it. It bites, but I was all right.
When I was like 15 here in Kentucky, we went through a big hailstorm. This is kind of a sad story. My neighbor's dog got hit in the head with a hailstone and killed it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's the odds of that? That was that dog's time to go. Pegged him.
Damn.
It was like the stone was almost as big as the dog's head. That's how big it was.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I remember living in the Midwest. Yeah. Windshields and stuff broken, people's windows in their houses. Yeah, we were always lucky. Never had anything break, but close to it, you could hear it hitting that window so hard. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be outside in that.
Isn't it amazing that that's something
How's the hailstorm worked on the spinning globe? I'm curious.
Yeah.
How does something that big come out of the sky?
Isn't that amazing? Like something that weighs like 3 or 4 pounds of ice.
Yeah.
Bam! Like what? Like how? Yeah, how does that work on a spinning globe? Really, I want to know. How in the heck does ice form into pellet size to marble size to even like what do they say? Golf ball size. Yeah.
I'll give the official Glover answer would be it's a different reference frame. So whatever's happening in that storm is a separate reference frame from the actual spinning and rotating and all that other shit. But anyway, go ahead.
So hail is working off flat and stationary, just like everything else that's flying. Sonny nails it once again. Thank you. Shh. All right, moving right. See, when you're like me, you have to learn to entertain yourself. So therefore.
I was thinking today, I'm hoping we've kind of passed the thing where it seems like this conversation is progressing a little bit. We don't have to argue with idiots anymore, for one thing, if y'all know what I mean. People that aren't sincere and don't want to learn why they're even here. And I'm hoping we get more curious people to come in here and actually have the civil discussion and hear the information and come to some of the realizations. Is that too much to hope for? I'll shut up.
No, I don't think it's too much to hope for. I think it's actually happening around us. It's just the problem is we have nothing to look at it like as a juxtaposition. We can't get up out of like a flat Earth to see how's flat Earth doing. Nobody really knows that information's not passed along. Let's just say, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. You get the drift. Yeah. How does drifting work on a freaking spinning globe? Hey, there's so many things you could talk about. You see these whacked out currents they have for ocean currents and wind currents? Because they got this whole contorted like thing. It's all whack, man.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. Like, if you think about how it actually works, because just for the fact that we know the nature of water doesn't bend around, like curve around any kind of shape. So that you think the people planning this would do a better job, really? Think about that. Oh, they'll never figure out the nature of water. They're not smart enough. What were they thinking? They'll never realize that water is always horizontal on the top. Huh? To come again? So could someone explain that to me? In that boardroom, what were they thinking? Just conjecture, please, or whatever.
Well, the funny part is saying that those people actually think that water does behave that way, but only in a reference frame that they can't actually experience themselves.
Yeah, something, man. That's so weird, though. Like, why would you ever believe somebody that was telling you that kind of story? Oh, here's this thing. Yeah, well, this place you live, see all that water? It looks completely flat, and we actually navigate across it as flat as well, but it's not really flat. It just
and the answer I accepted for that for a long time. Maybe when I was in my 20s and 30s, I kind of passingly questioned it a little bit, but I remember people telling me, well, the Earth's just so big and the water just seems flat. And that kind of made sense. And I never actually investigated it until I was 52 years old.
Yeah, me too. It was pretty much like, because listen, from the time you're in your 20s to your 40, how busy do you think your life gets in that 20-year period? Like hella busy, right? Doesn't matter what you're doing. You're really busy in those years. So like you got time to sit there and think about. No, they make sure of that.
You're hitting on a key part of the trick. They keep everybody busy so people don't actually stop and think about stuff like this, right?
Right.
Yeah, not only just busy, but listen, busier and busier at an accelerated rate, as is discussed in the book by Alvin Toffler called Future Shock. I suggest everybody read that book. How's that for statement and reference?
Not bad.
You there, CB? The fish wiggle off the hook, or you not coming in here?
No, dude's not even claiming that he doesn't have a mic. He's just flat out saying, like, I just don't get it. It's, I was literally typing a message like, dude, do you guys not go outside? Like, have you never spoke to a human being in your life? He's like, I'm just not comfortable. Not that I don't want to, I'm just simply not comfortable with it. I'm like, what? It's like, have you never interacted with another human being
Like the only reason you would say something like that is if you like knew in your mind that you didn't plan on saying anything nice. Like why would you even conjecture like it's like in conversation with someone, I just don't feel comfortable. Well, okay, you're a human being. What do you think you could say that would cause a problem? Oh, see how you read. That's what you do. You read between the lines. You go because of their behavior. What that's portraying is somebody who's going to be rude or something that can't help themselves. I don't know. You know what I mean? What else
It's
does
just
it? What else?
strange.
What? Yeah, it is. What else would? I mean, what other conclusion does that lead you to when someone goes, okay, so there's a couple possibilities. Let's give them all the benefit of the doubt. So some people are just shy. Maybe they don't like the way their voice sounds. There could be all kinds of reasons. That's true. Maybe they just don't know how, or maybe they feel as if they don't know how to speak with people. So there could also be a possibility of someone hiding behind that kind of portrayal, you know. That's one thing that's common in subterfuge or counter espionage, right? Think about it. But I'm not saying that's what it is. But we have to leave all possibilities open to things we don't know, right?
Yeah.
Well, Sonny, I see we're back on Helios channel on YouTube, and there's anybody listening on YouTube, and you got questions about this subject. Maybe you just stumbled across this channel. You think we're all nuts. We're just trying to share information, and we're not nuts. There's a lot of smart people in here.
Yep.
So come on in and talk. You guys go ahead.
I think it's very telling that we have these people in Cogdius and they beg to get it, basically beg to get let out. It's like, why? Why do you want to come back to the lobby? Like, I mean, they obviously want to be here and interact with us for some reason. But then they'll still continue to like, you know, be weird about it.
That's possibly the strangest thing about it, that they want to come back in here and talk with us. That's pretty odd, if you ask me. Like, why would they want to?
Yeah. If I was a staunch Glober, I'd be just like, and you know, I had my say and you know, spazzed out a bit, and I got sent to Cogdius. I'd be like, bro, I'm out of here. See you guys. Like, going to live my globe lies. You know?
Yeah, not make like a Cogdis career out of it. Where you do that, you're just in Cogdis on the Flat Earth server, and you play games, and that's it.
Right.
That's it. That's the whole. That's their whole life.
I got a quick, random, stupid question. Does NASA have a Discord server?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh, we should get some. So let me look for it.
Yeah, look it up. See if they got a Discord. I'm just curious.
See if there's a Discord for NASA. I'll look it up real quick. Here we go.
You know, at least one of their fanboys had to start one or something.
Look, they have an unofficial NASA Discord server. It's called NASA Discord. Discord me.
How many members?
I don't know. It says NASA. Here, look. I would like to welcome you to the unofficial NASA server. The server is mostly for updates about space. Oh, good. Okay, hold on. Here's the link. Oh, my God. What a crack up. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Right.
Well, NASA's got an unofficial Discord server. Okay. They have an unofficial Mars program, an unofficial Moon program, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They got a whole bunch of servers. Hold on. More information coming. Yeah.
Look at the logo.
Look at all these Discords. Wait. This is a trip. Okay, here you go. I think there's a bunch of them. Hold on. So I'm going to post this link. They have a whole bunch of them.
The best, the best NASA Discord servers.
Updates about space? Really? What kind of updates about space? Could you? We should go in there and check it out. They're listening though. You gotta listen to before you be a member on the NASA, so you gotta listen to the Flat Earth server for a 12-hour sorry. It's part of our community server. Community service project. We have a counterintelligence Flat Earth office, actually. Can you imagine? What a bunch of weirdos.
You might be doing like 5 minutes on the NASA server just to see what they're talking about.
I don't know. Let's see. NASA Discord Gateway. Starbase is a community built by and for space enthusiasts. If you love space rocketry, this server is the best place for you to think about it. They're at Gateway. Josh's Den. Gateway has 500 members. Josh's Den has 95 members. MNN's Discord server participate in hot seat debates, talk about anything regarding space. Have the most fun with MNN community. I don't know what that is. Minnesota? I have no idea.
Did you say they debate space? That's hilarious. They actually come up. We're going to debate stuff we can't make. We're just making.
Here's the one for Gateway. Look, I'm going to post some links. I'll post these links here. Here's the space Discord servers. There's one. Gateway. This one's Josh's Den. Let's see what they have.
What are they?
Debate rooms about space-related theories and ideas. Okay, that sounds like the place for us.
So what do they debate? Like whether you turn to spaghetti when you go through a black hole, or if it just crushes you?
I think they probably do have that spaghetti. They probably do have that conversation there. I would imagine so. Why did the message get blocked? Hold on. And then Limit Nil is a community server built to provide support with our products and also for having fun together, whatever that means. What is it? I thought these were multifunctional Discord made for gamers. Can automatically send latest news, video, blah, 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 blah. That one's Space Void application. As an Android application made for space enthusiasts, it can show you upcoming events and launches. Okay, so let's put that one too. Somebody's going to pick up on this. They're going to follow these little breadcrumbs.
All right, Sonny, we've got a new guest, but he's got an unfortunate name. I'm not going to say his name out loud. Blood F.
Blood flatulence.
Hi.
Hello. What brings you to the server?
Welcome.
Just wanted to listen.
Listen to what?
The live stream.
But this is a voice channel.
You mind if we ask you just a couple questions and you can listen? Do you think you live on a globe right now and it's okay if you do?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the number one reason you think it's a globe?
I just think there's more evidence than it being flat.
Well, can I ask you for one piece of key evidence to see if you know the answer? You know when anybody ever, any time in history up till now, have directly measured the curvature of the Earth? They can be demonstrated and verified by somebody else over a body of water, at least 10 or 20 miles, something like that, showing the drop over distance. You know that answer?
What do you mean?
I mean, has anybody ever directly measured the Earth's curvature? Ever?
I don't know.
That's a good answer. Somebody else go ahead. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah.
You don't have
so you don't know the Earth is a globe. You've been told you believe that it's a globe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a belief without any standing nothing to back your belief. What you have is called an unfounded belief. That's more like a religious belief sort of system, a complete blind faith without any evidence.
I think there's evidence.
Okay, just provide one piece of evidence, please.
Like the sun and like
Wait a
Mars.
minute. Wait, stop. We're talking about Earth, not the lights in the sky. So stick with the Earth.
Okay, I'm not sure.
So the Earth itself. What in your experience convinces you that Earth is a globe in your own experience in day-to-day life?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good answer. It doesn't, though. It doesn't in anybody's life that is living now or has ever lived or that ever will live. Nobody experiences a globe, Earth, in your experience. It's flat, stationary, and contained. We have gas pressure. So all of those things are what you actually experience. Anything that is antithetical to those axioms that we all know and experience here, that is the burden of proof right there. Because if somebody is saying that it goes against all of human experiences, including yourselves, then they have the burden of proof. Because what that means is there's no empirical or what they call zetetic information gleaned from the Earth itself as you now stand on it that has anything to do with globe Earth at all. And it's not used practically as a globe Earth by anyone that does anything, including all your governmental agencies, flying aircraft and rocketry.
Well said, Sonny. Let's give him a chance to respond. What do you think about what he just told you there, Lud?
I think it was interesting, but I was just kind of here to listen.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to.
How long ago did you first find out that people were actually talking about this seriously, or were you aware of that fact?
Probably like, I don't know, 10 years ago.
10 years, okay. So in that 10 years, have you done any empirical tests for yourself? If you went out to a beach and you happen to know if you're a foot off the water, the horizon should start dropping away from you at 1.2 miles away from you. If you're 1 foot above the sea level. Do you know that?
Okay. Do you know what the radius of Earth is?
No.
So you're lying about knowing about flat Earth for 10 years. So you've just been caught lying. I would suggest you don't lie because it's easy to spot.
Let's give him a benefit of the doubt. I asked him when he first heard about this subject. So you know that 10 years ago people were seriously discussing this, or you just heard about it?
I heard about it. I don't understand how I'm lying.
You just if you just heard about it, you never looked at it at all in the whole 10
I'm pretty sure there have been people that have thought the Earth has been flat for like hundreds of years.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, in the last 10 years, so you have not really looked into it at all or listened to the conversation at all in 10 years? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So I apologize. I'll retract that lying statement. I wouldn't want to profess I'm lying if you're not. So I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't mean to sound
Sorry, son. We appreciate you speaking up here. If you don't want to keep talking, that's up to you.
Yeah.
You've got things verified, right?
Look, and I want to just clear the air a little bit because look, none of this is there's no vendetta here. There's no axe to grind, really. I mean, if you hear like flat Earth coming from someone like me, it might sound like that because I've been looking into this reality for as long, let's say, as long as the internet has existed. I've done research on the internet. So That's a lot. That's quite a long time, and I'm older than that. So I actually did research when I used to have to go to libraries too. But I digress. So I might seem a little jaded or a little hard edged. It's only because of my experiences. I'm not a bad guy. Like I'm really a pretty nice a good person. Like I make a good friend. I'm not trying to like give myself an advertisement, but I just want to show you that there's another side. Okay. So I hope you don't just let one experience like ruin things for you. But this is not like a thing where it's not a gotcha. Like we're just trying to get to know what you actually know yourself about the globe, and you've told us a couple things.
We're not trying to convince you of anything. We just want you to think for yourself, and we have information to share if you want to see it. This
Yeah.
whole thing is about we can only show you the door. You have to walk through it. We're serious about the subject because we all got taught we're on this spinning ball going in several different directions and motions through infinite nothingness. And that makes no sense in reality when you actually try to prove any of those claims.
So, so I didn't mean to cut you off. So we just want to know what you actually know about the globe Earth and how you know it. So I apologize again because I cut you off in the beginning when you went to say the sun, and I should have been a little more diplomatic about answering instead of cutting you off. And I apologize again. I'm not perfect. So you should ask the question like about the sun. And what in particular about the sun makes you convinced that Earth is a globe?
Oh, it looks like the sun's a globe and all the other planets are globes. So I don't
Okay.
think it's.
Okay, but you're looking into the lights in the sky, correct?
Well, it's kind of. I think it's theoretically just like one light.
Okay, well, generally speaking, when we look up, we see lights in the sky. The stars, the planets, they look like lights. There's no way to tell what if they have a shape at all because light doesn't behave that way, and uh, our eyes aren't of the type that can collect that. What do they call it? Stereoscopic vision, where we could see if it was a spherical shape or not, coming from a light. And when we look at them with actual cameras, but anyway, I kind of digress there. But looking up at the lights in the sky, can you tell me what similarity any of those things have with the ground we stand on that has oceans and shorelines and mountains and valleys?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, what do the lights in the sky that you see, like stars, planets, the sun, the moon, all those luminaries in the sky that we look up at in the night sky, what similarity do any of them have with valleys, rivers, shorelines, and oceans, mountains, things like that?
Trees.
I don't think a lot.
Nothing that we can tell anyway, right? When you look up, do you see forest?
No.
No rivers, no fish and streams. You don't see anything like that. No one does. That's the point I'm trying to make. So they're not similar. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell me right away what the similarities were and what the correlation is. But actually, when we look into the sky, it has no correlation to what we're standing on at all. It'd be like literally asking the hardware person to measure your ceiling lamp to lay your flooring in your apartment, let's say. That's what it'd be like. Would you do that at the hardware store?
No.
Why not?
Doesn't really make sense.
Doesn't make sense, right? Exactly. That's the point we're trying to make. So what we're talking about is the actual Earth itself. When we look across, like let's say a body of water, you can either see things in the distance or you cannot, right? Yeah. So if you could be as a sailor, leave a harbor and all the way the whole time sailing to a place and you were able to see that thing the entire time, it didn't divert its distance from you. It didn't rise or fall from the horizon line, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was right there. You could sail all the way up to it and touch the island with your feet. So if that's the case, then we either see things, they are there or they're not. So when we sail, when we see a place that is farther than the geometric constraints of the globe Earth would require, let's say in 10 miles, 67 feet of drop, vertical drop from your line of sight. So now if something was less than 70 feet, let's say, 67 feet, you would never be able to see it at 10 miles, right? Because it would not reach your line of sight. Would you say that's correct?
I don't know how big the Earth is. I'm not very good at math either.
Okay, well I'm telling you this. What I'm saying, it comes from the actual globe Earth chart. At 10, so at 3 miles is 72 inches or 6 feet. At 3 miles, 5 miles is 15.667 feet, and 10 miles is 66.67 feet of vertical drop. That means if you're looking across the beach at 5 miles, there should be 16 feet of vertical drop. So if you're seeing a shoreline with little bitty waves on the other side of a beach, across the bay, 5 miles away, and you can see the shoreline there, that drop is not there. So when you look at 10 miles at, let's say, the Black Swan images, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they are at 10 miles known distances. They're oil rigs drilled. They're standing in the bottom in the sand, drilling oil.
Yeah.
Under the bed, right? So they're at known distances, 10 miles for habitat. And so that should be 67 feet of drop. And the horizon is beyond the furthest. So those kind of things, I don't know. That's all it means, is that when you see something in the distance, the globe requires a certain amount of vertical drop that does not exist in reality that anybody can find. If you can find me something that shows consistently a vertical drop at a known distance, known observer heights, this should be repeatable over and over and over again, I'll be convinced. But I've never seen any of this ever from any source. So if you have any information about this curvature that we're looking for, it would be verifiable, it would be repeatable, it'd be falsifiable, and everybody would know about it, and you would know exactly where to go and how to find this drop. And since nobody has ever given us this information for nearly 10 years, like you mentioned, that's why we're still here. No globe Earth information or evidence has been provided from any source.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely interesting. Because most people go their whole lives and don't think about it, don't question it. We're all raised to believe in the heliocentric nonsense, you know. Everyone's taught it. But not many thought to, I wonder if that actually is true. Oh, let's go test that. What? They say that the horizon should only be so far away. What happens if I zoom in? Oh, look at that. Zoomed in with my camera. It's a long way. It's further than 9 miles. I'm 1 foot above the water. What is going on here? You were going to say something earlier, Blood. You were going to say something earlier about the sun.
Yeah, I was trying to just kind of join and listen to like other people.
That's fair enough. But it does seem to be a go-to for most people. They want to point up at the sky to declare what the ground beneath them is doing. That just doesn't make much sense when you think about it. But that's how the whole idea pretty much was derived from trying to explain why we see in the sky what we see. You know. But there's problems with that. Definitely have to make a lot of assumptions. What's up with the Glover Aussies in Gem Pandas? I don't know. Texas. I don't go in there.
Yeah, all of them are convinced that the star trails prove they're on a globe. And yeah, it's pretty bad.
Right.
That they're still thinking that is just astonishing to me, man. Isn't that the wildest thing you ever heard? That they still think the star trails, they still don't understand it.
Well, they're saying because they can't see Polaris, it's obviously behind the globe.
But they see the divergence. How are they correlating the divergence there to anything their globe is supposed to be doing? What?
No.
It's like spinning. What?
Yeah, I was.
Tabs are spinning then? Thanks, bro. That's great
I
information.
was really.
Keep it
Yeah, I was trying to like hear their perspective. Like maybe I'm wrong, but the more they explained it, the more I'm like, they have no idea what they're talking about. So, yeah, it was pretty funny.
That's crazy. Listen, that like honestly now, like before, I just kind of passed by. This is like a stark example of a glitch in the matrix, man. I think it truly is, man. That's when you could like sit there and poke that a little bit.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Wait. Who's on what globe? Where?
Well, they're using the same logic for why you lose sight of the sun at the end of the day. It's going behind the globe, obviously.
No, listen,
In their
Helio,
logic.
he was talking.
It's
Listen,
not
Helio.
obvious.
Listen, he was talking about the star trails, how the Globers still are saying the star trails proves the globe Earth. And
No, I
also
heard that. I heard that.
divergence. Okay, yeah.
And that's kind of, and just like me and many others have said, in order to believe that, what you have to think about the sun is that when you observe the sunset, that means you're moving away from it due to you being standing on the spinning globe, and the sun is moving away from you due to that fact, and then the Earth curve is getting in the way, causing the sunset.
Yeah. And Helio, what do you think the answer the only answer we've gotten for that is nothing. They just blank out right there. That because you don't feel like, do you feel like you're going back? We never
Wait. No, their answer is refraction.
No, they never give an answer for that. Why don't you feel
just say refraction? I mean, it's just like, even if it was a globe or if it was flat, refraction.
Shit.
It doesn't matter how big the ball is or whatever you think the sun is or how big the globe is or whatever. Refraction, bitches.
You can make money. You can make money on bets on that. You say every time Glover comes in, you ask him about them. Why don't you feel you're falling backwards during the sunset? And find out no answer is given ever, not by any one of them. They don't even know each other. They still don't give an answer.
Well, I don't have one, because once you explain to them what they think they're seeing, that's really more ridiculous than flat Earth.
It's gravity. Yeah, isn't that not a Bugs Bunny cartoon?
But that simple answer about the sunset is more ridiculous than the sun moving away from you until you can't see it anymore.
Exactly. Why? Just because that's what it's doing. Why is it so hard?
That's what you observe it doing.
Exactly. Move a lamp away. It does the same exact thing.
Yeah. So it's just like, all right, so I see the sun moving away from me, but now in my mind, as a physical person on Earth, I have to believe that I'm moving away from the sun, spinning backwards away from it around the ball, and the curvature is causing the sunset.
I mean, like, wow.
What the fuck is that?
What the hell? You take a break and come back and hear that once again. You go like, holy shit. What kind of place is this, man?
I know, but it's like, they think we need help.
Yeah, it's scary, man. I'm telling you, it's worse than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, they're going to need Earth to be a globe for that, and for it to be a globe, it needs to have curvature.
no matter what the cost of your integrity or lost integrity.
Dude, what integrity? I mean, it's just like, all right.
Well,
I mean, that's a simple explanation.
No,
Either you're living on a spinning ball, and the reason you see the sunset is the reason I just described, or you're on a level stationary plane and the sun is moving and you're not. And it's
yeah.
What's so hard to figure out? I mean, you can believe one scenario or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Very simple.
Yeah. So that's the thing about this whole globe, or the non-globe, like where we actually live is the real Earth. There's so many things that just cut the globe into ribbons where it just on the base axioms like that.
Yeah.
How do things actually look when they move away? Okay. How does water actually behave when it's contained? How does gas behave when if it's uncontained? Like, these are things we just know that they're just, that's the way it is. Tell me when your tea kettle like sucked in there.
Yeah, tell me where reality starts, where real observation starts, and where your belief ends or begins. You know, tell me where. Then we can get to an actual conversation about this. It's just like, well, I believe I'm on a globe. Well, like, good for you, bro.
But guys, like, okay, we can't observe or measure the curvature, but we know it has to be there, because what else explains southern star rotation?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's explanations are as good as like taking a shit, you know.
What? So what about them all going the same direction? What are they talking about?
Well, I mean, there, as far as the same direction. That's true. It's like some people will be like, well, if you look, if you're in the southern hemisphere, the stars go in a different direction. No, they don't, and we've explained that so many times, but they still keep saying it.
No, they are. That's what I'm freaked out about. That they're still keep saying it after all this time.
It's just, if you look, here's a simple explanation for that. If anyone listening is confused, if you look north, they go from right to left. If you look south, they go from left to right. Very simple.
So basically, they need to go back to basic crossing the street at a crosswalk.
I know. Or you just stand on one side of the street, the cars go from left to right. If you stand on the other side of the street, they go from right to left.
Teacher,
fucking idiots.
Where is the traffic coming from, Johnny?
What the fuck is wrong with people, man?
Side of the street.
They think they got you. They think they got you on a gotcha with that one. It's like, bitch, you're looking north or you're looking south. Which direction are the stars going when you, depending on direction? I'm looking south. Now they're going over my left shoulder.
I turn around now.
Your left shoulder.
They're still coming from the west.
Sorry, I'm drinking tequila tonight, guys.
Yeah, don't start yelling about this.
I know, my bad.
It's something that could be.
I'll try to calm down.
Holy crap.
Yeah, but that's the dumbest thing ever. It's like, dude, you're looking north. They're going right to left. You're looking south. They go left to right. I mean, how fucking hard is that?
Still going from the south. Oh, now they're on your right, but they were at your left. Whoa, I'm confused. No, Johnny.
Oh, they're definitely confused because they're confused. They're discombobulated, because they're trying to figure out a model that doesn't exist.
No actual Johnny.
And they're trying to get us on a gotcha when it's just very simple. So,
no actual person named Johnny was harmed during the making of this dialogue.
It's like, why do the Southern Star Trails move in the other direction? They fucking don't. That's the answer.
Oh damn! I gotta spark this up after that. Oh my god!
I told you. I'll try to stop yelling, but like I said, I'm drinking tequila.
Lord help me.
I'm celebrating this weekend just because. I mean, I bought my favorite tequila, and I'm just like, whatever.
I don't know.
Good stuff. But anyway, other than that, I mean, Sonny, man, the master guitar playing that was going on earlier, it sounded good.
Yeah, it might be time for a Arkansas, some kind of Arkansas country song. I don't know.
It makes me want to break out my Les Paul and start playing some shit, but
it might sound something like this.
It wouldn't sound anything like that, but I'd be a little rusty, but. Hold up. That ain't. Hey, maybe that sounds more like blues than country, but I mean, it's almost the same thing. You know, it just depends on who you are. I know, but it never ends, yeah, with the scales, yeah. Of course. If I ever get sober again, I'll be able to play too. I can't play when I'm drunk, so it do what it do.
It's an open G tuning too.
Wait. You have a guitar tuned to open G?
Yeah.
So what's the top string?
D G D G B D.
So you can do you ever play slide?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pull out the slide, and I want to hear you play the slide on that one.
All right, hold up.
Because that's a perfect tuning for slide, isn't it? Almost. It depends on what you're looking for, but yeah.
Hold on, I hid the slides from myself so I wouldn't break them. Hold on.
You got a glass one? I have a glass one around here somewhere.
I made from a bottle, a wine bottle. What did I do with it?
In the meantime, I see some. Let me see. Let me check.
Hold on. Oh my God, I'm not as old as I think.
Hershey has no rolls. Do you guys want to hear from Hershey before?
Yeah, sure.
Before he gets on his slide, let's see if Hershey. Well, it's on server muted. So Hershey, you have access to your mic. We have Mile. But these guys just hanging out and don't want to talk, but they just are listening. They have no roles, but they just want to listen. You have access to your microphone. Come on, Hershey. Mile, talk to us. Flat Earth ain't that scary. Okay.
Did Hershey want to speak up?
Otherwise, you're going to have to listen to Sonny play the slide guitar. That's from a bottleneck you made, Sonny?
Okay.
Hershey and Miles want to speak.
Well, now they do. Come on, Hershey. Yeah. Are they going to Hershey Mile? I hope not. And I'll just leave that there.
You should be able to open your mic, Hershey.
See, I told you it was a good for slide. Yeah, that's why you had it open tuning. Yeah. I was like, oh, I wonder you ready for slide?
Let me just say, slide is incredibly difficult. I got a lot of respect for you, brother.
No, I mean, it just depends. It depends on how you tune it, and you have to know where to hit it. And use harmonics.
You got to be precise.
And you have to tune the guitar a certain way. But,
voice perms.
All right, hold on, Sonny. Mile just talked. Mile, do you want to talk to us?
I was just telling Mr. Trent to get some voice permissions.
Well, you have access to your microphone now, so that's voice permissions. We have to verify that you're cool before we can give you any other roles.
Yeah.
We need to go through the vetting process. I got you.
Yeah, that's cool. So Hershey and Mile, your participation in the conversation lets us know whether you're cool or not, and then we can give you roles as you participate. That's
fair. That's only fair as you go along.
Yep. Now, Miles' mic is a little low. Miles, is there any way you can increase your volume?
I don't know, dog. I'll be real.
Well, be real by increasing your microphone volume. Hershey sounds great.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You sound good too.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, we want new people to come in here and talk to us. We want to make the best of this conversation. How did you find us, Hershey and Mile?
YouTube.
Awesome. Some people find us through YouTube, Twitter, Reddit.
Oh, you guys have a Twitter now. Hold on. Let me try to find that. I wasn't aware.
Yeah, just look up Helioskeptic on Twitter. I'm live streaming from there right now. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the same stream that you'll hear on YouTube on my channel. But we're also streaming on Flat Earth Dude's channel too. So we have a couple of live streams coming from here.
Huh.
We do this just to kind of lead people to the Discord and have them get involved in the conversation. No one here is trying.
Of course.
Yeah. Always want to have new people involved in a discussion.
Especially since just the community of the flat earth, it's so vast and varied, so many different pieces of evidence and beliefs that all correspond together.
Sure. I mean, it's just like if you've been into this long enough, you'll find out that not all flat earthers agree with each other.
No, absolutely.
But this is kind of a hub for everyone to kind of meet each other, whether you're flat globe or indifferent.
Of course.
But as long as you're cordial in the conversation, you're welcome here. It's no big deal. But it is a big deal in my mind. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hosting this.
So we also have Mr. Tren has joined and has requested permission to speak as well.
Awesome. Tren, somebody's unserver muted. But hey, let's just the new people that have joined, go ahead and ask us questions. I mean, do you want us to start the conversation? I mean, I already said, how did you find the server? I mean, is there any questions you want to ask initially about why we think the Earth is flat? I mean,
wait, what's your belief on it?
It's not a belief. It's not a belief.
It's a fact.
Well,
no, I'm just saying because many people have multiple different interpretations, of why the Earth is flat and how it is.
Well, let me ask you. You don't have to go through the whole thing.
Because of sea level.
What?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, sea level's a good one. I don't want to be the initiator. If someone else wants to answer the question, go ahead. I know there's plenty of people that are astute at answering all these questions. Don't. I mean, I can do it, but I actually want to listen more right now.
Honestly, I'm kind of just here to learn, like get all the varying perspectives and see which align with my beliefs.
Awesome. That's what we're here for too. We all try to learn from each other every day. So, who wanted to answer the question about sea level? Who said that? The flat earther said that. That's on you. I introduced the topic. I mean, I can talk about it, but
I mean, okay,
yeah,
I can go. Yeah, okay, you go.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, for the new people, it's like a great server. Just hang out, and Miggy is usually on in the morning, and he's great to talk to about flat Earth.
All right. Well,
And,
Miggy's not here right now,
yeah.
Texas Bear. Why don't you answer his question?
Oh yeah, I was just telling him it's just a good server to hang out and listen. That's what I enjoy about it.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, yeah, I take that. There's a lot of people just in here listening now.
All right, damn it, I'm gonna have to do it. So, all right. So the new people came to. See, I'm not dumb. I'm just a little slow because I've been drinking tequila.
No, I understand that.
Tequila.
It's all good.
But check this out. I mean, do you have questions? Is this your? It doesn't sound like this is your first time.
No.
Interacting with someone that's a flat earther.
Yeah, no, I'm very versed in it. I mean, not very. I don't want to, seem overconfident or nothing, but I know I've had some good discussions
On other Discord servers.
Just all across the internet, really. But yeah,
sure.
I think
sure, like Facebook and Twitter and all that kind of stuff.
Twitter, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I saw you're active on Twitter, and did you find my Twitter channel? Which my Twitter channel is pretty much just the live stream of this.
What was the Twitter again?
It's twitter.com/heliosceptic.
Okay.
It's the live stream of what we're doing here now. And it's live right now on Twitter.
All right, yeah.
I'm not active on Twitter. The only activity on Twitter on my channel is just this live stream. So I don't use Twitter except for that. So I don't use Twitter other than that. I'm in here, or I'm active on YouTube, but I live stream as an addendum to the YouTube channel that I use.
Yeah, okay.
And the Discord, Twitter's just a kind of addendum to that. They actually archive the videos, and they never freaking bother me because I get like copyright claims and YouTube and freaking all kinds of shit from YouTube, bro. But Twitter never messes with me, as far as all the
That's
content.
interesting.
Yeah, the content we put out on Twitter, I've been streaming on Twitter for years. Never had Twitter contact me and say, "Hey, you put out some weird ass content," and I've never been blocked from Twitter ever.
Yeah,
and I've been doing it for like 3 years.
I think I got a hunch on why that is, actually. I'm fairly certain that the
Why do you
CIA
think that
has
is?
their. I'm fairly certain that the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, has their hand in the pocket of
Hey, I'll
YouTube.
tell you what, though. Ever since Elon Musk took it over, we get a lot more viewers over
Wait,
there.
what were you going to say? The hand in the pocket of what? Finish
They have their hand in the pocket of Google and YouTube. Fairly certain. I've seen it myself.
Oh, they probably, of course they are. Like, that goes back to the 1967 memorandum that they had.
They also have it in the control of local police stations. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them have fought them off. Some of them are good in that they fought them off.
They
But
watch
some
me
of them,
with their
they've
drones.
gone through my mail. I've been seeing a lot of the letter M in my mail. I don't know what that's about, but
What's
I
the
think it's
1967? I'm not sure what you said. You said something 1967. What is that?
Yeah. There was a CIA memorandum about. Well, let's see. Talks about. Let me see if I can find it. Someone have that link?
I have no idea what you're talking about. But anyway, the letter M makes me think of the Masonic apron that is the Gmail symbol. That's the Masonic apron.
About them being in all the medias is the CIA memorandum. That they've confessed, yes, they're in all the medias. Do they have agents working in the media? Yes. Going back to did they militarize the term conspiracy theorists at that time?
Yeah, that's where it has started.
That's the one.
Well, I mean, that's not. I mean,
right.
Who's the grandfather of the CIA? Who was the first director of the CIA?
I'm not sure.
It came from the Bush family.
But if you guys want to know how you can tell if the police are going through your mail, is if you see a second mail truck go down your route. I've seen it a few times. They didn't think I'd notice.
God, are you one of those targeted individuals? Are you a TI?
I believe that we all are on some level.
Well, sure. If you participate in social media, everyone's targeted.
No, but like in
Believe
person
you've
and
done
stuff.
To be targeted.
I got busted on a bullshit possession charge of angel dust, which is, by the way, the CIA made it that illegal because they knew that it expanded your mind. They knew damn well its power to enlighten
did you actually
people.
have angel dust, which is
Allegedly? I don't want to say which way.
Well, then why you brought it up?
I could have.
I've never seen angel dust in my life, but now you brought it up.
Really?
Yeah, I'm almost 50 years old. And I've never seen angel dust.
Really?
Targeting.
I mean, it expands. It grows.
No,
Cellular pathways.
Let's not do this. Let's not do this.
Yeah, you're right. They're gonna take us. Yeah.
It grows a third eyeball in the back of your neck.
Well, sure. It's not the only thing that can help you expand your spirituality and all that kind of stuff.
But this just shows the government how we can't even talk about this because we're afraid. That goes against they're censoring people.
Afraid.
Well, shit. I mean, our natural reality, flat, level stationary plane that we live on, sun moving above our head. Are you moving? Is the sun moving? And just like we were talking about earlier. And it's like, what is, I mean, Hershey, man, have you, angel dust is, that's what they call PCP, right?
Yeah.
But that's not even popular anymore as far as like people.
It's not. It sadly isn't. But I wonder why. I wonder why that is. There are analogs.
The reason is because for the most part, people aren't using it anymore. But it's I mean,
I think that they should. I think there's a lot of new analogs.
I don't think people should use angel dust. Why would you do that necessarily? I mean,
to expand your mind.
Okay,
that's how I came to one. That's how I came to one of the conclusions. I was already a flat earther before this, but I came to the realization of a factor of or a facet of flat Earth, and I think it's a pretty.
Well, so how often do do you use this?
Damn it, Helio.
I know,
I try not
I'm
to.
fucking with him, and he's trying to fuck with us about this fucking PCP. Nobody uses that shit, you know.
No, it is really.
It's the first time that it's come up in here, and
No,
so,
you hold on. You
bro.
if you are I gotta warn you.
I'm not
you gotta
interested.
look
I'm
into
not
the
going to use
analogs.
it.
If you are, I mean, no, that's I
Stop for a second.
completely.
Stop, please.
Yeah.
What facet were you open to after doing this?
Okay, hold on. So I wrote it down. I like to write down a lot of the ideas that.
Somebody muted.
That's good. Why don't you keep on just writing that shit down then? Get the hell out of our server with it. All right, bye.
Yeah,
Later.
go tell somebody else about the PCP.
Yeah, doofus.
Hey, Mile, did you come in here with him?
Honestly, he's my friend, and he was just like, "Listen, you got to learn about this stuff." So
Okay, well, you guys can go talk about angel dust on another server.
I love you.
Yeah, go have a fun. Sounds like your class. Yeah, get the hell out of my server with that shit.
It's all we.
No. Oh, she left. And so they both left. Anyway, all good.
Hey, why didn't anybody
What
ask
the
him
fuck
about
was
flat
that?
Earth?
Motherfucker, I
At
did.
that point, who cares? At that point, who cares?
He just brought up PCP for no reason. Nobody was bringing that shit up.
Tons of us talk about drugs on here, so I don't see why that was a.
Most people aren't saying something like that. Methamphetamine or angel dust is mind expanding.
Yeah, man, we do bring up psychedelics sometimes, but
It wasn't meth.
No, it was
Asked
freaking
a specific
PCP,
question
man. Go
as
ahead.
to how he was divined that he lives on a flat Earth through.
Yeah, see, trying to I mean,
No, but I'm not interested in hearing about that.
These little fuck nuts, whoever they are, they're either creating these characters or they're just in an office. That's their job.
Wait. He said
What?
He said he was doing drugs and he came to flat Earth through that.
Yeah, man, and the drug he's using isn't something that would ever occur with.
He's just a bad actor.
Freaking psychotic, if you think.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't matter who you are, whether you've never taken drugs, whether you're an alcoholic. Flat earthers are we have multiple backgrounds and the way we've come to the conclusion of the Earth. It has nothing to do with drugs whatsoever. It's seeing truth as it presents itself. It has nothing to do with whatever drugs you took, and it has nothing to do with it.
In their spare time, they're flying drones over your fucking neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't let anybody get us wrong about that, because there are people that are in this server that have never taken drugs, don't even or on. Everybody's drank a little bit or whatever, but I mean, it has nothing to do with psychedelics or whatever. It's common
Stop
sense. I mean, it's
talking
just
about it, or you're just going to reinforce the idea. So just
either way. Well, I'm actually supporting it. I mean, it's just like you can be sober as fuck and see the Earth for what it is. That's all I'm saying. And there are hundreds of people here that agree with that. I mean, all of us have different backgrounds, but we agree about that point. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. It's not this dumbass globe. It's right in front of your eyes. You don't have to believe it. You can know it because you experience it.
But people will come in with all kinds of goofy ass shit trying to introduce it and get some kind of a haiku or something. It's really the weirdest thing I've ever encountered in conversation on here. When I hear it on here, that's the only place I've ever heard it. Is these people come on with these kind of I don't even know how to describe it. So they're flat earthers, but they have this cockamamie ideas about other things, and then they go, and that's how I found flat Earth or some other weird thing like that. Think about that. What it would take to like imagine something like that. To even bring that up in conversation, and that kind of a sequence of words put together.
Well, it's just like, I mean, in the contrary, though, Sonny, what would it take to imagine that you're on a spinning ball, third rock from the sun?
Yeah.
It would take a lifetime of indoctrination.
Yeah, but see, I'm not talking about that.
I know you're not, but but what we're talking about is what it takes to break you from that indoctrination.
I'm talking about somebody who knows that it is, and
they're just fucking around with it. They're just playing, you know.
On the other side,
They think it's a joke, so they think they can say anything, anytime, and we're going to put up with it. That's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to do, and they're ignorant about both ends of the conversation. They just think they want to play around, and so it's just like that's not allowed here. So anyway.
Play us a song about it, Sonny.
Yeah, play.
You should have heard what I was playing before. I was like,
Yeah, get back to that slide a little bit because you weren't you didn't get to finish what you were doing with the slide.
No,
I wanted to hear some more of that because I heard you.
no, what I was doing was better. Like,
Sonny, it sounds a little too aggressive. Can you just kind of like?
do what?
It sounded a little too aggressive and choppy, man. Just like, boom.
What are you thinking?
Do you have it tuned with the minor 7 in there?
What's that?
Do you have it tuned with the minor 7?
Rarely ever used the minor 7, but let me see. I probably get there.
No, that's
That is.
play it open. Play it open. Let me hear it.
Oh, that's a tune.
Dude, Sonny's the flutter of Jimmy Page.
pretty cool. Oh, whoa. Wow. Sounds like a different instrument altogether. That's amazing. Go back and do a major there. Well, it sounds like.
Sounds like Sonny trips himself out sometimes. He's like, oh my God.
Oh, I can almost. I can almost learn all the chord different, they're different shapes all over again now. But that sounds like that, right?
Yeah, but you're using an alternate tuning right now, right?
A minor, an open minor tuning.
Yeah. That's what
I'm doing this on the 12th fret, and it sounds like the Battle of Evermore.
You motherfucker.
Right?
Oh, shit.
That's a...
I'm gonna go smoke.
Wow. Thanks, Helio, for turning me on to that. That sounds really spectacular. Wow, I think I'll start using that. That's so pretty and so like sad and moody, man. Probably just me though. Now Sunny ran more people off of the server, I guess. You see that music could make me start weeping, literally. Like it's so pretty. Like I'm like, where's that coming from? Like, why does it have this emotional tug on me?
I leave for a few minutes and then everybody leaves, huh? I guess that's the way it goes.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are things going on the Flat Earth?
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. No. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man. Listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I realized that everything's just a pack of lies, man. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. No. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Find the truth, find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Yo, Drace. Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. Got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. It's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you. His little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you. His little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. You, his little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin. Got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FE party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe it lies no more. Yeah! Yeah!
Tell the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars or the moon or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape, but you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat earth, flat earth. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flat earth, flat earth. Tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flat earth, flat earth. Flat earth, flat earth, flat earth.
Sent from space, stuck in the water, missing your face. Our hearts cross the border, with love in your eyes, fight the new world order. Pain in your limbs just means you're getting stronger. Morning, open air, yeah. Fear. We're all afraid, but someone's got to care. All that you have, I said you've got to share, or you'll never laugh or cry all of your tears. Rivers of blood stuck to my tongue. All hats are off as the trap dog is sprung, and I'm kissing your ears as my last warm song. Still in the air, approaching the sunlight. Tension is growing as death takes a wife. Unsheathed in the sun, I'm covered in light. He'd kill us all if it weren't for the fight. So the message is clear, those who have sight. Stand still or run, the fire is coming. Black is the heart that sees children for culling. And snake in the grass, your lover is cunning. No shame in your mind, so the master is running and the ship's going down. Soon there'll be nothing lost in the gallows to the sounds of the drumming. Sweats on the floor as the master is coming, and the hero's not hurt. No one sees nothing. Forget your face. I only hope you remember mine. Stars now bow in the presence of love, cutting the throats of the evil to come. Spirits of liars who I thought they'd won, lost in the sound of the scorpion stung, and the sun's going down, the ship's going under. The sound can be lightning, your voice can be thunder. In 1,000 years, they'll all sit and wonder, what were they thinking as God threw them asunder? I'll never forget your face. I only hope you remember mine.
But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are a million light years away.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball. But anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe I believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I won't trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the floaters.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press. Photographs with leak a mess. Ideas molded as a stress, incentives and belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze. Atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about this harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hit you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind. And you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
It's been a long night, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I've got a feeling that these funny flat earthers, you know. We're gonna go to Jupiter, gonna go to Mars. Yeah, but hold on, have a little bit of my energy drink. And then, you know, cause last night I was out partying really hard, you know what I mean? So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go online and like, try to like, you know, talk to these like flat earthers, you know, because we're gonna have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little bit of my energy drink. Yeah, hold on, I need one of them, yeah, like one of them Red Bulls or something, you know, just, I wanna go to Jupiter, gonna bring some alcohol, gonna bring my gal Steve, cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah. I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter. Gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. Yeah, but hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, bring a little bit of alcohol. Bring something for eating too, cause I don't know, just bring barbecue, mate. Bring barbecue, yeah, we got the bar. Alright lads, alright, we decided we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you know, you can't just say that the earth is flat, you know what I mean? Like, hold on, I need some of my energy drink. Hold on, need my energy drink. A long night last night now, partying with my girlfriend, you know. Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you know, you can't just criticise anything, you know. You can totally just go and just get on a rocket. Just get a rocket. Let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, we just got together and just, you know, decided, you know, like, if we could do a meeting like at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, you know, and again we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, energy drink. Hold up, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up.
Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
People. Somebody here? I guess nobody's here, huh?
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity
gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Glover, if you stay, you will never be flattered with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, Angry Glover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we want our flat earth back and live in reality. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Baller, if
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions with all the fucking brown beating and their appeals to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Carrie, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Carrie, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. So, show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. But for fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other globe disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself. Okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
Met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my 2 eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money, too. They got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the Earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. We're not buy big guns, we'll front the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone, we want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's filter tips. Here's collagen lips. Here's all night. Here's plastic hips.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here's American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
This is Mix Sessions Live. Oh, yeah.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, ain't never gonna solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that other man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound? Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones, trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they've been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve. Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, ain't never gonna solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, ain't never gonna solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
sky and love on TV. Your empty eyes break it off me. The moon is landing on my head, and I can't feel anything you say. I can't feel anything you say. And the blood is thicker when the anger stirs, like over the edge where Columbus killed. And through the lies the trees cut in shade, Washington's apron washed in vain, washed in vain. Parade their nonsense to lay, vision images planted in your brain. Be not conformed to this world, transform your mind and touch the soul. Ask your eyes, you can see the destructive side was breaking you and me, breaking you and me. Sex in the sky and love on TV. Your empty eyes break it off me. The moon is landing on my head, and I can't feel anything you've said. I can't feel anything you say. Blood is thicker when the anger spills, like over the edge where Columbus killed. You realize the tree is cut in shade, Washington's apron washed in vain, washed in vain. Sex in the sky and love on TV.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that means? Are you down for the teens? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati on my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto close. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
That's
know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the Antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati in my mind, body, in my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
It's an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yep, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports are scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Baim in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and
want
a
to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. See, if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Flat Earth. No, nobody's listening. No. I just want to say hi to everybody out there that is listening, are listening. You have been chosen to join Discord. Come and talk to me, at least for the next hour. Because I need somebody to talk to me while I'm driving. That's fine. But yeah, I hope everybody's had a good day. I hope everybody's getting ready for the 'tis the season coming up to celebrate however it is that you're going to celebrate. And more than anything, just spend it with your family, your loved ones, and be happy. You know what I mean? No drama. Focus on the important things. What's locally going on with you? You know what's going on right outside in your front yard, your backyard. You go for a walk somewhere, going down a path. Like focus on all of that. Don't focus on the negative stuff that's going on in the world. Love each other. We can do this. We can beat all of this. Let me see what's going on here in YouTube land. Find out which person out there is making fun of the talking. I had an absolute heck of a night at work. Who's live streaming right? Who has our live stream today? What's its live right now? Oh, it's Dude. It's got to be Dude.
We're live on Flat Earth.
On your channel?
No, on here. I'll give you guys the link or here something.
Oh, I have it. I just don't fall out.
Not mine. It's Helios.
Oh, you know what?
We're back up and running on Helios.
Helios Skeptic.
Well, it's called Flat Earth Discord live stream.
Oh, is it back on that one?
Yeah, we're back up on that one. So Witsit's live and Jeranism's live and we're live. And
no, it's I need to look. It's missing out of my things.
I just put it in the voice text. Well, Flatter
Day is here?
No, just Flatter.
Flatter.
Flatter. Jarrett. Eater. It's pretty quiet around here, man.
Dude, I had the funniest night tonight. I had the funniest night. Like, so I'm not like skinny. I'm 5'10" and 240, but like I'm a fairly fit 240, you know.
Right on.
Could I benefit from being 185? Absolutely. Sure. But I'm 40 years old, and so it's hard to get back down to that weight. I'm trying, but so I get this patient tonight, right? This demented person.
Yeah.
That severely demented, and you know, doesn't have the strength to hurt me or anything like that, but won't stay in their room.
Right.
And so I have to go and sit in there and basically guard the door, prevent this person from leaving the hospital because it's 30 degrees outside and this person will freeze to death. We're waiting on the ride. So while I'm sitting there, this person goes, "You're just going to sit there? You really are fat, you know that?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I know. It's kind of a thing that I chose to do, though. Like, I enjoy food." And she's like, "That's the stupidest answer I've ever heard." I'm like, "No, I know, but that's the answer, you know. Like, I don't care how stupid it sounds. That is the answer." And so this person will not let it go. Right? Just keeps talking shit about me. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to turn this into a game.
There you go. Flatter.
And so, yeah, I was like, so I go, you know, one of the things, that was one of the things I did. I told the patient, I said, you know, the earth is flat, right? It's not a globe. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. I flat smacked a friend.
The spirit doesn't lie.
Yeah, you're probably right. For a beer?
I was like, you and I, we need to go get a beer together and just hang out. But no, they were all like, what were they saying? Oh, you think you're just a hot shot, don't you? Walking around with your chest out. I'm like, lady, I am not a hot shot. I am the hot shot. You can ask everybody here. I promise you, you are not going to find a bigger ego than my ego.
It's funny.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh, shit. Well,
what do you do at that point, right? You can't let it get you down, right?
No.
Because they're not in their right mind. They're speaking out of reaction, and that's it. They don't know who you are. They just know you're a piece of shit, and you're in their way.
That's it. Well, I was trying to listen today, man. I had so much shit going on. I was driving around listening.
Yeah.
There was one guy came in, told us we were all stupid. Fucking go to the gym and the Earth's a globe. I know people at NASA and
maybe they were demented.
This guy, he really wanted to go into another room and talk about something else. But, he was playing a game. He's one of those guys that plays a video game and he comes into like Flat Earth stream, just trolls us.
Right.
Just to make it entertaining for his people he's playing the fucking game with. Right?
Yeah.
I hate those motherfuckers, man, with a passion. And I can always spot them too, man. I can always spot them. Yeah, they're real cocks, man. Anyway, it would be all right, cool. Anyway, that was the one thing that stood out to me today. And then I left last night. I don't know. After you did, Miggy came in, and there was a Glover in here, man. It didn't go well for him.
The Glover.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
Miggy's a tough one to circular reason.
Yeah, he's not gonna let you fly. Hey, Gregory, how you doing, brother?
I'm well in you.
Shalom, my friend. It's good, man. Boy, you got such a deep voice, man. I gotta turn the bass down a little bit here, man. It's crazy. I just got here. Not sure what's going on, really. It's just Giz kind of talking about his work, and everything seems to be good. Always good to hear you, Gregory, when you're
Gregory,
speaking the truth, man. Speaking the truth.
Thank you.
What's up, Gregory?
How you doing?
All right. Hey, did you see my new Dallas Black Swan? I'm calling it the Dallas Black Swan because I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it's not the worst thing, but the reality where the wild, right? So I'm trying to deer, especially in here, where the deer group is kind of hurting the wings and stuff.
Hold on just a second. I'll settle it.
You're good.
All right, we'll see you, Ricky. Take care.
Well, I got things getting words to do with it, dog. Alright. High Street voice text.
That other one there.
There you go, Gregory. Dropping. Yeah.
I was saying, okay, here we are, taking a look.
Well, you got to put a little more info in that picture, man. A little more.
I do, but for now, I'm just keeping it that because there's still some things that I need worked out as far as like the visual aspect of it, because so the land that the Cowboy Stadium is on is 105 feet lower than the land that I'm standing on at sea level. Like it's a certain 666 feet above sea level where I was at, and then 561 feet above sea level where Cowboy Stadium is at. But here's the thing: the distance to the horizon is 9 miles. So does that mean that because they're 105 feet lower, that the Cowboy Stadium should also be another 105 feet below that? Because the obstruction should be 150 feet, like 157 feet or something like that.
Yeah, the stadium's 300 feet tall, right?
The stadium's 300 feet tall. Well, that was a relief for test congestion at any time. So if they're lower, like you got the horizon at 9 miles no matter what from my location. So if they're lower, then they should be another 105 feet below that. So instead of 160 feet below the horizon, it should be 265 feet below the horizon.
Why is not the Chicago photo across the lake emphasized more?
I love this.
Because it's been just completely claimed to be an illusion, and it's like, well, okay, let's go see another location then. And the reason why I did Cowboy Stadium was because, like, from where I'm at, I tried to get to a high enough point to where I'm like skimming the top of the trees in Dallas, because like there's a lot of trees in Dallas, so I can't like see over the trees unless I'm above the trees. So the goal is to be just above the trees, just like as if I was like a foot above the sea, above the water, and then make the observation. So, I mean, the sixth floor is a little high. I've got another visual right here. I took it the next day with my iPhone of Cowboy Stadium, same location, but now I'm on the fifth floor instead of the sixth floor. So I definitely need to go back with my camera and make another.
What exactly is their rebuttal to the Chicago photo?
They say it's an illusion. I mean, everybody pulls up that little news.
Well, we know
skit.
it's not an illusion.
We know it's not an illusion. Everybody observes it all the time. I'm just trying to make another comparison. It's like, it's not just Chicago. You can do it in Dallas too. You can do it at this location. You can do it at that location.
With you mentioning this, photo you made, it immediately provoked me to remember the Chicago photo, and I'm thinking that photo was excellent, and it was a very great distance. I think we should re-emphasize that photo and rebut and refute their quick retort against it, just chalking it up to just being an illusion. I could, justify that, that rebuttal, talking to the globalist.
No, I don't disagree at all.
Well, Rob Skiba went out on a boat and kind of tried to recreate it, and the city stayed in view the whole time on the boat, so it never went away. But,
by the way, if you ever want a clear day to go and take long distance photos, do it the day after a storm.
yeah, the day after a rain's good, but then you still got a lot of moisture in the air.
No. If you get a derecho that comes in, like we get hard lines that come in, hard derechos, where like we get tornadic weather and everything like that.
Yeah.
Usually like 2 days after that, a day or two after that, it'll be bright blue skies and like you can see forever.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is.
I want to hear a doctoral meteorologist or geologist, or physicist, to rebut. I want to hear their fully articulated rebuttal against the Chicago photo and, in particular, the work of Rob Skiba.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get it, but I'd like to have it too. That would be great.
Because it's so simple. Just have the debate.
Yeah.
But what happens, as we know, as I'm preaching to the choir when I say this, what happens more often than not is just a bunch of sinful human nature cavilling back and forth rather than just arguing.
Right.
Just fixing their mouth to contrive whatever retort to say anything and everything except a valid argument if they want to argue against the opposing position, or just say the truth in concession with the other position that is telling the truth.
Yeah.
So check out this, Gregory, this video I just posted. It's So the picture of Cowboy Stadium is a screenshot from this video.
Okay.
And so, like, the first 2 minutes of the video, it's like the Cowboy Stadium skyline and the horizon surrounding it and everything like that. And then I'm scrolling to the right, and this airplane starts to land. And I'm like, oh yeah, DFW International Airport is over here. So I don't know how far it is away at that point, but I record the plane just in case, because, you know, like if it's also damning evidence, then at least it'll be recorded. And I'm not going to sit there and stop and wait for the next plane to come to land. So and it's sunset, so I know the light is waning and everything like that. Well, in the video, you can fast forward to 2 minutes and start from there. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, or whatever. And this plane starts to land. So as it's landing, you're like, okay, it's landing, and then it goes behind this building, and then that's not when it lands. And then I keep tracking it past the building, and it's still on its descent on the way down, right? Down lower, down lower, down lower. You see the wheels. You see the plane kind of rock a little bit when it actually makes contact with the ground, and that tracking light, that beacon light that blinks under a plane. I don't know what that's called.
Indicator light.
Indicator light. You can see it flashing, and as it's flashing, you can see the truck underneath the plane of the wheels. So you're looking at the wheels on the ground as it's taxiing down the road. Now it's grainy as shit, but I mean you can still see it, like in certain locations.
Very interesting.
If I have to, I'll take a picture of it.
What could possibly be the refutation that the globalists would contrive in refuting Rob Skiba's work concerning the Chicago photo?
I don't know. I have to go read his comments. There's probably a ton of comments in there. Let me see if maybe I can find it here.
Because I will be upfront and honest. I have yet to master understanding the refraction talk.
Yeah, in my opinion, man, I'm with you. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I see shit, and it gets obscured by air and stuff. Clear, yeah. What? It's gonna flip an entire city and make it look perfect? I don't think so.
India destroys refraction.
Yeah.
India?
Oh yeah.
But I will also say what I do grasp is when the globalists blurts out their contrived retort in refutation against the coherent interpretation of these phenomenon, where we observe objects at distances that should be obstructed by the Earth curvature, their rebuttal consistently is based on a metaphysical presupposition of materialistic atomism, especially as it concerns light. The materialistic, atomistic, Einsteinian, relativistic presupposition. That's a mouthful, but you get the point.
Oh yeah, get it.
So materialistic atomism and unobserved, not empirically inadequate, unverified metaphysical doctrine about the nature of the concreta, right? The physics, the physica, the things, the concrete physical things, and a reification fallacy of space and time, which is the bones, as it were, of their rebuttal. So no. You know, because the rebuttal is running their mouth about, well, light is of this nature and behaves in this way. But they have not empirically verified that, so the assertion is empirically inadequate. And then the implications of the premise render it to absurdity, so it's not coherent. And of course, the supposition that is both incoherent and empirically inadequate is unjustifiable, untenable, completely false, and fails every criterion.
Bottom line is they don't understand how vision works. Or they do and they're just lying. That's the absolute bottom line.
You know, where else except a deliberately contrived illusion house do we see where entire landscapes of hundreds of acres, thousands of acres, or miles is just so greatly distorted when you're just walking outside, and it's just what the visual data that you are perceiving is just vastly disparate from what it actually is. So I'm on the boat looking at Chicago, and that really isn't Chicago.
Well,
you know, what happened to empiricism? What happened to the trustworthiness of your empirical faculties? Where else do we see that in the world, notwithstanding any artificial contraptions?
We don't. I don't think we see it.
And, you know, it's a legitimate question. I mean, I'm not someone who gets around very much. I'm broke.
Right.
So, you know, I work with what I got by the Lord's grace.
Right.
Yeah.
But with that being said, that leads me to mention this, you know, all these highfalutin, you know, professionals and blah, 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 blah. And what I cannot help after all this time detect, as usual, consistent with totally depraved, sinful human nature, is that the unbeliever, especially these intellects of the world and even opinion makers, the most influential intellects of the world, especially unbelievers, they will intellectually bully you. You know, they'll just blitzkrieg you, they'll carpet bomb you with a whole bunch of concepts and terms and facts even, and just blitz your ignorance with a whole bunch of things you don't, with a whole bunch of stuff that you don't know and don't understand yet, so as to baffle you into humiliation.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. I get it. I'm reading through the comments. He had 302 comments on the Chicago video, and everybody's like, wow, awesome, amazing, killing it. I don't see anybody going, here's where you're wrong, Rob. No, nothing like that. Great video, blah, blah. Yeah. Thank God. Amazing work. Yeah. All right, here we go. You're making big mistakes here. The Willis Tower is at 69 meters in width, the boat. I don't know. Oh, he's got all kinds of numbers and shit in here. It'll take a minute to go through this. They're measuring pixels. Okay. I counted 148 pixels at the boat. That means the buildings. We're at a location of the boat. It went blah, 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 man.
This movement has really done a good job in exposing a mode of thought a psychology that is within what are now, as we've discovered, anti-flat earthers, where they are very religious and devout to this doctrine. And they are tenacious in immediately, very rarely do they just pause and then come back later. They must contrive a rebuttal, the most highfalutin rebuttal they could possibly contrive in their sophistic minds, immediately.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not even like they think they have the answer immediately. It doesn't matter if it's educated or not, they just feel more educated.
Like, they won't even, very rarely will they even give themselves pause and then come back.
Right. Yeah, they don't do that. So I don't know. I was saying last night that the Globers will come in and, well, you measured everything wrong, Rob. You didn't do it right, man. It's 148 pixels times the minus this and plus that, and you didn't take this into account. They just confuse it to a point with so many like stupid little minute measurements of fucking pixels, and go, well, of course it's going to be off, and it's a globe, and sorry.
Because of course there's a law-like universal ratio between the quantity of pixels in the picture,
right,
and the actual dimensions of the object that has been photographed.
Right. Yeah. So they're, here, I'll let you guys read it, man. You can make fucking sense out of it, but fuck, I don't know. Anyway,
I'm sick of this shit.
This is it. It's ridiculous, man. I was saying that last night. I'm like, they just make it so ridiculous. Like, dude, does it look level? Yeah, You feel like you're spinning? No, man. And, and then they just come up with crazy stuff to try to explain that away, I'm like, okay, go with that. Go ahead. Anyway.
I've been trying to accumulate books now recently since I've began the Structure of Scientific Revolutions from Dr. Thomas Kuhn. I want to try and do some informal study and binge some books that are teaching the history of science, of physics. And I'm listening to them on Audible. I'm going to screenshot them and post it, and let that be the catalyst of your research to familiarize ourselves more intimately with these doctrines of theirs. And I do not believe it is an accident that it is rather difficult to even get a coherent and cogent introduction to their doctrine and the history of their philosophy. Because what also has been discovered is they have this worldview, and they don't go out of their way to make it as accessible as possible.
Right.
Right. They don't go out of their way to clearly reveal it. They'll talk about it. They'll speak things about it to you, but they won't try to make it as understandable as possible. They obscure it and obfuscate it with a bunch of highfalutin technical jargon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And especially if they're becoming nasty and vicious in defense against someone they perceive to be a critic against them.
Right.
And then they have whatever, only the God knows how many ways they will contrive an account of the history of their doctrines and the most key personnel therein, as opposed to, again, like I've said, a cogent, concise, coherent, easily accessible to anyone who wants to know history of their philosophy. But praise the Lord that some of them have been more honest than others, like Dr. Thomas Kuhn, in recounting the history and fundamental principle nature of this philosophy, this worldview, the key personnel thereof, and the cycle, which has repeated through history unto the present time.
Yeah, that's fascinating, man. I'm glad you're doing that work, bro. That's fantastic.
Because to tie it more closely to, this, what I call the geodesic controversy, because, is the Earth flat? Is it a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, or is it a sphere rotating and moving through a cosmic vacuum? It's a geodesic controversy or question. And what they cannot do, with the anti-flat earther, not even the average glober, what they cannot do is sit here and pretend that the beginning of getting direct proof of the globe
right
was the space flights in the mid-20th century. That's not the history. That's not the history doctrine that we've been taught. What you have been saying to us is that we have known the Earth is a sphere for more than 2,500 years since classical antiquity. Okay? So since that's your premise, then we have to study the history of this doctrine, which would include the history of physics overall. And then when you begin with Eratosthenes, as they usually begin, if some other globalist thinks himself astute enough to mention someone else, but we've heard most often from classical antiquity, specifically in Greece, that it's Eratosthenes that it was most prominent in classical antiquity in popularizing the doctrine of the Earth being a sphere. We examined this, and what he really did was measure shadows and then conjecturalize unto the concluding premise,
right,
which is a terribly weak inductive argument. That's it.
With no firsthand, he didn't read any of his books or anything like that. It's just hearsay. No Eratosthenes books, no papers, not even a fucking drawing, nothing. Zip, nada, not a thing. But they'll just go ahead and keep on like, hey man, he's the dude, man. Like, where's his work? Well, we don't have his work exactly. It's more of a somebody might have heard something somewhere, I guess.
Unlike the literature, the antiquity literature that we do have, the copies that we possess, the earliest copies that we possess, being separated from the autographs when they were originally written by a century or several centuries. But in the case of Eratosthenes, you don't have anything.
Zero. It's complete.
At least it hasn't been presented to me yet, because again, I'm just a little commoner in Fairfield, California. I ain't been around.
I got you.
There's plenty of things that I don't know about. So, show me the receipts. Show me the money.
Show me his book. Where's his book, man? Where's those calculations he was doing? Where are they at?
Where's the autographs or where's the copies? And, what's the argument? And, the basic textual criticism concerning this man's literature.
Oh, well, I'd go for like a cave drawing or something at this point. You're like, all right, a cave drawing. He did it on a cave. Yeah, it's over here. All right, that's cool. Something. Give me nothing. Funny.
And right next to it is a picture of a woman with boobies.
So not only a weak inductive appeal, supposedly from Eratosthenes,
right,
supposed from the anti-flat earthers, but also that this measurement that he supposedly did is more coherently accounted for and is empirically adequate, corresponding to a flat plane. A flat plane with a local light source.
I got a quick question, man. Did you know that I found curvature of the Earth?
No, you didn't. Don't do that.
No, SHIT.
Don't do
Yeah.
that. No, he didn't. He didn't find nothing. Anyway,
No, he did find curvature, but it wasn't on the Earth.
You want to see Earth curvature? It's Earth curvature, dude.
Show it me.
I was so.
All right, there, I dropped it.
Dude,
Who is this girl?
That was last summer, man. You got to come up with a new picture, man. Come on.
Whose idea was this?
Oh,
I have
whoever had the idea to make these leggings for her.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. But did you see what's written above it?
It's probably just photoshopped in there.
Yes,
I don't think it's.
It is absolutely observable and measurable.
Yeah.
They do look like
You can't miss it.
Can't miss it. So if there's Earth curvature out there, we should be seeing it.
Why is it Russian is showing the Russian?
I mean, East Europe is just being munched by her cheeks.
Now we know why Russia invaded Ukraine.
Now we know.
Federation, Russian Federation. I didn't know that still existed.
Anyway, that's
The
my
hell is a Russian Federation? How old is this map?
I'm wondering.
It's not the USSR. It's not Russia. It's the Russian Federation.
Russian Federation. Very interesting.
The hell is the Russian Federation?
I don't know. It might be a new territory we don't know about, apparently, or something.
And why is China so dry? This ain't a map.
Dude, I gotta zoom in on this. Damn.
But why is Russia so luscious and green and China's not a map?
Something's wrong, man.
Russia has a lot of green in it.
Iceland's kind of small. I give her it's you can barely see it, man. Spain looks good. Where's the boot, man? I don't see the boot. Oh, is that the boot there?
Italy. Italia.
Somebody had to do that to the map deliberately on her pants, so as to so that it makes the people who are familiar with geography laugh.
Oh, no question. I'm trying to figure out what's this big round thing below Spain there? What the hell is that?
I'm glad I could hate you, Gregory. Dude doesn't like it. He calls me a manga every time I drop it.
I don't do that. But no, now looking at the map, before I was just appalled and said, "Dude, stop that." And I'm actually looking at the map, and I'm discovering that the map had the Russian Federation thing threw it off there. But then there's Kazakhstan. Dude, I gotta blow this thing up.
That's still there.
You gotta zoom in on some of these places here.
Oh, you gotta zoom in, don't you?
You gotta zoom in. Anyway.
Did you ever see this?
Interesting map. I'll give you that.
Did you ever see this one, Gregory? No, you'd like this one.
Is this table round or flat? You must both. Haven't seen this one, but I've seen similar GIFs, similar info memes, I call them, like it, yeah.
Well, that one I made. These are all the ones that I made.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You made the...
Very good, yes.
Made this one, very good.
Did you make the skin suit one? Did you make that?
Yeah, someone posted it, and then I just added the thing, Earth or curvature is observable and measurable. So that was me.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you use the app Memematic?
Do I?
I do.
Yeah. I'm just asking because I haven't made many memes. So I'm like, how am I supposed to be making these memes? Type it in the Play Store. That's what one of those things that pulls up.
No, so you gotta see this one that I made. You'll like this one. You haven't seen this one yet. So did you ever see on Wheel of Fortune there was an actual puzzle that said the Earth looks pretty flat to me?
I have not seen that episode.
Yeah, somebody was.
So I turned it into a GIF, and then I'm also gonna drop the video for you.
Wow.
And damn straight it looks. Kind of magic flat too.
Because people are so unfathomably, I want to master that word, because the public is so unfathomably saturated with all the entertainment content that they have been mindlessly consuming and staring at their entire life. They don't appreciate the nature of just telecommunications media at all, basically, especially as it concerns the entertainment industry, which utilizes it, especially via, specifically the TV set. And the content that these companies make is very carefully contrived. They are very careful and deliberate with what they put in the footage that they broadcast. They could have put any series of words on that board, but they chose this.
Yeah.
My mother's asking me a question. Who am I talking about? Another person who I'm talking about.
I'm gonna show her the video. Show her the video.
Yeah. He just posted a GIF. A GIF.
It's a minute and 49 seconds long. And before the guy answered the puzzle, the girl fucking missed it. She got like every letter on there.
It's pretty flat to me.
Like she was like a Glober. She couldn't get it.
Yeah, so she's seen it now.
Yeah.
And so this company that broadcasts this game in front of the eyes of millions
For years.
for decades,
Yeah.
they chose, in the very deliberate process with which they go through, to broadcast the final product for the public's entertainment, was this sentence. Could have chose any letters to make any word to make any sentence. They chose this. Why? Especially if flat Earth is just so stupid and it's just so ridiculous. Even though we all have had that moment, and sooner or later in our lives, where we say, they taught me in school that the Earth is a ball and all. We've seen the space flight, and we've seen NASA, we've seen the Apollo, all this stuff here. But goddamn, it looks flat up here. We've all had that moment.
Indiana story talked about how concerned he was to complete surgery on his shoulder to find out the risk.
Sometimes people call correct evaluations and discernments common sense when they're not really common. But there are some senses and some things that we sense which really are common. In the nature of the case, it's not that we discovered another thing. Like when someone makes the paradigm shift from the ACP, as I call it, to so-called flat Earth, it is a change in perception, and more specifically, it is the instance where the person stops abandoning the common sense that the Lord has given them of the experience of the world that they have had their entire life. They stop abandoning that in preference for an entire cosmic paradigm which they have never experienced, that no one has ever experienced, and could not experience. You understand that you could not experience it once you get into the minutia of their paradigm. That's the nature of the case.
You don't. All you need to do is stop letting everybody else tell you what it is and think for yourself.
You know, I don't mind people teaching me. You know, tell me some things I don't know. I want to learn. But don't sit up here and stand in front of my face and tell me a bold-faced lie like this flat thing is really round. This blue thing is really black. The light is really darkness. The sweet is really bitter. The good is really evil.
Yep. Hey, did you see? Have you read Gregory? Right here by John Quinlan.
Let's see. I have not.
It's like 100 pages long, 110 pages long.
Thursday, the Alameda County District Attorney and the California Highway Patrol announced that 3 people have been arrested, and that a fourth suspect was shot and killed just last month in a drive-by shooting in East Oakland.
I would love it if it was on Audible, or at least on YouTube.
Yeah.
Let me do this screenshot for y'all.
She's concerned the suspects will be released again.
Well, definitely share it with you just so that way you have it. It sounds like you like books. So.
I never thought I would do this, but with the Lord's grace, I have developed a not just a taste for books, but I've developed a thirst for books now. You should see my wish list.
I'm looking at videos of Jasper and PA Nancy O'Malley tells me all 3 suspects are now being held at Santa Rita jail. They are being held with no bail. Christian,
I got all sorts of stuff in here. Don't mind my mom in the background if you can hear her.
The confrontation captured on body cam video.
How do I?
Henry Lee explains the sheriff's office says the inmate is blamed for spitting and fighting deputies. This is Alameda County Sheriff's body cam video showing deputies going hands-on on an inmate from his conflict. When you see a person who's laying on the floor, being brutal, being beaten, being
well, I'm going to be roboting here, so I'm going to mute my microphone.
This is kind of attack from a vulnerable position. Just because you're accused of something, just because you're in jail waiting to have your day in court, does not mean that you're stripped of any sense of humanity. It happened in September at Santa Rita Jail in Dublin. Coffee wanted medical attention, but refused to listen to deputies. He repeatedly curses at them. Here you can see Coffee spitting at the deputies. That's when he moved in.
That I see.
Spitting is not or justification to beat someone to a blood. Pointer says nothing his client did.
You know, another thing that I've been thinking about, the unbeliever, especially the so-called professing atheist, you know, they think themselves so tough-minded and defiantly demanding with the most rigor possible, you know, sternly looking at the Christian, prove yourself. I'm turning the tables. I'm doing that to them. And I wouldn't be so indignant if they would just lovingly, cordially, peacefully, decently, just go out of their way to make their doctrines, their worldview, their paradigm accessible. But no, they want to sit on their seat, they want to sit on their pedestal and high seat of scorn and turn their nose up and belittle and attack.
San Francisco deputy
No.
is cracking down and has made 60 arrests late November. SFPD's burglary unit started a retail theft abatement operation. Officers, some undercover, visit hard-hit retail stores across the city. They work directly with loss prevention teams and identify repeat offenders.
We are trying to help and stop the repeat offenders, whatever their base underlying issue is that we can help address. That's our ultimate goal, is to get them to stop stealing.
That's why he said many of these people target stores like CVS, Walgreens, Safeway, Target, and Old Navy. They often go for items like alcohol and weapons. Monty said the mandatory laws that led to hardships for intercessors and the community.
Vagabonds. Just being scum and dogs. There's more here. Why can't... Is it on? Oh, is it only the titles that I have? That's probably it. It's only the titles that I have. That's not convenient. Fine, anyway. Right here. Right, nothing more. Yes. I have this, do I? No, I don't. Okay. Okay. Alright. The screenshot will do for now. So these are some titles y'all can check out on Audible. Familiarizing yourself with the history of physics/science. Well, God bless you. Have a good night.
Okay, so in the 1930s, we had both Auguste Piccard and the Russians sending up high-altitude balloons, and they're looking out, and they're not able to detect curvature. So we go forward about a decade to the 1940s, 1948. This is an official CIA, look up here, CIA.gov, okay, CIA declassified document from the Russians. I'm going to pull it up here in Adobe Acrobat. It's a little easier because I've already highlighted some stuff here, same document. All right, so the subject is Earth measurements, 1948, Moscow, Russia. Outer gravitational field and shape of the physical surface of the Earth. They're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth? Wait a minute. I thought we knew the shape of the Earth since Pythagoras and Eratosthenes, right? Well, apparently the Russians didn't get the memo. A study is made of the coordinates necessary for the solvability and uniqueness of solution of an integral equation by the aid of which the outer gravitational field and the shape of the physical surface of the Earth may be determined. So we go through this document a little bit here. It says the methods of studying the shape of the Earth. So this is what their goal is here. They're outlining some of that. The shape of the physical surface of the Earth can be determined with sufficient reliability on the basis only of data obtained from exact measurements. Well, that goes without saying, I suppose. And let's keep going down here. Let's see. We can regard the potential of the real Earth, by this equation here apparently, as known correct to an additive constant, whatever that is, at all points of the physical surface of the Earth and only on the surface, whereas it is not determinable at all other points of space without knowledge of the shape of the Earth. So they're still trying to figure out the shape of the Earth here. But since the shape of the Earth is not known, the shape of the Earth is not known, 1948, the true coordinates of these points, B, L, and H, are unknown to us. So the Russians are having trouble figuring out the shape of the Earth in 1948. Let's look at another document here. Another declassified CIA document up here, right? They're checking out the firmament in this one. Let's go back to Acrobat. 1953 now. Geophysics light scattering, USSR. Trying to figure out how does light work in the atmosphere here. So we get down to page 19 here. It says dissertations defended in the Scientific Council of the Institute of Physics of the Earth, Institute of Physics of the Atmosphere, and Institute of Applied Geophysics, USSR, 1957. March 1957. Looks like March 23, 1957, apparently. The dissertation represents the result of many years of study of the clear daytime sky. The observations were carried out in 12 locations at various altitudes above the sea, various climatic, meteorological, and synoptic conditions. The observations were carried out mainly during high transparency of the atmosphere in the visual range of the spectrum in the absence of a snow cover. In the investigations, 2 instruments designed by V.G. Fezenkov were used. One of these was a visual photometer of the daytime sky intended for measuring the brightness of the firmament. Interesting. Trying to figure out the brightness of the firmament. Again, 1957. The dissertation contains a certain formula of the brightness of the sky, taking into consideration only the brightness of the first order, and derived, get this now, on the assumption of a flat Earth, and giving some conclusions derived on the basis of this formula. So the Russians are trying to check out the firmament based on assumptions of a flat Earth in 1957? Very interesting, huh? Alright, let's see what NASA has to say. Looking at this ntrs.nasa.gov document here, dated April 17th, 1961. Go back to Acrobat, looking at this document from 1961. And it says, a trajectory simulation incorporating the above requirements is represented in Figure 8. In addition to the above requirements, this simulation assumes a vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom and aerodynamic symmetry in roll, and the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat non-rotating Earth. So they're checking out missile position in space computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth. Why would you do that? If the Earth is a rotating ball, 25,000 miles in circumference, why would you do your computations based on a non-rotating flat Earth? You can tell me that this simplifies the math? I mean, we are actually dealing with rocket scientists here, so math's not a problem for these people. All right, let's see what else we can find. That was April 1961. This is NASA.gov again, June 1971. So let's look at that one. June 1971. A method for reducing the sensitivity of optimal nonlinear systems to parameter uncertainty. Whatever that means. And we get down to about page 12 here. And it says, a numerical example problem statement. The example problem is a fixed time problem in which it is required to determine the thrust attitude program of a single stage rocket vehicle starting from rest and going to specified thermal conditions of altitude and vertical velocity, which will maximize the final horizontal velocity. The idealizing assumptions made are the following. Number 1, a point mass vehicle. Number 2, of the idealized assumptions that are being made for this example is a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA making idealized assumptions based on a flat, non-rotating Earth? What's going on here? Let's continue. Here we have another NASA.gov document dated March 1972. March 1972, NASA Technical Memorandum, determination of angles of attack and side slip from radar data and a roll stabilized platform. Gotta love the titles, huh? Okay, abstract. Equations for angles of attack and side slip relative to both a rolling and non-rolling body access system are derived for a flight vehicle for which radar and gyroscopic attitude data are available. The method is limited, however, to application where a flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed. All right, let's continue. That was 1972, the end of the, or right around the end of the Apollo program. So we go to NASA again, NASA.gov, December 1978. Investigation of aircraft landing in variable wind fields. Equations of motion. This comes up a lot. The two-dimensional model for aircraft motion presented in this section follows the general form developed by Frost. It accounts for both vertical and horizontal mean wind components having both time and spatial variations. The aircraft trajectory model employed in this study was derived based on the following assumptions. Number 1, the Earth is flat and not rotating. That's the number 1 assumption? So we're going to see this over and over and over again regarding the equations of motion. They're always using it on a flat, non-rotating Earth model, which doesn't make sense if you're developing aircraft and missiles and things like that to go over a rotating ball. Why would you start off with the assumption of a non-rotating flat Earth if the real-world application is over a spinning ball? 1987 NASA technical paper, 2768, User's Manual for Linear, a Fortran program to derive linear aircraft models. Get that in Acrobat here, same document. And we'll scroll down to, I believe it was page 12 again. Program overview. Within the program, the nonlinear equations of motion include 12 states representing a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. More diagrams, more equations. The nonlinear equations of motion used in the linearization program are general 6 degree of freedom equations representing the flight dynamics of a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Let's continue. That was 1987. NASA.gov, May 1988. Flight testing. Flight testing a V-STOL aircraft to identify a full envelope aerodynamic model. June 27, 1988. Day after my birthday. Page 4 of their document. For aircraft problems, the state of measurement models together represent the kinematics of a rigid body for describing motion over a flat, non-rotating Earth. All right. NASA.gov, December 1991. Aircraft model for the AIAA Controls Design Challenge. On page 11, once again you have the equations of motion and atmospheric model. The nonlinear equations of motion used in this model are general 6 degree of freedom equations representing the flight dynamics of a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. You guys start to see a pattern here? NASA.gov, June 1997. Talking about the SR-71. Predicted performance of a thrust-enhanced SR-71 aircraft with an external payload. One of my favorite aircraft of all time. That's just a cool looking airplane, huh? Let's see what they have to say about a back-mounted hypersonic research vehicle sitting on top of the SR-71. That's pretty crazy. Pretty cool interior shot right here. And on page 8, digital performance simulation description. The digital performance simulation equations of motion use 4 assumptions that simplify the program while maintaining its fidelity for most maneuvers and applications. Number 1, point mass modeling. 2, non-turbulent atmosphere. 3, zero side forces. And 4, a non-rotating Earth. Now, they don't specify flat here, but they're saying the Earth's not rotating as part of their 4 assumptions that simplify the program while maintaining its fidelity. So they're discrediting the rotating Earth right here, at least by that statement it would appear. Moving right along, you come to another NASA document. I wasn't able to figure out what year this was from, but it's definitely a NASA document here. I'm guessing sometime around 1997, or sometime shortly thereafter, as the footnotes indicate anyway. There are footnotes that go to 1997. They don't go any later than that. Singular arc optimal control. Our minimum time to climb problem. In our minimum time to climb problem, the aircraft is modeled as a point mass and the flight trajectory is strictly confined in a vertical plane on a non-rotating flat Earth. And we'll just fast forward to the end here. See, that's the dates there. The latest one is 1997, so that's where I came to that conclusion. 2000, Army Research Laboratory. This is arl.army.mil document here. Path loss measurements in a forested environment at VHF. Let's check that one out. Under data analysis on page 10 of their document here, multipath data. In this section we discuss the data for the measurements described in section 2.2 figure 9 plots the transmission loss as a function of transmit antenna height for 145, 223, 300, 435, and 910 megahertz respectively. The receive antenna height was 2.7 meters and the range was 410 meters for all frequencies except 435 megahertz, where the receive height was 3.6 meters and the range was 200 meters. The expected transmission loss in decibels over a flat Earth is given by the following equation. We get down to page 14 here. HH propagation through the woods. In taking the HH polarization propagation data through woods both in winter and summer, we observed local fluctuations up to 20 decibels. We avoided these large dips in receive power by minor repositioning of the receive antenna. It is important to note, however, that the multipath from the local trees and brush can cause such variations. After the data were inspected, it became apparent that they tended to agree with the theory given by equation 2 plus some fixed attenuation, and therefore allowed us to develop an analytical expression based on flat earth theory. I'll read that again. Therefore allowed us to develop an analytical expression based on flat earth theory. So everybody who wants to label us flat earthers crazy must have to lump in the Army Research Laboratory as part of the Looney Tune bin. Let's see what else they have to say. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over the flat earth. What? Army Research Laboratory, arl.army.mil, by Joseph R. Melita, February 2001. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat earth. You guys seeing that? Check it out. There it is again. In the table of contents, figures 6 and 7, comparison of principal fields from an ideal dipole-oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat earth. Figure 7, comparison of principal fields from an ideal dipole-oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat earth. There are the two figures, figure 6, figure 7, over flat earth. Army Research Laboratory. Back to NASA, nasa.gov, June 2002. Stability and control estimation flight test results for the SR-71 aircraft with externally mounted experiments. So we're back to checking out some things on the SR-71. And we get to page 9, methods of analysis, parameter identification formula. Go through some formulas right here. And it says equations of motion. We come back to that. Once again, these equations assume a rigid vehicle and a flat, non-rotating Earth. For the SR-71 with external hardware attached. Back to the Army Research Laboratory, August 2002. Automatic target acquisition of the Demo 3 program. Demo 3 program, Army Research Laboratory. The detection algorithm. The algorithm described in this report was designed to address a need for a detection algorithm with wide applicability, which would serve as a pre-screener/detector for a number of applications. While most automatic target detection/recognition algorithms use much problem-specific knowledge to improve performance, the result is an algorithm that is tailored to specific target types and poses. The approximate range to target is often required, with varying amounts of tolerance. For example, in some scenarios, it is assumed that the range is known to within a meter from a laser range finder or a digital map. In other scenarios, only the range to the center of the field of view and the depression angle is known, so that a flat Earth approximation provides the best estimate. Alrighty then. January 2003, back to the Army Research Laboratory. See, arl.army.mil. January 2003. Scrolling down to the report document page, talking about the scanning fast field program and I guess the various models. The geometry profile is required because of the angular dependence of the sound speed on the wind direction relative to the direction of propagation. This model works over a flat Earth and non-turbulent atmosphere. Wonder how it works in a turbulent atmosphere over a spinning ball. Okay, September 2009, Army Research Laboratory. Computationally efficient algorithms for estimating the angle of arrival of helicopters using acoustic arrays. And on page 22, The estimated phases of the reflection coefficients have a dependency on range. This may be caused by a violation of the assumption of the flat Earth model. So you're having some discrepancies when you violate the assumption of a flat Earth model? And let's see, one last one. From the Army Research Laboratory, March 2010. Projectile field dynamics, page 1. The 6-DOF rigid projectile model is employed to predict the dynamics of a projectile in flight. These equations assume a flat Earth. Why would you project flight dynamics over an assumed flat Earth if in reality we are dealing with a spinning ball? It seems to me that the Army Research Laboratory and NASA and the Russians and the CIA have been talking about flat Earth long before any of us showed up. Kind of makes you wonder, what do they know? Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
Let's talk about these anti-flat Earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat Earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute, you're not a flat earther, are you? You're a flat earther, aren't you?" With this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the Earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the Earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat Earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the Earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, but why would they lie about the shape of the earth when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, they're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos, but just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego. And it is their ego that's chanting these, but why would they lie mantras? These, oh, you're a flat earther. You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested. And when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers. And then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people. And almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded. But notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else. And they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has. But I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, what does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered. I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it and refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it? So then the next thing they do, whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and a narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that. Again, proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well thought out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you They're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop, you know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away, but I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here, and just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do. And you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime. You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers also. Mark Sargent for years said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. So I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe. I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type, the endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, Why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality, wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude. You hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready. And you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. No, just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. Because that's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, we'll get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this, but lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks.
He's actually a flat earther. He's got a big podcast and everything. Yeah. So
Jimmy might want to date him.
Today we're going to flip the tables because you guys think Jimmy's crazy, and now you're all going to find out you're all crazy.
That's right.
Except
I
Jimmy.
have an open mind. I have an open mind. So.
Well, don't let your
Right.
mind. Don't
David.
Don't have
Don't
such an
call
open
me-
mind that your mind
Wait.
falls out. All right.
You're Dave too, right? Your name is Dave too, right?
My name's Dave.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of After Hours. Today, guys, we have a very special guest. David Weiss is joining us from the Flat Earth Podcast. If you guys don't want to hear about the Flat Earth, tune out now. But if you want to get your mind blown, stay tuned because we're going to be talking about some pretty deep topics. David, thank you. Welcome, and for joining us today.
Nothing makes me happier than talking to people that think the earth is a globe and allowing me the opportunity to show you that you're insane. Okay?
Now, before you start, I'm a man of science. I have a million degrees. I went to college, I went to medical school. So I've been pretty much
Indoctrinated very well.
indoctrinated into
Yes.
thinking that we live on a globe. Now, I've never been in outer space, so it's impossible to verify, but I'm assuming that what we're being told is correct. Now, you originally started as a guy who would go to comedy shops, right, and make fun of the flat earthers, right?
Oh no, I had a conspiracy podcast and people said, "Hey, check out Flat Earth," and I made fun of them because that's ridiculous. They wanted just watch this video. It's only 2 minutes long, and I'm like, "No, you're a moron. Banned for life." Okay, even for suggesting that I look at a Flat Earth video because we all know the Earth is a globe. It's been proven 2,000 years ago.
We
by
live
Aristotle.
right. Here's where we live, Dave.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
here.
Wait, so we live there. So hold on here. There, that's better.
spinning.
There, I'm on the side of the globe. Okay,
There you
I'm on
go.
the side of the globe. Right, I live on the equator. All right, and if I move to Australia, I could be here. Hey guys, I'm here. I'm here, upside down. All right, and our feet are facing each other, no matter where I am. Okay, this is ridiculous. Insanity. Right, insanity. Real quick.
Yeah, give us an overview.
When you know about the censorship going on in YouTube, with all this craziness that's going on in the world, they're hiding it. Why are they hiding Flat Earth? Right? You Google Flat Earth, you get the Flat Earth Society. You get stuff like this. Oh, this is Flat Earther thinks we're a disc and we're a pancake and everyone else is a planet. No Flat Earther thinks that. Just programmed globers think that Flat Earthers think that. So if we're not a pancake floating in space with other pancakes or other round planets, what are we? And the way you got to look at it is eliminate everything you've ever known. Eliminate planets, everything, because you don't even know that there's planets. We live in a puddle. Think about what a puddle is. A puddle is where water accumulates, and the edge of the puddle is where the land is higher than the water. That makes sense. It contains the water. A pond is a bigger puddle. A lake is a bigger pond. And the world oceans create the world lake, the world pond, whatever you want to call it. All of the continents are surrounded by water, but the water needs a container, and it's surrounded by land that is higher than the surface of the water. That's the container, right? And if you had a lake and you dug out the side of the lake, all the water would run out and find its level. So the Earth is the basement of the universe. Don't ask me what's underneath it because we don't know, right? And we live in this pond that's melted out of the ice. And the shoreline is Antarctica. Wait a minute. I thought Antarctica was a ball at the bottom of the Earth. Well, they'll tell you that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. That's interesting. Maybe that's why it's at the bottom. The Earth tipped over. I don't know. But it's not. It's at the bottom. There's no pictures of Antarctica from space. They're all cartoons. No one's allowed to fly over Antarctica because they say, Reagan put a law into effect that you had to be within, 30 minutes of an airport when you're flying, which is nonsense. It's nonsense. The reason is Antarctica is the shoreline of our world. What's out here in the outer space? Interesting. What's out there? Maybe there's more land. Maybe there's more oceans. Maybe Antarctica is just a ring around us. We live here, USA, South America, Africa. And out here in the outer space, there's more territory, extraterrestrials from outer space. right here on the Earth. All right. But again, we don't know what's beyond the shoreline of Antarctica because it's off limits. No one's allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south, right? You can spend a ton of money, go to this peninsula. They'll show you some penguins, which I don't even believe are inhabit there. I think they're just like a zoo of penguins. And they'll show you some ice. They won't show you anything else. You're not allowed to explore out here. Okay.
Well, has anyone ever flown over this proverbial wall that you say is surrounding us?
Well, it's not a wall because, that's mind programming 101 again there. If everyone watched the Game of Thrones, in the Game of Thrones, they talk about the ice wall. Well, it's not the ice wall. It's the shoreline of our pond, right? You go to Antarctica, most of the shoreline looks like this. You got this 200-foot high ice ledge, and then you have a extended plain that you're not allowed to go explore, right? It's just the shoreline, the container of the world pond, right? Large bodies of water at rest lay flat, testably, measurably, scientifically, provably flat. There is no curvature. On a ball, 24,901 miles around, which you guys probably didn't even know the dimensions of your lovable, blue ball.
Jimmy does, yeah. But, yeah.
Of course, Jimmy, flat Earth, there's no more about the globe than the people that defend it. A 6-foot-tall person standing at the edge of calm water should see a physical horizon no more than 3 miles away. Now, if the weather is bad, fog or whatever, that horizon could be closer, but it can't be farther because the curve, just like a pregnant woman, if she takes her finger and goes over her belly, as soon as it goes over that edge, she can't see her finger anymore because there's a physical horizon, right? So if you're looking at a ball at the size they tell us, you should not be able to see the surface of the water for past 3 miles. Well, guess what? We can. We can see it for many, many miles past. We can see things that should be far, far, far below the curve, but they're not. So let's start there. Hit me with your reason that you think the Earth is a globe, because here's how this is going to go. You guys are going to hit me with all of your gotcha. Oh, what about this? What about this? I'm going to completely destroy it. At the end of this, you have two options. You can go, Dave, you made a lot of good points. I need to go verify this stuff myself and actually use my brain, use my God-given common sense and stop believing the nonsense. Or you're going to go, I don't believe it. The Earth is a globe, but you're not going to be able to collect your Bitcoins because you're not going to be able to give me one proof of the globe.
All right, so what are you offering? You're offering a reward. If anyone can prove that the Earth is a globe, you will give them what, about
3 Bitcoins, $180,000.
Wow, that's guaranteed.
Guaranteed. And here's the thing: it's my word. I don't have it in escrow. It's a win-win. If you have a proof of the globe, you either get the money from me, or two, you get to destroy my reputation, which is
Where did Shatner go? Where do you think Shatner just went on that little space flight he took?
Shatner didn't go anywhere. First, they can't even get him in one of the fucking spacesuits because look at him. It's the same suit. It's the same picture. They just put his head on there. I have the image of what this came from. This is from another shot with a different background. They just put his head on here, right? And if you watch that if you guys probably didn't even watch the landing, did you? Did you watch the landing?
No, Jimmy did.
Jimmy did, because with flat earthers, we actually check this shit out. It's ridiculous, right? This thing's coming down. It's got 3 parachutes, old Apollo style, right? Then when it landed, it only had 2 parachutes, but nobody noticed, okay? And the thing slammed down into the desert, left, boom, a big friggin' dust boom. So you got a 90-year-old guy in there. This thing slams into the ground. When you go to a marathon or a swimming event or a racetrack or just any event, anything, an Evel Knievel jump or anything, whatever, what's the first thing you see? Ambulances. There's always an ambulance there. No ambulances, no medical, no nothing. The thing slams down. They all walk off, and he goes, "Oh, the blackness of space. It was so, it looked like death and the thin blue." I mean, his acting sucks. Okay, it sucks so bad. It's ridiculous, right?
Well, why would he participate in something like this, David?
Why would he participate? Because he's a 90-year-old guy that spent all of his money, and they came to him and they said, "Hey, you're going to do this. You owe us, whatever." And they paid him millions of dollars to fake it, okay? Or they could have even lied to him and said, "Listen, we don't want to get you hurt. It's a rough ride. We're just going to fake it. And you don't even have to do it. We'll pay you $2 million, and you're not allowed to say it." He's going to do it. He's a money whore. All right.
And David, what did he say after it was all over? He says, "Oh, by the way, the Earth is round. I saw it."
Yeah, right. And then Don Pettit. No, was it Don Pettit? Not Don Pettit. One of the astronauts said to him, Chris Hadfield said he was on the news, and Chris, before he went, he goes, yeah, we were chatting back and forth, and I told him, enjoy it. Don't try to film it and waste the experience. That's what he friggin' said. That's what he said. All right. I mean, if you believe he went to space, you believe that Elon Musk sent this friggin' car into space, right? This is ridiculous. Okay. This is Elon Musk. In case you're not aware, I'm sure Jimmy's aware. You guys probably never watched it. Elon Musk sent his car into space, and this is what they showed us. This is nonsense. Look at this. All right, and this isn't even as high as the space shuttle when this was done, the space station, and the space station never gets a picture of the globe Earth. They get just a really close picture, but somehow at a lower altitude, this thing was able to see the Earth spinning around. Give me a friggin' break. Okay?
So
let me
where are
ask you
all
a
the
question.
satellites?
Wait.
David, where are all the satellites?
Wait a minute, hold on. You, let Greg go.
Let me
Greg?
ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you believe in, like, I'm just curious, you believe in, like, because you were saying extraterrestrials. Somebody's saying something.
Jimmy, let Greg talk.
Wait, I want to ask you a question. So you believe that outside this wall, right?
Not the war, the shoreline of our world. Imagine a
The
big
shoreline
lake.
of our world.
Imagine
So
a big
you're
lake in the middle of
and you
Kansas.
believe-
What's
and you
beyond
believe
the shoreline? Go ahead.
So you're saying you think that, like, that's where extraterrestrials come from and all that too, right? Am I correct?
If there are extraterrestrials, they're
So when
coming.
people get abducted, that's where they go, you think?
I don't believe anyone gets abducted. Okay, I believe that's all military nonsense, right? It could be set up like this. It could be set up like this. It could be. It could be. We don't know what's beyond there. There's probably more land. Here's a map that was 10
But
centuries
how
old.
do you know all this other stuff, but you don't know what's beyond it? You're telling me that
I
you
can
don't know what's
verify.
underneath?
I can verify what's here that we can measure. I can't go into space and measure. I can't go to Antarctica and measure. But this is a Japanese map from 10 centuries ago that shows all these other continents out here. There's many stories, books and stuff. Look up the Iron Republic about people that had gotten through an opening in Antarctica and found another ocean, other lands, and other people out there that speak English. Where did they come from? They came from the inner world, the inner ring, the Lord of the
No, they
Rings.
came from the other side of the earth.
No.
They came from over here
So-
and around. They came on the other side.
Well-
That's what happened. The Antarctica's down here. Arctica's up here. So Antarctica, where all these nut jobs think
Cool
that,
story,
like,
bro.
that like the glaciers are melting and shit. In Antarctica, some glaciers are melting. In Antarctica, there's new glaciers being formed every day. As a
Cool-
matter of fact,
Cool story, bro. Cool story.
yeah, but I'm just telling you. Look, if
You're
you
just
fly-
telling me. What
but if you fly
evidence
from
do you
down here
have?
but wait, if you fly from down
Oh,
here,
my
right,
Lord.
you go around, you come out, you're in Australia, you go see Lee Priest and shit, and you speak English.
All right.
That's
so,
how they met
so,
English
so let me explain to you about flying to Australia. Whoever's got I think it's Jimmy. We can't hear what you're saying.
Jimmy, you're breaking up.
Jimmy,
Your audio's not good.
just mute. I got this. All right, I got this. Greg, pay attention. Pay attention. So, if on a globe the top half is the north,
right?
Then you got the equator, and the bottom half is the south.
I gotta pull over somewhere.
Pull over.
All right. So the top half is the north, the bottom half is the south. Now, if you're going from any two locations in the north, would you
Right.
ever? I'm asking a question. Would
No,
you
say
ever
right.
have to cross the equator from one location in the north to another location in the north? Is there any reason to cross the equator?
From the north to the north?
Yeah.
No.
How about? Well, no, hold on, Jimmy. Let me make my point. And then any two locations in the south, would they ever need to cross the equator?
Any two locations in this? Well, no, you would go from here to there like that.
Yeah, so you would never cross the equator. Very good. Okay, so here, check this out. Going from Santiago to Australia, they go all the way up across the equator, across America, and down. And if they want to go to Western Australia, the route that they mostly take is all the way up, all the way over to friggin' China and Singapore and down. Now, why would they do that rather than just zipping across the bottom of the equator? right? Across next to Antarctica. And the reason is because they go from Santiago all the way up, all the way across China, Western Australia, straight line. This is the route that they take because the Earth is flat. Let me show you a couple more things before you interrupt. Here's blue line is the equator, and here is from Santiago to Johannesburg, and it stops in Senegal. Is that what it says?
In Africa, yeah.
Yeah, it stops in Africa. Well, Senegal? Why does it cross the equator? Right. Well, here's why: because they go up, they go across the equator, and then they continue on. That's a straight line. Let me show you another one. Right here is Buenos Aires to Johannesburg, and they go all the way up to Amsterdam on a flat Earth. It looks like this. Why didn't they just cut across here? How about another one? Okay. Why when you go to Mexico City from Auckland, why don't they go straight to Mexico City? There's plenty of people to fill this plane that want to go direct to Auckland, but they stop in Los Angeles. Well, you look at it on a flat Earth map. It goes here.
Listen,
these
totally
are
wrong.
actual plane routes. These are
you're
actual
totally
plane
wrong.
routes.
You're totally wrong. Look at what I can't. I'm pointing on your screen so you can't see me. You got it like this, right? So you're telling me that little snow patch in the middle, right? So you're going from the sun over a fucking frozen. Why is there snow in the middle? Why is that frozen thing in the
I'll
middle?
tell you why.
Is it-
You want to
why in
see?
your dish? Is it frozen?
Is it frozen in the middle?
Right,
Why?
Why is it frozen in the middle, but not over here on the corner?
Oh, well, it is frozen on the outside. It is.
No. Well, look at
Why is it
America right
frozen-
there. You
why
go-
is it frozen
You go
here?
from Florida, right? You can
Yeah.
go from Florida to the other side. See, I can't fucking. I'm trying to show you. I guess I have to do it like this. What is it?
He said, Greg, David is saying that the flight maps that these airplanes take is not consistent with what the globe is.
Yeah, but I'm showing you he's wrong. Look, how do you go from Florida here?
Yep.
Florida.
Yep.
This is what he's showing you right there. Look, see that little snow, that circle of snow? That's the North
Whether
Pole.
there's snow there or not doesn't matter. Where are we going? From Florida to where?
You're going across the globe. You're
Where?
crossing over.
Give me a destination. From
All right,
Florida.
I see a dot right there. Okay, you went.
I
to,
can't see where you're pointing at. Tell me where you want to go.
All right. We want to go to I don't know, fucking down here. Where's that? Asia? I can't see. All right. So you're saying I would go from Florida? You were saying we're flying this way?
You're flying a straight line.
Right.
You gotta look at what the flat Earth map is. Look, here's the map, right? Florida's right. Florida's right here.
Right.
If you want to go to Asia, you fly across Alaska. You just fly across Alaska and to the Far East. It's a straight line.
So you're telling me you go from warm Florida, warm, hot, tropical, over a frozen fucking thing. Why is that frozen in the
All right.
middle? If
Let
it
me
was flat, why would
let
it
me
be frozen?
all right. Let me show you. I'm going to jump into my app because I can demonstrate it for you right here. All right.
I love that he's all prepared too. That's the most fun part.
Listen, there are no there's no new questions. They're all just dumb questions. Okay. So pay attention. This is going to make this is easy to understand, but you have to listen. Clear your friggin' heads. This inner yellow line is the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, now you know that the Tropic of Cancer is here over the flat Earth. The outer yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, the sun migrates in between these two tropics every 6 months. Okay, the red line is the equator. So anything in between these lines is called the tropics. And that's because it's always warm there because the sun is always close to them. Greg, right? Greg?
Yes.
So, Greg, what state are you in? Where are you located?
I'm in New York.
All right, you're in New York. I'm in Connecticut, buddy. We got to hook up.
Yeah.
All right. So,
break bread.
so in the winter, it's freezing. Let's say you come over here, we're hanging out, we're having a barbecue. It's friggin' freezing. And we're outside. It's snow. There's snow on the ground. And we're 20 feet apart. And somebody comes over to me, and they hold a big heat lamp 10 feet over my head. I can feel that heat coming down on me. I'm warm. That heat lamp is high in the sky. But you look at that heat lamp and you go, it's down lower in the sky. It's farther away. And you can barely feel the heat. Then, keeping it at 10 feet, they walk over to you. You watch that heat lamp get higher in the sky and warm you up. So now back to the map. So the sun goes around once every 24 hours. And I'm going to jump the sun forward to December. And it's over the Tropic of Capricorn. In December, it's our winter. It's the outer south summer. If you look, Australia is having their summer, and in Australia, Central Australia, the sun is directly over their head at noon. Why is it over their head? Because it's out south. Pay attention, right? Right? And so it's far from New York, right? So it's cold. It's cold in New York. Central Africa is having their summer, or South Africa, Johannesburg, Madagascar, right? It's going right over them. That's when they have their summer. And if you look, and when it comes around, we're here in New York. The sun is all the way out here. That makes it lower in the sky. Like that far street light is low in the sky, and the street light over your head is high in the sky. They're both the same height, but one of them is low, one of them is high. Well, so now if I jump the sun 6 months forward to June, it's over the Tropic of Cancer, right? Now, Florida, Miami, that's friggin' hot there. Mexico, Southern California, friggin' hot. Sun's high in the sky. Death Valley, it's because the sun is close. Now, in the heliocentric ball model, which is absolutely ridiculous, here in New York, in Connecticut, I want you to go out on December 21st, when the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn, at noon, when the sun is as high in the sky as it will be for that day. Look at the sun, and you can't get a tan. You can't feel the heat on your face. I mean, a little bit, but it's high in the sky, the most direct angle. But then on June and July, you could watch the sun rise, and as soon as you see the sun, you feel the heat on your face when it's at its lowest angle. Here's the part, the kicker, right? The kicker is in the winter, our winter, the helio-nonsensical bullshit model that you believe in tells us that the sun is 3.5 million miles closer to us. So if you suck in all of that data I just said, the high, more direct angle and closer sun can't give you a tan. You don't feel the heat. But in the summer, when the sun is down low, you can feel the heat. It's 3.5 million miles farther away. You can get a tan. Game over. The earth is not a ball. You've been lied to your whole life. It's up to you whether you want to admit it.
I can kill that model. First of all, look at that sun where that is. Look how long that sun's going to take to get here to give us light during the day.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, look at your model. If you guys all look at that model, you can see, look at South America. That's actually a round model. That's looking at it from the top down. Look at the way those things are bent. You guys are showing, you're actually showing a round model. Look, you can see, look at South America, look at North America, look at Africa.
What about it?
It's bent this way. It looks like it's going down. Like
No, that's because you have a ball mentality. This is the flat Earth map. They took the flat Earth map and they wrapped it around. They wrapped it around the globe.
Wait, I'm gonna tell you another thing. Look, they say this was it. You're saying this is the flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
This is where the Earth is. You're telling me the sun is like a fucking. It's a grape. You're telling me that the sun is like the Earth is a grapes. Well, they're plastic grapes. My girlfriend is plastic. Anyway, you're telling me instead of this giant ball, which look, the sun's like this. If this was a flat Earth and the sun was here, it would light up the whole fucking Earth at the same time. So you're telling me
incorrect.
That the sun is actually the size of a grape. You're telling me
it's a local light.
Greg, go into a dark room and get a flashlight or just a light, a candle, and put it on one end of a table. It will light up just a portion of that table, and then the far end of the table will have no light at all.
So it throws so much heat. It's this tiny little.
It's not throwing heat. It's throwing electricity. Okay.
It's throwing electricity.
It's throwing electricity. You're telling me that this sun here is 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
Look at it. Open your eyes, dude.
They changed the distance, Dave. I don't know how many times.
How far is it away?
I don't know. We don't know because the way they figured out the distance is they had the radius of the Earth. The radius of Earth is just 4,000 miles, and they use that, but no one knows how they got the radius of the Earth.
If you had a dish, if this was like the Earth and it was flat, and the sun was up here like this, like a bulb, like it would light up the whole fucking dish.
Okay, Greg, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how that isn't how it works at all, right? So I'm going to show you the first. Let me show you my sun fade out because that'll show you that the sun's light can't push through. I filmed this in the winter, super cold and super clear day, and the sun was up here, and in 5 minutes time, it went down, 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 down. If the Earth was spinning, it would just keep on going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 and when it got to this apparent horizon, it stopped, and it sat here, and it didn't go down. Why isn't it going down? Now, this is really sped up, but it didn't go down. It just went away, and it faded into the thickness of the soup of the air. Its light can't push that far because the atmosphere blocks it. Okay, watch it again. The atmosphere blocked. Like, can you look through a pane of glass? Yes, you can. Can you look through 100 panes of glass? No, you can't. No, you can't.
Okay.
Right? Can you see the
but
the
so
far
where did
end?
it go,
Can you
though?
see the far end of it? It goes around. Let me show you. I'm going to show you a quick little
Is the sun round?
The sun appears
Why
to
would
be
it
round.
rise in the east and set in the west?
Why do well if the moon is going the opposite direction? Why and they say in the south the stars go in the opposite direction. Why, no matter where you are on Earth, all of the stars, the sun and the moon, all rise in the east and set in the west, and that's because they're just spinning over the Earth ahead above us, right? Everything spins around within the Earth system. Okay, it just goes around. So let me show you where the sun goes. Let me show you where the sun. That is not a ball. You're seeing a ball because you've been
telling me, look,
brainwashed.
3D wise, I can see that right there. I'm over here pointing to the the what do you call it? The fucking South America and all that shit. You can see it goes down.
No, it doesn't.
That's a round drawing.
That is not a round drawing. You are seeing a circle because that's how you've been programmed to see.
No, I'm not talking about the circle part. The land masses look like they're bent like this.
No,
even in your
they're
drawing.
not because.
Greg, I thought you believed the flat Earth a little bit.
No.
I have a question, David. Now,
My girlfriend's flat. I believe that.
Hold on, John. Let me ask. Greg, let me ask a question. I can't believe that there hasn't been one airplane that has said, you know what, we're going to go over the edge of the Antarctica and see what's beyond there. Not one plane has gone over there and checked it out.
There has been.
They don't want to lose their job,
So,
Dave.
right. So, well, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to. They're stopped by force by military. There's military, islands that go all the way around. I believe there's 8 of them that have military bases equally spaced, and they guard Antarctica. Hold on. Wait, one question at a time. Was there a plane that circumnavigated south-north, right? Because billions of people have circumnavigated east and west, but nobody has done it south, except this ZQ pilot was going for the world record, Guinness Book of World Records, for southern circumnavigation. So he went up North Pole, went to Alaska, California, out to Hawaii, out to these islands, up here to Santiago. Then they went to the South Pole. When they got there, and we could track this online, they said, oh, the weather's too bad. We can't continue. So we're just going to turn around and we're going to come back up through Brazil and up and around. And we're like, all right, well, he didn't do it because the Earth is flat. And Guinness gave them the world record for southern circumnavigation. This is what it looks like on a flat Earth map. He basically went here, turned around, came back. He went around the lake. This is a lake. You're looking down on a lake. This is the shoreline of the lake. He did not go from Santiago and pop up over in Australia. Nobody has ever done it.
Okay, let me ask you what military
Because the Earth is flat.
What out of all the guys?
I understand, but why is there something over there? How come no one's gone over the wall and flown?
Wait, I want to know something.
Hold on, Greg.
What military?
Admiral Byrd did. He tried. He went down there in the 50s.
Well, that's the
with
story.
a whole military crew.
Yeah.
And found out that there was land way beyond the plateau on the ice wall. He even said it himself on the interview. He said there's land that goes way, way beyond out there. So that little peninsula on the bottom of your is bullshit.
Yeah.
All right. And
So-
if you're in Australia, you're under the Earth, Greg. How the fuck you see the North Star?
No,
Huh? So when Lee Priest comes out of his bedroom at night and he's looking at the night sky and he's looking up, he sees the North Star. The guy's on the bottom of the fucking Earth standing the other way. So how the fuck is he looking up seeing the fucking
hang
North
on,
Star?
hang on,
When I
hang
go
on.
out of my fucking room in New York and I look out the fucking window and I see the fucking North Star. How's that possible?
Well, I haven't heard of people seeing the North Star from that far south. From 30 degrees south, yes, they have seen it, and that's impossible on a ball. But I can explain why people in the south see different stars if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to know what military
because of the
stands for-
distance.
Out of all the guys I know that have been in the military, including my son, who was actually in Alaska, Fort Wainwright my son was deep intelligence. He with the, he's NSA intelligence, everything. And he fucking, I didn't know any guy said, yeah, I was stationed on the fucking big Great Wall over there, so no planes.
They're not stationed on the
They're not
wall.
gonna tell him.
They're stationed, and I just watched a video yesterday of some guys that tried to push it and go fishing out there, and a huge destroyer came up, and they sent a freaking drone out after them, and they're like, turn around immediately, go back. You know,
What
you're
military?
so let me show you one. Wait. One question at a time. Going back into the app, I hit the
Greg,
button.
what do you think? It's the fucking National Guard?
Yeah, no,
The
it is.
elite. They own military. These
So
people.
you
know,
ever
they're
hear
with
the
people.
Falklands War? Remember the Falklands War?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did we have a war for this friggin' island? And the answer is because if I could find the image. Here we go. These are all of the bases, all of these islands. Falklands, I believe, is number 8. That are run by the crown, and there's military there. There's the United Nations is there guarding these waters, right? And these are all of the islands, and this is why you can't get anywhere near Antarctica. And also, if you go there, how the hell what are you gonna do? Where are you gonna get fuel? Where are you gonna how are you gonna navigate? GPS doesn't work there. The compasses don't work there, right? You need massive support to explore Antarctica.
And Dave, they even put the North Pole, the ball. They put it. It's not even on the North Pole. They put it some fucking way so people could go there and cheer and shit that they were at the North Pole. They weren't.
Right.
At the North
Let me just throw one thing. Why we're still in the app here. So here's the sun. It's going around and around.
How do people subscribe to your app, David? By the way,
I'll tell you later. All right. So the center line is the Tropic of Capricorn. So anybody inside the Tropic of Capricorn in this circle is in the Arctic area, and anybody outside of the bigger yellow circle is in the Antarctic area, and anybody in between is in the tropics. Make sense? Right? You with me, Greg?
I'm with you.
Okay, so if you're in the Arctic area inside this circle, let me speed the sun up. What is the sun doing? It's arcing around you. That's why it's called the Arctic. Anybody outside of this yellow line, the outer yellow line, the sun is no longer arcing around you. It's coming to and fro. It's antarcing. The Antarctic and the Arctic. They're telling us with the words, right? The setup of the map. There would be the northern Arctic and the southern Arctic, right? The weather should be the same 6 months apart if it's a ball, but the Arctic at 60, 65 degrees north, there's animals, there's life, there's people, there's all sorts of stuff. 65 degrees south, there's nothing. Frozen solid. There's nothing out there. Okay.
Now look at the UN flag, Dave.
Yeah. If you look at the UN flag
You're
here.
telling me the sun is the size of a grape, though? Like,
No, it's the size of a peanut. Okay.
It's a peanut.
No,
The size of my left nut, Greg.
So the sun that we see is small and local. It's a reflection. We're not seeing the actual sun. It's a reflection from its source, which is within or above the firmament. Again, we don't know how far it is, and you can't triangulate it because two people see it in a different position. Greg, you and I are outside. The sun's setting behind us.
Right.
We're 50 feet apart, and we're looking forward at a giant mirror. And then I have somebody else go up to the mirror.
So you're saying,
Hold on. Someone goes up to the mirror, and I say, I see the sun right there in the mirror, and they draw a circle right around it with a nice Sharpie. Then they walk 50 feet over to you, and you go, I see the sun right there. And they draw a circle. Those circles are 50 feet apart. We're seeing different suns. So the sun that we see is a reflection of the real sun, right?
Wait, where's the real sun, though?
I believe that so again, anything above where we can reach or beyond the outer rim of Antarctica is speculation. But here's this. I don't believe that the dome is this high or anything like this. But if this was the flat Earth, look at the sun that's floating around in it. This is a reflection of a light that I'm holding. And if you were there, it literally is floating in mid space.
So where's the light coming from?
It's coming from source. We don't know. Listen. The sun, if you look into
Greg, this is what they're hiding. Listen, Greg, this place is a creation, whether you believe God or not. It's a creation. We were put here, and the powers to be don't want you to know, because if you knew, they'd have no fucking power over you whatsoever. If you believe you come from a monkey from fucking some mud hole 9 billion years ago, and here we are, and we're floating around and spinning around in space, okay, they got all the power. If we're just a random accident of all this life and human beings and the intelligence we have, you're not divine anymore. You're just a freak of nature. You're just an accident.
And
that's what they want you to believe.
I believe this nonsense. You're spinning. This is what you have to believe. Ready? Check this out. Once upon a time, there was nothing. It exploded and became everything. That's cool, right? That's cool. And then all of the rocky bits turned into planets, and all of the gases coalesced into giant big stars that were even bigger than the planets, and they left a vacuum in between. So now we have burning balls of gas in a vacuum. Have you ever done any science? Is that even a possibility? That's a physical impossibility.
Well,
So
what did they get out of this?
hold
I
on.
don't
We're gonna
I
get
just
there.
told you,
I'm
Greg.
gonna hold on. You did good. We're gonna just come back to it in a second.
No,
so,
but
so
I'm
hold on.
confused.
Nature doesn't lie. So check this out. Already told you. How fast is the Earth spinning? Do you know?
1,000 miles an hour.
No, he doesn't know. 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Okay, 1,000 miles a frigging hour. Okay, we're orbiting the sun while we're spinning at. You know how the speed? You have no idea. 66,600 miles an hour. Sounds a little satanic. It is, because the solar system is satanic, right? There's the solar system.
What is that, though? What,
The solar system.
My mother-in-law's satanic. Well, I'm not sure. But,
So wait, hold on. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. Okay. So we're orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, and we're chasing the sun at about 500,000 miles an hour. Let's put that into perspective. This is the hypersonic sled. I encourage you to look it up so you can hear the sound with it. Hypersonic sled. It just went by at Mach 8.6. Mach 8.6, right? Guess what? Mach 8.6 is the friggin' turtle pace compared to the orbit of the Earth. The orbit of the Earth is going 10 times faster than that. And then we're chasing the sun. Ready? We're chasing the sun at 100 times faster than that.
Right.
Okay. What does this lake tell you? Does it tell you that we're corkscrewing through space at speeds that are unfathomable, impossible, curving and twirling and swirling and going in all different directions? Or does this lake tell you that you're fucking still? Okay. Does this lake tell you that we're corkscrewing through space? Or does this lake tell you the Earth isn't moving a fucking inch ever? Maybe an earthquake. I think that's a whole nother story. But none of that is true. Look at this lake.
We're standing still.
We're still.
We're still.
We're
We're not
still.
like a dish, like a dish on a stick. You know, when the guys at circus take, the jugglers take the dish.
Yeah.
And spin
We're
it
not
on-
spinning.
on
We're still, and everything, all of the luminaries
and
above
We're not
us.
in the circus, George. We're not in the circus. We're here on
Yeah.
Earth. We're talking about
George. David, how come there hasn't been
and-
one
and-
person? Hold on, Jimmy, 1 second. How come there hasn't been one person who's in the know? Because some people know, according
There
to
are
you.
people in the know, but they
How
can't.
come no
those
one's
are the ones.
opening up their
Those are
mouth?
the ones that keep it from you, Dave.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Why aren't there one person who blows the whistle? He's got cancer. He's going to die tomorrow. Let me tell everyone the truth.
Because you won't
It's
hear
not gonna
about it.
happen.
Did you hear about the Polish astronaut last year that came out in an interview and said the Earth is flat, nobody's been to space? Okay,
He's Polish, nobody's going to believe him.
He's
I'm
gone.
kidding, I'm
What
kidding
about
about
Buzz Aldrin? When the
What
little
did Buzz
girl asked
say?
him, "Why didn't we go back to the moon?" and he goes, "Well, because we never went." Okay, and then
Hey,
When did he say that?
what's that?
I didn't know.
When did Buzz Aldrin say that?
He said that maybe 2 years ago. He goes, "Look, Buzz Aldrin, we never went to. We didn't go. We didn't go."
And now he's an alcoholic, Dave, because he can't live with himself.
Yeah, and the
anymore.
guy's name is Buzz, right? They fuck with us in every possible way.
Let's
NASA
get Buzz
advisor,
on the show.
NASA astronaut, science fiction writer, movie producer, administrator of NASA, all together just before the Apollo lessons in Hollywood. This is a Hollywood lot.
Too,
Yeah.
David. Vernon von Braun knew that you can't get out of here either.
So,
with a
so
rocket.
the story of Werner von Braun is he was the rocket scientist, Nazi rocket scientist. They brought him over here and they made him the head of NASA. All right, cool story, but NASA is just meant here to to deceive our minds. So Werner von Braun wrote a book in the 1950s called Project Mars about a group of people that went to colonize Mars on this rocket ship. This is the cover of the book. The guy's name that ran the colony on Mars is Elon. This is Elon Musk's rocket that he wants to take to Mars. And he said, he tweeted a couple months ago, I want to redesign the rocket and make it pointier.
Well, he's in the club. He's in the club too, Dave.
Elon Musk is a moron. You guys are going to get an email from me when this is over with a bunch of links to stuff that I've been talking about. And one of them is called Elon Musk Fraud. 5 minutes to show you that this guy is a puppet for the Illuminati. He's a moron, and everything he's told you in his life is a lie.
I
Okay?
wish I was that moron. I got to be
Yeah, well,
honest.
that's
Just
because-
shut off. But He's got some Scott for a dumb.
Yeah, you gotta sell your soul, Greg, for that.
Yeah. Dude, my soul, I'll sell it for $5 someday. I'm fucking broke ass. But,
Yeah, you and Joe
$5,
Rogan.
you could have my soul.
You and Joe Rogan.
Wait,
Greg, you
so
still live the
Well, that's
same
why
way.
you don't. That's why you don't
still live
understand
the
this
same
whole
way,
concept.
Wait, you're
You're willing, Greg. You're willing to sell your soul for $5.
Off the flat Earth topic, David, you don't believe that there are any dinosaurs or volcanoes, right?
Oh, Jesus.
So,
Is that true?
so let's real quickly on dinosaurs. In all of the history of the world, from the pyramids to any construction projects, whatever, it wasn't until the late 1800s that some royal guy in, over in Europe, wrote a paper theorizing about dinosaurs. Right? No one's ever seen one. No one's ever heard of one. In all the major huge sites that have been built, no one's ever come across that.
Bones in a museum.
Hold on. You have not. You've seen paper mache. Okay, and he writes this paper theorizing about dinosaurs. No one's ever theorized about dinosaurs. And then a year later, to the day, he discovers the first dinosaur. Okay? Game over. Right? Game over. And then, you can say, well, I saw it on TV. I saw Jurassic Park on TV too. Okay? It's
And who runs that, David? The Satanic Smithsonian Institute. Runs that whole fucking
right.
thing.
The Smithsonian Institute.
That's right.
And then NASA's like, oh, we got this picture of Pluto. What the fuck is this? A Pluto-shaped desert? It looks like Pluto the dog. Both of them are discovered and created in the same year. Pluto the dog and Pluto the planet. They're mocking us. There's no photos of Earth. They're
Walt
all
Disney's
paintings.
with them too.
They're all paintings, right? Why does Walt Disney and Sesame Street have astronauts on it? Why is the first thing that you're taught in school is the globe, right? The first worksheet kids take home is the orbits of the planets, the sun, the moon, and they indoctrinate us into this. Because why the lie? You got to why the lie. It's because your thoughts, everything you have in your life is because of the way that you think. You bring things into your life. You manifest them with your thoughts. If they can control your mind, they can control your ability to take your power.
Well, why would they do that, though?
I'm
Why would they
explaining
care?
why. I'm explaining why. They want your power. They want to
in a lot of
take it away
trouble.
from you. This is a
They want
spiritual
control.
war. Right?
That's what
And so,
it is.
so
The
if you're
virus
on a
is
ball, there's nothing more to discover, right? You're stuck on this ball. They've limited your thoughts. They steer your mind with the news, which is an acronym for North, East, West, South, right? They have you afraid of nuclear bombs, which don't exist, right? They have you afraid that we're running out of water, we're running out of
You better
food.
tell Japan they don't exist.
So David,
So,
this is
Hiroshima and
beyond
Nagasaki.
Flat Earth. This is really beyond the flat Earth thing. This goes beyond it. It goes. This is the spiritual thing.
It's indoctrination,
Good
George.
This is how they get away with all of their nonsense. This is what they do. They control your mind with complete and total fear and lack of knowledge. They don't want you to know who you are, where you are, what you are, the power.
So, David, I got one more thing for you. So,
They
Dave,
control your mind with cartoons. Okay, That's it.
Dave, he likes Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dave. So I just want to, that's his hero. So I just want to let him know that. So Dave don't know that Neil deGrasse Tyson has changed the shape of the Earth. He said it's a spheroid.
An oblate,
and then he,
an
then he-
oblate
and-
spheroid.
Yeah, and because over the years, when it was born, and now it's more fatter on the bottom. It's more of a
He's
pear
an
shape.
he's an oblate spheroid plant.
That's what the fuck he's saying. And then he proved gravity on one of his seminars. He held the mic up and he says, and by the way, this is gravity. Let the mic go and hit the floor. I mean, what
I
the
gotta
fuck
be
did he
honest with you,
see?
I don't like
That fucking motherfucker didn't show me nothing.
Right. He
I
showed
don't
you
like
that the
it.
microphone is more dense than the air around it. Who?
Exactly.
These are the WHO, the Council of Foreign Relations, the United Nations, the Bilderberg Group, right? The Club of Rome, right? All of the Trilateral Commission. These are the people that run the world. They
But
control.
what do they get out of it, though, Dave?
They're literally satanic, blood drinking insanity. What's going on? If you knew what was really driving this world, right? These people
Prince
are
Andrew.
demons. They're demons, right? And they're not. They know that they're not allowed to take our free will, so they have to get us to willingly give it, right? They tell us what they're doing. They always tell us what they're doing, always. And then if we don't say no, we're saying yes. That's how the system works, right?
Yeah, they
So
put it in movies. They put it in the music. They
Truth
put
in
it
movies,
Sounds like
lies in the news.
Alex Jones.
Well, so,
Infowars.
and listen, Alex Jones, he gatekeeps a lot, but he puts out a lot of good information.
No,
Take
I
the
know.
good-
I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
not saying. I'm saying.
Alex
what
Jones is the one holding the fucking grape that shoots the light.
Well, I think that the light is the light of God. If you look in what's called astrotheology,
wait.
all
Did
of the
you just
religion.
say
Hold on,
God?
one thing of the world, one thing of the world. All of the religions, from Christianity to all the other religions, it's all about the movement of the sun. The sun dies on the 21st of December and is resurrected on the 23rd, on the 25th when it starts coming back. Well, the Son of God is the same thing. You have your personal relationship with the Son of God or the sun in the sky because everyone sees it where they are. It brings you life. It brings you light. It feeds you. It can help you. It makes you see. It makes you healthy. All life on earth comes from the sun, right? You relate that to religion, whatever. Religions they divided us. There was, everybody knew the truth of this world, and then they divided us. They divided us by countries, by religions, by races, by sexes, by sports teams, by everything. Divide, because they know if we're all divided fighting amongst each other, we'll never realize that these fucking bastards are having us as slaves, right?
So let me just ask you a question. Two things.
Are you
One,
vaccinated?
I
don't have to.
I don't believe in a vaccine, but
All
I
right.
had no choice. Okay,
All right.
because my sister was. Long story.
Well, none of
Okay.
this matters. He's going to be dead soon.
All right. So listen. All right. So I got the Johnson one shot. Here's the deal. First of all, you said the sun gives life, and before you're telling me the sun, just hear me out. You said the sun's a reflection. You know what I'm saying? Right. So if it gives light, what's it reflecting of though? Where's the light coming from?
It's coming from above, from the heavens above, right?
But who's the heaven? But who's
I
heaven?
don't know. Listen, as I said, we're here in this realm. What's above us? There's a non-physical
Yeah, but
realm
you
above
believe-
us.
All right, do you believe?
I believe in a
He's got
creator.
some research to do.
There's a
Greg's got some
creator.
research to do.
No, Jim. Wait. Do you believe like there's heaven actually? Do you say outside that globe or outside that dome? We're sitting in like a fucking like when your girl.
We're in a fish tank.
I don't. You know what? I don't
We're telling
necessarily
us-
believe
he's saying
that.
that we're like a.
So
you know,
hold
like
on.
a
Let me
fish at a
answer.
cake.
Let me
You know-
answer. Let me answer. Let me answer.
We're in another
Let me
dimension.
answer. So
Dimension.
we live in the earth realm, in this physical realm.
Okay.
There are less dense realms above us and more dense realms below us. Guess what? We don't know what's below us, right? You were brought up on a meme saying that, oh, well, this is the magnetic, molten magnetic core. A molten magnetic core. If you know anything about magnets, you heat them up to the Curie point and they lose their magnetism. So a molten magnetic core is a joke. The deepest hole ever dug is about 7.5 miles. That's equivalent to drilling halfway through the skin of an apple. And they use ground penetrating radar to see what they're going to hit next. And it was wrong every step of the way. No more rocks, they hit rocks. No more water, they hit water. All right. So then they hit an impenetrable barrier that they couldn't get through for years until they finally just closed it up. And they're like, all right, that's the deepest we can go.
That was in
but
Russia, right?
But yeah, in Russia.
That I do
But
know about.
somehow,
I know about the
somehow
whole-
they know what the next 4,000 miles is. Okay. This is a fucking joke.
The
This
sun
is-
too, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, and somehow they know what the sun is 93 million miles away.
They
Absolute
actually heard
insanity.
when they drilled that hole.
Screaming
in
from
Russia,
hell. It seemed like hell down there, right?
They actually said that there were voices. Did you ever hear?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch?
I heard the
There was
recording
actually
of
like
it.
voices.
Oh, he did a little research.
Yeah.
Greg, my man.
So Greg, I don't know if that's true. It sounds true. It's scary. I didn't like the way I listened to it once. I'm like, I never want to hear that again.
I heard it. I saw
Yeah.
that the Russians they record. That's why they said, "Oh fuck, we gotta close this shit up." But they heard you could actually hear shit down there.
But and
They couldn't go any farther
and the
anyway,
evil ones that are running this world, that are sacrificing children, that are doing all sorts of unspeakable things, they're trying to break whatever it is that keeps these demonic things away from us. They're trying to do that with CERN. Who knows what else they're trying to do? So these, why? It's all about control. If you were ruling the world, if you were these royal bloodlines that ruling the world, every once in a while you'd have to cull the population. Well, that seems to be what's going on right now.
What about
And if-
the royal family? So the royal family, are they part of it?
Absolutely, 100%. There was a whistleblower that came out recently. She's got some videos on BitChute that she was a sex slave in the Windsor Castle as a child, and explained what's going on in there, how they sacrifice children in there constantly. It's insanity. And people are like, oh, that's just too much for me to deal with, and people just don't believe
Somebody
it.
lives in that fucking big.
Castle in Transylvania.
What's
There's a
that?
Castle in Transylvania, right?
No, he's saying.
No,
he's
I'm
saying
talking
in
about
the
Windsor
ice-
Castle.
We're not talking about
I'm talking
Dracula,
about the
George.
royal family stuff.
No, he's talking about like
No, I'm
fucking
talking
in the
about the
ice
royal
thing.
Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Commercial planes. You say that they don't use jet fuel; they use electric.
Hold on.
What?
Hold on. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. The amount of fuel that they say they use is impossible, right? And if you look into the wings, they say all the fuel is in the wings. Untrue, right? There's a thing called, I believe they call it the Forever engine, whatever, where they put magnets on all the way around like a jet engine. And when the thing is spinning, the magnets passing each other create enough electricity to run the engine. So maybe they use a little electricity to get up. I know that small airplanes, small jets do use electricity, but these big jet airliners, there's no way they're using massive amounts of fuel. It's impossible. It's not, yeah, I was down in Costa Rica.
That's why the
and
Twin Towers are bullshit, Dave.
I watched our plane come in from New York. It landed. It did not refuel. We got on it, and it took off. How much fuel are they carrying? Okay, we flew back to New York, and they didn't refuel. Well, they always tell us they put just the amount of right amount of fuel, a little bit extra in case there's a problem. And that way, because it's cheaper to not carry all that weight.
Tell me, everything's a conspiracy.
Unfortunately, yes, everything.
Everything.
Sully landing on the river
You're
didn't
living
happen.
a lie,
It
Greg.
did not
Sully
happen.
didn't land on a fucking
No,
river.
it
Even
did not
Sully's
happen.
a lie.
Sully's a lie too. Yeah. If you want, listen. If you want to learn about this stuff, from Sully to 9/11 to airplanes, no fuel in airplanes, StopLookThink.com. StopLookThink.com. All of the stuff that's been censored off of YouTube, it's there for as long as we can have it there. Check it out. Bring food and water because it's a deep
Well,
rabbit
why
hole.
would you lie about Sully landing on a fucking river?
You know what? Because they're trying to.
It was in a boat.
But what did they get it at?
They get our energy. They get
some guy Sully landing in a river.
They
Greg,
get.
if you live long enough, Greg, you're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Well, according to him, I took the Johnson.
Yeah. You got 5 years max left. That's it.
All right.
Where are we heading with all this vaccine stuff?
I think we're heading to a massive
you ever hear
depopulation.
the Georgia
Georgia
Guidestones,
Guidestones.
Dave?
Yeah. So let's talk about the Georgia Guidestones for a second, because the Georgia Guidestones do two things. You guys hear about the Georgia Guidestones?
Fucking right there in your
Jimmy
face.
told us about him yesterday.
Eight different languages, 10 commandments, and the top commandment is never let the world population rise over 500 million again. That means that 95% of the population has to die just to get down to that number, right? They tell us the world is overpopulated. Every family on Earth can have a quarter acre in Texas.
Klaus Schwab.
Klaus Schwab is just another Satanist out there. So check this out. Funny thing is, there's a hole in the center stone, and then if you look through it, guess what you see? You see the star Polaris, right? And if you do a little time lapse, all the stars are circling around. Well, we're corkscrewing through space, traveling 4.4 billion miles a year. This thing has been up for 40 years. 40 years? 40 years. Yeah, 40 years.
See, and you're still saying the same fucking thing.
And you still see the same thing. The star is still in there. The North Star never moved. Okay? And then they tell us, it's so far away that there's no parallax.
The
Right.
fucking Vikings used to navigate by the North Star 500-600 years.
All of the stories.
How the fuck is it still there?
All of the navigation on ships use the same stars to navigate. You go out tonight, look at the stars. Go out next year, same night, same time. Every star will be in the exact same position, even though we're 4.4 billion miles from where we are.
David, how about let's talk about ships. How about the fucking lighthouse? They see it about 180 fucking miles away. That's how the ships get it to shore. You can't see that on a fucking 24,000 circumference Earth because there is a mat 8 miles.
I'm here in
squared.
Connecticut. I can see underneath the Whitestone Bridge where the top of those friggin' stanchions should be below the curve. I can see underneath the deck on a clear
There's
day.
no fucking curve. This is what I'm trying to explain to Dave and,
Right.
and
It's
George
just the
and everybody.
angular resolution limits of your eyes. You can't see things that are too small. Look, is there a boat here? Is there a boat here? Is there a boat here?
Zoom in, it'll be there.
Zoom in. I'll make the boat big enough. Whoop, there's the boat. Okay?
Yes.
There's the boat. And it looks like it disappears from the bottom up. Like when I zoom out, it's the same thing as the boat going away, and the boat will disappear from the bottom up from atmospheric reasons.
It's
Angular.
going down the curve right there.
No.
It looks like it's going. It looks
It
like
looks-
it's going
There's
down.
no
the
curve,
waterfall.
Greg. There's no motherfucking curve, Greg. Get it out of your fucking mind. Go smoke a joint. Do something, will ya? There's no fucking curve, man.
It looks
Don't
like
tell
it's
me.
going
And
down
don't
the
fucking tell me
satellites circulating that Elon Musk is putting up there?
First, look at this. We zoom in. This is that without atmosphere, without waves. Oh, look, there's this little model truck or whatever it is, a boat.
Right.
And we zoom out and it disappears because of angular resolution limits of your eyes. So where are all the satellites? Well, there are no satellites floating in or falling around the Earth, but there are satellites hanging from balloons. NASA owns all of the helium companies in the world, and they are the single largest user of helium. And they admit, not secret, they just don't advertise it, they have tens of thousands of these satelloons floating around above us. Satellites.
Right.
These are satellites, right?
All right. Listen,
So when I see the rocket ship take off from Cape Canaveral in Manhattan, because I'm in Florida here, where are these things going?
They're going
Just
up,
going up and
and
out
they
and over
crash
and gone.
out into the ocean. That's it. That's
So
it.
that's all facade, you're saying?
So,
It's all there.
well, Joe, sometimes they have
100%.
a real launch, and sometimes they do a what I call the 2-pack rocket, which is just a hologram. And the way you can tell the difference is when the rocket takes off, there's no smoke trail. When there's no smoke trail, it's not a real rocket. Okay, this is a hologram, and we found pictures of NASA's property. And we zoomed in. We're like, what are these spotlights? We found a nameplate, and we looked up the company name, Holographic Projection Company. Watch what happens here. Watch what
told
happens.
Dave about that.
There was a glitch, and NASA, or I think it was SpaceX. See that? I'll zoom in. So they quickly took this down, but we had already downloaded it. Okay, this is just a glitch that they have.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. And now, something happened with the projection, and it went bad, and they literally
They do that on the International Space Station, Dave.
Yeah.
They do the same shit.
yeah. So think about this.
Meaning that's not real.
You're saying all the
it's not real.
satellites that we get our
Right.
phone reception from are just on balloons hanging up in the sky.
I got you.
Well, I don't believe that we even get phone reception. It's all done. Satellites are not
Ground-based towers.
they're ground-based towers and undersea cables that are fiber optic cables that crisscross the world. And the funny thing is, if you look at the map of the undersea cables, they actually prove that the Earth is flat because there's no cable going from like Santiago to Australia because that shortcut doesn't exist. I'm trying to find the map as I talk to you.
And Dave, just like you said, they put everything in our face. Google, the cloud is mocking us. Okay, so when you say my pictures and my information is in the cloud, you're looking up. You're thinking you're fucking. No, it's in the under the ocean and cables. That's what the cloud is. Everything. 99% of the communication is cables from here to Europe. That's how you make phone calls and everything else.
Can I just ask you? I have to play devil's advocate. I have to ask these things.
You're not playing devil's advocate. You are the devil's advocate.
Now I do believe. Listen. What happened?
I
He
said
sold his soul. He sold his soul for $5.
$5
Yeah.
10 minutes ago.
Right, you said you're the devil's advocate.
I gotta
Here we
ask
go.
you a question. I gotta ask you a question.
Here's the undersea cable map. There's no cable from here to Australia, which
All right,
would
but
be
wait a
very
minute.
close on the bottom of the ball.
Well, who laid those undersea? When the Vikings, when Jimmy said the Vikings they knew all this stuff. That was fucking like 5, 6, 7, 800 years ago.
No,
1,000 years
hang
ago.
on. Cool story. Anything beyond 100 years ago is a story, and you have no proof of it. I interviewed a woman named Ruth, 102 years old, back in February of 2020. Ah, fuck! I just deleted it. All right, and she
Oh, you're just like us.
yeah, she sometimes when I go to click on an image, I click the X and I made it go away. She was telling
Greg, all
me
I said
that
was the
she was
Vikings navigated by the star.
he
That's
was
all I said.
No,
taught
I believe you. I believe you.
he was taught that the Earth was was flat in public school in Connecticut in the 1920s, and we found newspaper articles that showed that they were teaching flat Earth across the entire world in the early 1920s, 30s, and even 40s, and there's still some places today that still teach it.
What about like when Christopher Columbus said when he was sailing across the ocean that he actually saw a light come up from under the ocean, up and out into the sky, like like a spaceship or some shit.
That's something different.
Cool story, bro. Cool story. Were you there?
No,
Christopher
no.
Columbus
I'm asking you,
never
did you read
happened.
that stuff?
Christopher Columbus did not discover America. Do you know that
I know
below
that.
our
I know
Capitol
that.
building
South
is
America.
another building below it? Okay, that's
Wait, what
buried in
happened
mud.
to
This infrastructure was here before Christopher Columbus. Okay, the
know that.
transcontinental railroads were excavated. They were not built during our time here. Okay, the Wild West is a story. Okay,
Oh, and supposedly Christopher Columbus discovered that the world's not flat either.
No, I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking
that
about
was his big
suppose-
thing, you know.
He actually saw. It's in his notes and shit that he saw a huge light come up out of the ocean. and
Don't
go up
take
in
away
the
the
air.
one Italian holiday we got. Come on.
you got no proof of that. I'm not gonna.
No,
whether
I'm not-
that could support my story. I'm not gonna take it. You have no proof of that. Christopher Columbus was a
That could be that
Freemason.
great,
I don't even know if he existed. Okay, I don't
Well,
even
how
know
do
if
you
he
know the Wild
existed.
West? So you're saying like the Wild West? You're saying
But
like
the story of them digging gold mines, like out in Utah or in Salt Lake, in Utah, there's these gold mines that the story of how they dug them, like out in the middle of nowhere, guys with horses and buggies brought enough dynamite out to excavate these mines and then pull all the rocks out. We couldn't do that today.
But,
Okay.
but what do we gain out of thinking like? What do we gain out of that?
Well,
I mean,
this is about controlling the human mind. They don't
The
want us to know.
Anunnaki, Dave. They were the ones that got the gold.
They want us to believe in infinite space. They want us to feel insignificant. They want us to give up our power. This is a war. The currency of this world is not money. They use money to control us, and it's monopoly money because they can just print it whenever they want. And monopoly, if you run out of money in the bank, you just write some more money on paper and you keep playing, right? They don't. They control us with money. They control our minds with the globe.
That's
And
what Greg's not getting, Dave.
Yeah.
No,
he's
I
missing
do.
the
I
big picture.
understand it.
You
I'll
don't
be
get
a
it.
devil's advocate with a lot of stuff, but I do understand. I do believe all that printed
Good.
money. I believe all that.
Right.
I'm not saying
It's all about control. They don't
You
want
should
to.
know. They just did it last year. They
this-
gave everybody 1,200,
Yeah.
1,000. Now they want to give people 450,000. Money's nothing to them.
Right, and this is all about control and division. Right now, they're resetting the population. All of our history is going to be gone unless
Total
some-
reset.
Hey, who the
it's a
fuck are
total-
those two people in the
It's
background?
called Total Reset. Build Back Better.
Oh,
Total
that's
Reset.
that's me and Ruth. That's me and Ruth.
That's you.
Yeah, that's
The 92-year-old woman.
that's when I interviewed Ruth.
Who's
Did you
Ruth?
really think? Did you
Ruth
really
is the
believe this?
102-year-old that was taught the Earth was flat in public school. Check this
He's
out.
just
That
throwing it
lady's
back.
102.
She's 104 now. So check
Holy
this out.
shit.
She's
So
got
check this
more
out.
pep than you, Greg.
Yeah, she does.
It's like a
Is
cigar.
she single?
Is that a cigar?
Yes, single.
Oh,
Um,
God.
What's that flying up in the back there?
What's what?
What's that thing was flying behind?
So
you?
so let me tell you. So the space shuttle never carried any people. It was a balloon. Okay, it was a balloon. Right? How do I say that? Let me just quickly show you the launch. Well, a balloon. That's how you say it. I'm trying to how to show it to you if I could find the image. So when it takes off, you know how the space shuttle always rolled on its back and it flew kind of upside down? That's because the external tank was helium and it was the lightest part, right? So here's the space shuttle, and if you go Google space shuttle launch, you're going to come up with this video. Now look at this fence here. This thing is going to shoot out superheated fuel thrust to lift 4 million pounds, and that
Would they
fence,
melt it?
that should be, you know, if you look at what a tornado, a room temperature tornado at 300 miles an hour would tie that thing into knots. It turns trees into splinters, right? It would just destroy everything. This thrust is going to lift 4 million pounds, and this fence isn't even going to fucking wiggle, okay? This is nonsense. This is a fucking balloon, right? It goes up, it goes out into the ocean, into restricted space, the Bermuda Triangle, and where there's military out there keeping the space clear, and then it just crashes into the ocean. That's
I
it.
would figure that fence would melt.
But it comes back to Earth, so how does
And it doesn't.
Yeah.
And look at all the thrust.
Yeah, it probably
this,
would melt.
This smoke is
It would
all
melt,
coming out
look
of the
at it.
ground. This is all now. This is launching something.
Yeah, it's
and
a fucking metal fence next
it's
to
a
the fucking exhaust. You kidding
Yeah,
me?
absolute insanity, right? And then when you watch this thing go downrange, when it separates from the solid rocket boosters, you hear the separation and see it at the same time. It's 30 miles downrange. Well, if it was 20 miles downrange, that sound would come 90 seconds later after the actual thing that you see, like thunder and lightning. But we hear it at the same time, right? So in a second, you're going to see the separation, and if you could hear the sound, it goes. It goes psh, just at the second that it comes apart, right? Now, this thing is going over 17,000 miles an hour right now. These things are going to come off, and they're going to travel sideways at 17,000 miles an hour. They're still in the atmosphere, because you can see. And look, these things are keeping up at 17,000 miles an hour. They should shoot forward because they're still on. This is CGI bullshit, okay? This is nonsense. And if you look at it on the launch pad, there was a little breeze. This thing's 4 million pounds. It's bouncing around it's moving around like a fucking bouncy house, okay? It's a bouncy house because it's filled
What
with
about
helium.
Sally Ride.
Sally Ride?
Who died in the crash.
You mean Krista McCullough?
Krista McCullough, yeah.
Krista McCullough. Well, happens to be that we found
They're all alive.
six of the seven have identical twins with the same name, same birthday, everything. That say
And cushy jobs, Dave.
Yeah, and they all have cushy jobs at universities, and they none of them showed up at their siblings' funerals. Okay, none of them showed up at their siblings' funeral. Your twin didn't show up at your funeral. Bullshit.
Yeah, I've
Bullshit.
seen that too. I've seen that. Yep.
Bullshit. And you remind me of Joe Rogan, right? The guy that used to be the friggin' poster boy where there's no way we went to the moon. Then he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on, took a little vacation, came back, had huge contracts, huge shows. Joe Rogan investigates everything, you know, all this stuff. And all of a sudden he's like, oh, there's no way we faked it. There's no way we faked it. He's wearing a fucking NASA suit. This guy said, I would lie to my mother, right? If you want to give me some of that CIA, NASA money, and bam, he got it. He's lying to his mother. He's lying to you. He's lying to everybody. Joe Rogan is a traitor to humanity.
Greg's
I'd
gonna
lie to
fill
my
that
mother for
application
that
out.
kind of money.
Greg's gonna fill that application out, Dave.
I'd lie to my mother. My mother's dead. And
But
I'd
by the
lie
way,
to her.
you only get $5 because you said you'd sell your soul for $5.
Yeah, you're done, bro. You're done.
Right. Going back to what I was showing you a moment ago, when you look at the space shuttle, when it drops that external tank, this thing weighs 40,000 pounds empty, they tell us. Now, this thing is falling down to Earth. First problem, does this look like it's falling? It's being filmed by the guys that are on their way into orbit. Somehow they're filming it as they're rocketing out. This thing is falling at 1,000 miles an hour. It's going to burn up before it gets to the clouds. Now, watch carefully here. You see that piece of paper that went by? That shows you that this thing is just floating in the sky. Another piece of paper is going to fly by here in about 10 seconds.
Wait, a
Okay?
piece of paper.
Yeah. So, so watch. A little piece of paper is going to go by.
No, but what
here.
I want to know is how do they guide that? How do you
This
know
is
that
not.
they
This
won't
is a fucking Macy's Day Parade balloon floating in the sky. Okay?
That could hit a fucking. How do you guide that? Would it
They're not.
fucking-
They're just filming it. Then they capture it. We actually have a video that shows a hidden, like, I don't want to say cloaked because you're like, oh, Star Wars, right? The recovery vehicle that grabs this thing out of the air. We actually have a video with that, right?
They have to. They have to grab it.
Yeah. This thing is going to burn up before it gets to the clouds. Look at this fucking PVC pipe going down the side of it, right? So if you look at, the SR-71, which is the modern, our spy plane, that thing is like a razor blade. It doesn't have any paint on it because it gets too hot and the paint would burn off. Like they say, the outer skin at Mach 2.3 or 3.2, which is like 2,100 miles an hour, it gets too hot. It gets up to over 500 degrees, right? But somehow the space shuttle, when it's going into orbit, goes Mach 25.
Yeah, it still has the American flag.
It still
on
has the
side.
American flag on it, and it's not
And the
friggin-
NASA symbol.
It's not aerodynamic at all, right? This thing at 2,193 miles per hour is as fast as it can go. This thing can go 10 times faster. 10 times faster. This fucking hunk of junk. You have to be brain dead. And this is what they do. They fluoridate you. They axonate you. They give you poisons. They feed you garbage. They brainwash you in school so you defend your little blue ball. And then
TV's the worst,
and
David.
you never the television programming. They're controlling your mind. And people say, well, how are all these people protecting the lie? Look at you. You're protecting the lie because you've been programmed to protect the lie. Programmed.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So, David, is everything coming to a head right now?
It certainly is.
the total reset. They're freaking out because there's an awakening.
There's
happening
an
by all
awakening
the-
happening in it seems like every 100 years, they kind of try to reset the population, whether it's a physical reset or something else. I don't know, but every 100 years there's a culling of the population. 1920 there was the Spanish flu. Everybody wore masks. Got this. We must protect our war heroes that were all sick from being over.
Nah, they didn't have no vaccination, did they?
Absolutely. The war heroes came back and they were all sick from being in foreign lands. No, they're not sick from being in foreign lands. They're sick from all of the stuff that they had to take inside their body.
It wasn't even a Spanish flu. They said that.
I know. But my point is, everyone got this to protect them, and they all wore face masks. Look up. Everyone was wearing face masks, and everyone died. And Fauci said it himself. They died of bacterial pneumonia from wearing a fucking face mask. Fauci said it himself. Yeah. They always tell us, right? 1820, cholera. 1720, the plague, right? 1920, the COVID, okay? This is what's going on. People are blind.
I've been telling people that mask is unhealthy. I've been telling people that
your breath is your spirit, and they're separating you from spirit. They're separating you.
Some spirits stink. But no, listen. I agree with you with all that. See, now I agree with all that. The only reason why I had to get vaccinated, they wouldn't let me see my sister who was in the hospital.
Well, that's
in
control,
a special unit.
Oh, then you did it. You chose to go see your sister. You chose to allow that to happen. I understand.
I wouldn't do it otherwise.
Your sister should thank you, because if they gave you the real vaccine, you're in big fucking trouble. Right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hopefully. Luckily, you know what? They gave out a lot of saline. They gave a lot, and there is an article that just came out the other day. They admitted that some of them are saline and some of them are poisonous.
I got to be honest with you.
Are they doing like controlled studies? Is that why?
They're purposely taking out. They're targeting
I'll tell you what else
populations.
They're doing. When you see a lot of these fucking congressmen and shit, they're not even. The syringe is empty. It's a fucking empty syringe.
Why are they doing that? No, I know you're right.
The other day when I saw George.
But here's the thing. Hold on, Greg. Check this out. They could just give them a saline shot, but they don't. They make it completely obvious. They're showing us. Like when you saw Biden, he was on that set. Did you see that? He was on a stage set. They made it look like the White House, but it was on a stage.
Yeah, why would they do that?
They're doing that because they're telling us. They're showing us. They're not allowed. They're not allowed to put a bear trap in the woods buried in leaves without putting a sign up, without giving you a warning.
I know.
This is what we're doing, and if you're too stupid to see it, then you deserve what you're going to get in their minds. I don't know if you.
I believe all that shit.
I know. Our souls. God won't allow.
They won't let you take your souls unless you willingly give it to them.
I seen when Biden got that shot. I seen the guy push. No, it was Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
When he pushed, there was nothing there. The syringe was already like the bot.
And if you look at Biden's first shot and the second shot, totally different arm.
There was nothing there.
No, totally different arm. And then Fauci, he said, "Oh, when I got the shot, there was a little pain. Wrong arm. He picked the wrong arm." Okay, it's all bullshit, and it's done on purpose. It's all done on purpose because they're giving us a chance. Open your fucking eyes. Put your big boy pants on. Let you go of your little blue ball and realize who you are, where you are, and what you are. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
David,
all right, guys.
David, I want to thank you for coming on. I got to tell you something. You've opened my eyes. Okay, I don't know if I can buy it all, but.
And here's the thing: the trolls are going to show up in your comments, and they're going to go, "Dave's a moron. He's selling an app. It's all money. It's a blah 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 blah. Whatever. He's a Jew. He's a fucking whatever. All of this shit." But then ask them, is that your best glow proof?
Wait,
is that your best glow proof? Is that your best glow proof? Is that
you're full of shit? Then I'm kidding.
All right.
I'm playing.
Is that your best glow proof? And go look at their channels. There's nothing. They have empty channels. These are paid shills, paid trolls, bots. They're gonna come after you. Use your own mind. Don't believe me. Don't believe them. Go look at it yourself. Go.
David, I got one more thing I want to say. So, 7 years ago, my mother passed away, and I went into a depression, and I started studying subatomic particles. And, I was getting into the science of life and death and all that. And all of a sudden, I ran across a flat Earth video, right? And I was like, "What the hell is this?" I said, "The flat Earth video. This has got to be a joke." So I watched it.
We all started the same way,
right? And then I watched another one. Then 3 years I was watching these videos. ODD TV.
Yeah, baby.
There was a million of them. So, and all of a sudden, one day, you couldn't find the fucking one video anymore.
Right, they hit them all. We were tracking when you search flat Earth. It tells you how many results you had. Well, we were beating all of the pop stars, all of the huge, YouTube personalities. And then we passed President Trump. This is during the the early Trump days, and we literally hit the top. And what did they do? They took down the scoreboard. You no longer get the number of results when you search for flat Earth, right? And then they started algorithm. You search flat Earth now, you get nonsense. Let me just go back to my app 1 second, because
that's what it is.
Because this is how you learn. You want to learn about flat Earth? Go down the bottom left. Every day there's a new featured video. Watch that video every day, and then your life will be fucked. You'll lose your friends and family because you'll be a flat earther, right? Right? If you miss the one, you hit that little play button next to it, and that'll bring you to the archive. All of the videos that have been on the app. You hit the question mark. Any questions that you have, you can find them. Why the lie? Great videos there. What about eclipses? What about ships over the horizon? Clip that. If you click any one, and just click ships over the horizon, and up will come great videos that will show you what the fuck's going on. And these videos won't show up in YouTube searches. They're all.
You used to be able to get those, Dave.
Yeah, you used to.
Yeah.
Right, and they would recommend them, but now they don't. They're hidden. So the app will bring you.
So my question is, why, if the flat Earth, I was always telling Dave and John and everybody at the show, why would they, if we were like wearing a foil hat and we're retards, why would they take them down, And why would Obama even mention the flat Earth a few times?
He mentioned the Flat Earth Society 6 times in his speeches.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Society is a
Why would he do that? If we're a bunch of fucking morons, why would he even mention it on
steering them over
What
to
did
the
he
Flat Earth
say?
Society? He said, we don't have time for the meeting of the Flat Earth Society. That makes people Google Flat Earth Society. You Google Flat Earth, you end up at the Flat Earth Society. And the Flat Earth Society is a government-run disinformation site. It has a little bit of truth, and then it's like, the Flat Earthers believe that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second, and that what causes gravity. Not true. No Flat Earther believes that. So that's a disinformation site to make you just laugh at Flat Earth and never go back to it again.
That's to make you go off the highway.
And for those of you that say the Flat Earth is dying, this is the Flat Earthers that are just near me, right? All of these blue dots are Flat Earthers near me, right? If I set my radius to 50 kilometers, right here, I'm in Greenwich, Connecticut. These are people that have my app and that have put a username in the Flat Earth Friend Finder. I have 209 people, and I could send them all a message together, or I can pick out any one of them and send an individual message to that person. And this is how we get together.
Dave, I have friends in Germany that are all
Jimmy,
on
you better
board.
join David's app. It's
Right.
the Flat Earth, Sun,
So-
Moon,
so-
and Zodiac.
This goes beyond the
if
flat
I
Earth.
go
Dave, I'm
Germany.
in Westchester, buddy.
Yeah, you're on. Well, you're not
I'm
on
real
there.
close. I'm in Greenwich a lot.
So
Dave,
Germany.
I studied the flat Earth for 3 years straight.
Hit me up if you ever want to grab a beer. So here's Germany right here. These are people in Germany that have the app. Okay,
That's right. That's
Those
just
are
the
the
ones that have
soldiers.
the app.
these are
There's
the ones
more
that.
than- there's more than that.
Wait, and
Those
so
are
there's damn right they are. There's 29,656 people on there, and that's just the people that have my app that have signed up that have put a username in. That's way less than half of the people that have my app, and only less than 1% of the flat earthers in the world even know about my app. Okay, there's flat earthers everywhere, and this is what scares the shit out of the elite, big time.
That's why they took it off. That's why they took it off
Right.
YouTube,
Yeah,
because
because
there's a huge
David,
movement. Listen, you know when they took the videos down? When they had the convention in North Carolina. Right
Jimmy,
after that.
We just had a convention in North Carolina 2 weeks ago. It was phenomenal. It's like 400 or 500 people there. Amazing people. Every single blue dot is an awesome person. So now, people say, what, you're hired and you got the job or whatever. Things that a flat earther will never hear. Well, that's not true. Now people that are flat earthers looking for employees, they're pinging the dots around them because every single one of those persons is an awesome person. New friendships. People are getting married. People are hiring people. It's amazing.
Greg, I want to tell Greg, David, George, when I was studying the videos and they were making a lot of sense to me. And the people that were, executing the videos, engineers, structural engineers, professors. I mean, these weren't like jerk offs off the street. These are like, these people had solid jobs.
Educated people. People
Yeah,
are educated.
educated people, man. They were like,
And people who care about what they do, they're following their pattern.
architects. One guy was a fucking architect. He built structures. he was on board with the whole thing. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
Look up Brian on the app. You can find the Brian Mullen videos. It's called Balls Out Physics. This is a
He's
engineer.
in Florida. That guy lives in Florida. that guy.
Engineer, awesome videos. He got the board up. He explained everything, and
that's right.
And then he got into like blackballed somebody with his job, and he had to lay low for a little bit. But this is the problem. If you speak out about flat Earth and you're in a like if you're a pilot, you get grounded. Well, then who's going to do it?
Yeah.
Everyone
No,
needs
you
their
get
slave
fired.
job. Right, you get
But
fired.
do you believe in heaven and all that? Do you believe in life after death?
I didn't before, but now I do. I know that the currency of this world is souls, and they're trying to steal your
It's a war
soul.
on our
You're
souls.
willing to sell your soul. God bless, right? Because you're going to need
It's a
that.
war on our souls.
It's
That's
a
what
war
this
on our
is.
souls. This is
That's
they
what it
want
is.
our souls, and they want to stop us. They want to
David,
stop
that's
us.
what I try to.
Right,
That's
they
what
want
I
to
try to tell people.
They want to
It's-
stop
it's-
us.
It is a
from,
war going on here. That they an unseen war.
They
And-
want
and
to
they-
stop us from
Jimmy,
knowing that
Jimmy,
there's a
I
creator.
remember when your mom passed, and I remember talking to you, and I know that you were. That's how you discovered all this, right? Trying to just figure out heaven.
What happened when my mom passed away,
right?
And I was with her the whole time. All of a sudden, like my world just stopped short, like a fucking brake on a truck. I was like, what the fuck? And I felt very alone, and I didn't know what to do, And I went on the fucking computer one night, and I started studying like scientific stuff, subatomic particles, and the slit board test with the atoms, and I was just going berserk with all that for like a months and months, and then all of a sudden I came across one of those videos, and it said flat Earth, and I was like, wait, what the fuck is this flat Earth? So I clicked on it. And I watched it. It was very interesting. And then I saw another one and another. I just kept going.
That's what
It talks
YouTube
about,
used to do.
Now,
Now,
in the sky, there's two lights in the sky, David. You got the hard light, and then you got the firmament light, which is blue. Just like when you go into a photographer's studio, they got a hard light, they got a reflector, and they got the soft light. That's how we get 3D here on Earth. So when the sun is setting in the west and it's getting very low in the sky, you can still go behind your house and still read a book, because the sky is still lit. So there's two lights going on.
the sky is the daylight, and the other is sunlight. Two different things.
Right. Exactly. So once the sun starts to go away and the light shrinks, which wouldn't happen on a spinning ball against the sun, because in the morning, if the Earth is turning into the sun, the whole fucking horizon should light up because
It comes in as a local light, right? And the sun is like a Tesla coil, and it's fluorescing the gases. Well, guess what? Most of our upper atmosphere is made of. It's made of nitrogen, which fluoresces blue. Fascinating. And as the sun goes away, just like you move a Tesla coil away from fluorescent lights, the farther ones will dim out, and then you can't see the light anymore. It's sending electricity. That's how solar power panels work. They're collecting electricity.
That's what
not
Nikolai Tesla
photons.
said when he
Right.
died. He
Oh,
said, think about the universe.
Solar panels,
Yeah.
I got to wrap this up, guys. David
All right.
Weiss, thank you
All right.
so much.
Let me tell you where
Check
to.
out his app if you
Yep.
want the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app by Blue Water Bay.
Right.
And,
You can find me at, if you forget the name of it, which is hard to remember, flatearthdave.com. Flatearthdave.com. If you have a podcast and a decent audience, there's a request form for an interview right there on flatearthdave.com.
We've been validated.
Flatearthdave.com.
We actually have a decent audience. He came on.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
David, so much.
And listen, so Greg.
Yes.
Before the show, you were ignorant, just like we all were. Now,
How dare you?
If you do not embrace this, you are.
I gotta be honest with you. You got me thinking. I gotta be honest with you.
Willfully ignorant, and that's a problem. That's a sin.
You got me thinking about a lot of shit.
Good, man. Good.
I
Good for
just
you.
want to say one thing to you. Nobody's going to rip you apart in the comment sections. When they're going to rip apart Dave, because either Dave was eating or drawing, and that's what they're going to.
I wasn't eating or drawing. I was very interested today.
Okay.
He always does that. He's very rude, Dave. He always does that. Even when I'm talking, he'll start writing something like I'm in school
I
or
write
some
notes
shit.
myself. I can ask questions. I am the host of the show.
No, I got to be honest with you, Dave. You got me thinking. Some stuff.
And Dave, before you go, back to the Falkland Islands, right? So, didn't Argentina attack the Falkland?
For 3 hours after the show's over here.
What?
Yeah. Ask me your final question.
So the Falkland Islands, right? So I went to school with a friend of mine, and the teacher was talking about the Falkland Islands, right? So he was from Brooklyn, this guy. So he says, what fucking island you talking about, Professor? He says, well, I don't think you understand. And the guy, my friend said, no, I don't think you fucking understand. There's many fucking islands over here. What fucking island? What am I supposed to put on the fucking test? He says, listen, man. He goes, there's only one fucking island. He goes, you okay? He goes, look at the fucking map. He goes, you see all those little things right there? Those are fucking islands.
All right, guys, I'm out. Goodbye.
Thank you, David.
Send me a link when this is up, right? And I'll share it.
Well, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. All right.
As we say every week here at After Hours, thank you for joining us. I think we'll see you next week.
We're all fucking nuts.
David Weiss, don't forget to get your
Hey,
stuff.
good meeting you, brother.
Very interesting show.
Started, he was on the scene, and he's one of the best comics I've ever met in my life. He is actually the WikiLeaks of NASA. Okay, and he's absolute big hand to Matt Boylan.
It's a real show. It's an absurd show. A lot of people don't know this about me. I light a cigarette. I smoke. Did I talk to you? Good point. So Steve Jobs is dead. Steve Jobs is dead. He looks pretty active, healthy, robust, charismatic. And Stephen Hawking is still alive. I guess it pays to keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. That's amazing, eh? Smartest man alive. Holds all the answers about our universe and outer space and how it works. And he's also the least likely to go up in a rocket to check out his theories. When you hear Stephen Hawking talk, I mean, it's a robot voice. That's amazing. Back in 1980, he developed artificial intelligence just for one guy to push NASA. Artificial intelligence that could tap into his fucking brain
as he wants, or is God too,
and read his thoughts so he could talk through a robo-filter.
The question of whether God is bound by the laws of science is a biblical question.
You think that they would have fucking maybe installed online translator? Because if they said that was the smartest man in the universe, I don't know if everybody would believe him. So who's the real voice? There's Matt Boylan, a.k.a. Matthew Leonard Boylan, a.k.a. Dragonfly Supervisor. Agent M2 ZX10. Graphics Operational Manager for NASA. Been a comedian for about 20 years. It's been a front. I'm a high-realist painter, photorealist painter. Worked for NASA on and off doing freelance graphics for about 20 years now. In the quark in the second atom of the quasar in the black hole. NASA. As you can see, we got a nice red serpent tongue coming through there. NASA. And there's the UN flag. Also the symbol of the flat earth. Oh, of course, if I say flat earth, I gotta be an idiot, right? That's what they told you, right? It's a ball. There's no Antarctica in this. It's a bird's eye over the North Pole. Right in your fucking face. I know there's gonna be some comedians making jokes tonight, but I want to talk about the joke that's on you. There's 5 UN Security Council members. You know how you become a UN Security Council member? You get the bomb. And they're all seated across from each other on the UN Security Council, deciding for every other fucking nation in the UN what to do. Like reservoir dogs pointing fucking guns at each other's head, securing the world. UN Security Council. What are they securing? Freedom, democracy, human rights, democracy. That's funny. So there's like 360 members of the UN or whatever, but only 5 countries decide what goes on for the world. Some democracy. Line number 1. That's what it takes to be a member. Have a bomb, nuke the planet, go up and take a look at what it really looks like. Outer space. There it is. There's your world. You know when they took that? 1969. First lunar mission to the moon. You know, the first lunar mission to the moon wasn't so much about going to the moon. It was about having an event so you can go high enough to take a picture after 500 years to prove it was a ball. They went to the moon before they crossed the Antarctic. The 2 most watched televised events in history: the moon landing and the towers falling. Up, down. Oh, there they are. Moon landing, 8:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1969. Isaac Newton, 1666. 666999666. Most people saw the lunar landing and they swear on it because they heard it on the radio. CBS put up screens all over in Central Park, along with NBC, you know, so they could work with groupthink dynamics. Reality is reinforced by group dynamics, witnessing an event. Now, is it really them halfway to the moon? Or they just turned out the the lights in the cabin and press the camera up against a round window. Don't forget your flag of the world has no Antarctica, and it's flat. But of course, to entertain that notion, you have to be an idiot. Right? Like they told you, Simon says. Now, I'm gonna run you guys through a perception test to see if this crowd could discern between an image that's a painting by applause or a photo of reality. So by applause, how many people think this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is a photo? It's a photo of a painting, but that's not the fucking argument. Next. It's a painting. Photo or painting? By applause, photo. By applause, painting. It's a painting by the artist photorealist Cesar Santander. Photo or painting? Painting. That's the photo. How do I know? I did it. Applause. Painting or photo? By applause, photo. By applause, painting. That's a photo that looks like a painting. Photo or painting? Painting. I did it. Pause. Photo or painting? Photo? By applause? By applause, painting? You're just fucking crap shooting in the casino now, aren't you? Painting, Richard Estes. Photo or painting? By applause, photo? That's a photo. Next. And that's my painting of the photo. Photo or painting? Photo? It's a photo. Pause. Photo or painting?
Photo.
The painting, I did it. I fucking did it. I own the copyright on all this shit. Pause. That's why I can monetize on YouTube. By the way, I own the NASA channel on YouTube. I swear to God. That's an official photo from NASA. By applause, how many people think that's a photo? By applause, how many people think this is bullshit? This is Ololapia, distant moon of Mercury. This is Ololapia without the shading from Adobe Photoshop. Good look at it. And this is the little section from an ice inlet in the Antarctic that I cut out, and I just cropped the fucking black circle out of construction paper and made a planet out of it. Oh, this is Pupapipia. This is a distant planet of Venus. As you can see here, you can see all the crater textures on my shirt. We can fucking make you think. Oh, this is amazing. These are supernovas. They never caught this many suns colliding and actually exploding at the same time by Hubble telescope. And I actually have a close-up of this. Amazing. This is actually the most distant shot they have of our galaxy. Here's a close-up. They came up with a new term for this, collisionary supernovas, because suns were actually meeting and exploding at the same time. In a Christmas tree. This guy's pretty smart right there. This is Mars. the surface of Mars. Yeah, very sandy. Surface of Mars without the black background. There you go. It's just a desert. Oh, this is sunrise on Star Trek. So it's a Hollywood image that looks real. Now, photo or painting? 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 How the fuck would you know? This is actual NASA. Here, pause. You see this cloud formation there? You see Africa? Do you see the shadow line on the top of Africa? Next image. They fucking reversed it. Our boys at NASA, they took the same image, they just flipped it. Did you get it? They flipped it. And they call it two different images. I'm not making this shit up. Well, people are going to go, well, here's some footage of the Earth rotating. Liar. So you got you can't see it very well here with the light here, but you got South America turning here. But what's interesting here is has this image been doctored by applause? Yes or no? Has it been doctored? Yeah, it's been sped up because South America at this speed is going to be around in 5 minutes. But what's interesting is the clouds are not morphing. Oh, it's spinning, but the artists are too lazy to show how fast the clouds will be morphing at that speed. Check it out. See that cluster of clouds? It's not fucking changing. And that's a real shot of the Earth spinning. But the clouds aren't changing. People go to me, what are you on? What did you fucking smoke? What drugs did you take? What drugs did the planet take? Because you're never gonna fucking know. If it's a fucking ball. So if I want to hide how much real estate there really is, I'll tell you this amount. You're never gonna go to the South Pole to check out my theory. I rest my case. Enjoy the last hollandaise sauce. I'm Matt Gordon. Okay, pause. We're all looking at the screen now. They fucking hear everything through the light bulbs, by the way? Conspiracy theory, I could do that. I could use a nano-bio fucking camera filament and put it in light bulbs and film you. I could do that. If I could think it. You better hope nobody's got the budget. All right, so here you go. What is this? This is the picture of the Earth. I liked the first video. That was very great. The video just before there, it's like, what was that about, that video? Was it? That was about brainwashing. How do you brainwash? Well, you repeat it. You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, after 6 times, they'll incorporate it in their brain. They may not agree with it, but repeat it another 1,000 times, they'll start saying it. I could start a campaign called Whathatata for like fucking $4 billion this week. And in like 24 hours through Twitter, everybody could be walking around going Whathatata, Whathatata. Okay, so here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image.
But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. But yet your brain has three-dimensionalized, oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition. Next image. How do we get to this point of the image? This is fucking funny. I think this is funny. Next image. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. As you can see, that's clearly the universe. I mean, that's clearly the universe. I swear to God. I mean, there's the sun. I mean, I could recognize that thing. It's a bullseye. It's like a planet. It's an egg. Whatever. But there you go. You got each rung, the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. You can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. Like beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. That's it. It's been a decade since like Columbus hit America. That's it. You had Spinoza, Leibniz. Everybody was fighting to say what the fuck we were on, how much land there really was. Real estate, right? Real estate. The only commodity that appreciates besides art. Right? These are the only things that appreciate. Everything's depreciating except those two. It's funny how these two are going to meet and what I'm going to talk about. Next image. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. Until pause. Can you do it? It's funny. Back in the 60s when they went to the moon, this is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight to actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong after 500 years, the question is, would they tell you? University institutions, physics, the Royal Society in London, that supports NASA, Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. It's basically the model we accepted right now. I don't feel it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. Oh, that's because of gravity. Oh, hey, gravity? What's that? That's the thing you can't feel. Oh yeah, can you prove that in an equation? Yeah, I can prove that in an equation. It took Newton like a book 3 times thicker than the Bible, and he still couldn't finish his equation on how to prove gravity. He would try to prove gravity when you read Newton's book of Principia through like Stephen Hawking, or if you even find the original book, he would prove by saying that everything started with the word if. If you fucking take Newton's book of like if the Earth is a ball and objects are being thrown this way, blah blah blah, you know, that means that we're spinning at this amount of velocity and you can't feel it, and why the objects don't go flying off into the universe is because of gravity, because of a vacuum system of air pressure. I mean, he went into hyperbole, into ifs. I mean, if you were to highlight every time the word if came up in Newton's book of physics, you could fucking use it as a flashlight in a dark room, man. It's like you fucking get out of the cave with the amount of times if is highlighted in his fucking book on physics. It's like if is every... Here's like a perfect example of them landing on the moon. I mean, it's proof right there. This is an official NASA photo of the first Apollo 11 lunar module landing on the moon. I mean, it's right there. This is the proof, man. It's the picture's right there. It's landing on the moon. But the only problem I have with this picture is that it's taken from the moon. I don't know what the big deal was with being the first guy on the moon. It seems the camera crew was already there. The fucking tripod. Camera A, B, C. You know, back in the 60s, I mean, I know people who believe they saw the landing on the moon because they heard it on the radio. they're on the moon. I can hear the dust. My God, I can hear him walk. He's walking slow. There's zero gravity up there. Jesus, they're on there now. They're on there now. I could just see a guy in a sound studio just taking fucking, like a bag of salt going, landing on the wooden floor and just going, oh my God, they're there. They're on it right now. Ethel, get in here. Like, how would you know? There was no independent telescope to even, like, say they went to the moon. The only telescopes that I could actually film it were NASA telescopes. Yeah, according to the people who landed on the moon, they landed on the moon. Nobody else could fucking check it out. So there it is. That's a fucking photo. There it is landing for the first time, but how? How? Next photo. It's funny how NASA gives us these little pictures, eh? Every week there's a little NASA photo, what they're up to, just to keep you fucking nursing off the teat or whatever. This is an amazing monumental sort of feat of space exploration. This is the Galileo satellite. Full authentic NASA imagery of the Galileo satellite. Must have cost like $1 trillion for this fucking operation. Very expensive. This is the Galileo satellite. They never knew it would go that far and reach Jupiter. You know, they didn't know. It's the first time anything goes that far. It managed to get there. There's Jupiter. There's one of its moons. I mean, it's clearly lining up to take some really good photos of Jupiter. Immediately followed by a camera satellite. Perfectly composing the whole shot out in outer space. Amazing, eh? What the cameras can do when they fly. It's into outer space, a place we've never been to. That's amazing. Look at that. That's perfect. That's like the photo of the year, if you ask me. For a fucking satellite to be able to, like, like wake up in outer space, we didn't even know we could do that, and unbelievable. I give it to NASA. Let's go to another photo here. Another photo. This is good too. Oh, let's zoom in. I love that iMovie sort of effect. I'm really in the gas. But how am I supposed to go? Yeah, that's the Earth. From there, that point of view I've never seen. And it's funny when you click on Google Images, photo of the Earth. Keep going. Because this is realistic. But you'll see 40 pages on Google. But it's always the same fucking photo. It's the same photo. They just changed the contrast. Check it out, keep going. Oh yeah, boom, 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 40 pages. Look closely. It's always the same. Oh, what is that? I guess this is a photo of the Hubble telescope taking a picture of itself. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's an authentic photo of the Hubble telescope out there doing its job. Isn't that amazing how they could take a photo of the thing taking photos? Out in outer space. Unbelievable. They never crossed Antarctica, but let's go to the moon and take pictures of shit out in space. That's fucking unbelievable. The instruments won't work in Antarctica. It's too fucking cold, but hey, let's go somewhere where we don't know the instruments will work. That's unbelievable. It just boggles my mind how they do this stuff. All right, next one. Solar powered, by the way. Solar powered. Look at that. Environmental. Environmental in outer space. Okay. That's my only fucking fan right there. Naomi. That's it. There you go. There you go. There's what you believe. That's it. That's it. That point of view you've never seen. It's fucking funny, huh? I think it's funny. You've never seen that, but everybody goes, yeah, il prend ça pour acquis. Ah oui, c'est ça. L'affaire que j'ai jamais vue. It's funny, eh? You should think about these things, right? I heard that, if you want to, like, program a human mind, what you do is you just repeat images to a young child while the brain is forming. Yeah, pretty much. And then, the kid fucking grows up and you've wired the kid. It's fucking mind control. It's great. But it's an example. Hey, I could be wrong. There could have been a camera rocket that got there on the moon, set up, pulled out like a lens, and then filmed it. And processed 35 millimeter black and white film in an atmosphere. We don't know if cameras will work. All right, so anyways, next photo. Hey, it's possible. Those guys are so ahead. They don't tell us, right? There you go again. Same fucking thing, same cloud patterns, always the same cloud patterns. Ooh, so many images of the Earth. No, it's the same one. It's Africa. Okay, I want to test you guys. Because some of you guys are like, you're not convinced yet. That's the Earth, man. Don't fuck with that shit. So let's do a little test on perception. I'm going to show you a couple of images here, and then you tell me which one of the following images on the screen is an image of a painting painted by hand that looks real, or is an image taken by a camera of something that actually exists. So image or photo, painting or photo. Let's try this. So first image here. Applause. How many people think that this is a painting? Please, come on. Give yourselves credit. It's okay. You can jump in. Take a decision. By applause. How many people think this is a photo? Good for you. I will say that that's real. That's good for you. You're horribly wrong. That is a painting. That's obviously a painting, right? I mean, look at this fucking Sunday painting. Bad. It's like Bob Ross did it. And he was on acid. It was like, he make a nice little mountain. And then some trees. And then some fluffy bushes. Fluffy bushes. Fluffy bushes. This is the dirtiest part of my show. All right, next. How many people think this is a painting? By applause. Come on, you can do this. You can use your eyes. By applause. How many people think this is a photo? But of what? This is a painting. Those who said it's a painting, you're right. Of what? What would that be if that was a fucking photo? Okay, by applause. How many people think this is a painting? By applause. How many people think this is a photo? It's a painting. I did it. Okay, here, by applause. This is a bit technical here. How many people think that this is a painting? By applause. How many people, by applause, think this is a photo of toys that are painted? This is a painting of toys that are painted. Cesar Santander, European artist, high realist. How many people think this is a painting? By applause. Okay, by applause. How many people think this is a photo? Those said it's a photo, you're close. All right. Okay, by applause. How many people think this is a painting? How many think this is a photo? This is a painting. I did it. I fucking did that. Money on steroids. No, that's a fucking, I swear to God. Next. So I know what I'm talking about. This is an official NASA photo of the North Pole. Go back. What is that? Is that you? Or is that the... Okay, go back to the other one. Go back to the other one. Okay, this is an official... Sorry to give you shit there, Dan. You're doing a great job. But this is an authentic, apparently, from NASA. This is an authentic NASA photo of the Arctic, the North Pole. By applause, how many people think that this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is bullshit? There we go. That's Europe. The sun's hitting it. Applause. You think that's a photo? Well, satellite imagery, man. There's infrared and shit. All right, next image. This is Olilapia. Next image. This is Olilapia without an Adobe Photoshop shading. And this is the texture that I cut out with a circle to create the fake fucking moon called Olilapia. Are you telling me that we just gotta take black construction paper, cut out a circle, put it on fucking peanut butter and jam spills, and say, hey, it's Ipapopo? And you fucking swallow that shit every day? It's funny, I do this today because you saw the Google today, they had the Hubble telescope. It looked like a kid's drawing. Did you fucking see that today? That's why I'm doing this today. So this is the next one, you can go to the next one. That's it. I mean, I just take out, I say it's not a circle, it's not a sphere. Right away, what do you have in your brain? Well, you think it's flat and there's water falling off into the fucking outer space like Bugs Bunny. It's like, either you have a square or a circle in your head. It's either Coke or Pepsi with the shape of the planet. What if it's bigger? What if there's more land that they're hiding from? This is a great painting. It's supposed to be Jupiter. It's funny, any telescope you try to get, the high-powered digital telescope, you won't see this. You won't go, oh, wow, it's exactly... They'll show you a little light. You'll never see this. This is like you gotta get the big fucking telescopes. And then if you shoot at fucking Jupiter, I've talked to these guys, these astronomers, and they're like, oh man, no, it takes like, how long does it take to get the photo after you point it at Jupiter? It takes about 2 years. They just like, we just point it, we put it in our quadrants and our coordinates, and we don't get the image until 2 years. And it took me 2 years to even access that telescope. I was like, oh my God, that is like 5 years down the tube, man. Like, for all you know, it's like, that's it. I mean, I think this is just paint spilt and bleeding into itself. Nice little images that they make at Area 51. All right, but they make you think it's saucers. Area 51's all these spaceships. They got aliens down there, man. They're landing on this planet. All right. Oh, this is an actual... Okay, so that one was Jupiter. This is Io, the moon of Jupiter. Am I lying? By applause. By applause. Am I lying? Is this like, did I make this moon up, this planet up? Did I make this? Is this a homemade moon? By applause? Okay, by applause if you think this is really Io, the distant moon of Venus. No. This is a fucking actual moon of Jupiter called Io, NASA. I think it's just a close-up on bad acne. You know, and then they just ran it through like a saturation yellow filter on Adobe. You know what I'm saying? That's not an Adobe crowd. Do you remember when Pluto was a planet? Yeah. What happened to that shit? We were at 9 planets, and now we're at 8? Like, and everybody's like, oh, okay, we were off on our solar system. We're not 9 planets, we're 8. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. I noticed that. Everybody else went back to bed. Like we're saying, it's 9 planets going around the sun. And then suddenly, like in the year 2000, what? 7, 8? After fucking Y2K, we fucked up. Pluto's not a planet. That's no. You don't fuck up on planets. You can't fucking tell me for 500 years that there's 9 fucking planets and then just try to slip it in the Yahoo front page. We discovered Pluto's too small to be a planet. Sorry, we fucked up. There's only 8. Like, come on, you can't just do that and I go, and suck my thumb and eat your fucking shit pablum. There's no fucking way. What about the guy who works at NASA and he just studied Pluto? That's all he fucking learned. He went to university. This poor sucker. What's he doing now? He's fucking on the street, penniless. He has nothing to do. He just studied one fucking planet. You know how they become specific in their physics and they study a planet from a picture they've never fucking seen? They're like, I'm an expert on Jupiter, man. No, I know Mercury inside out. Fucking find out the news. It's like, what are you doing here, man? I came in for work. Dude, didn't you hear the news? What? Pluto's not a planet, man. You were off, man. You were fucking way off. It's a moon. You screwed up. It's too small. Well, the light emissions were big enough to be called a planet. Because apparently, that light in the sky, they were saying, was that picture they've been feeding you as Pluto. Suddenly one day, diminished rapidly. So they had to come up with something real fucking quick, because that thing they fucking pointed at the sky, that's Pluto. That's moving around. It's like, suddenly one day everybody's like, hey, what happened to the light on Pluto? It's like, did that bulb go out? And then there was a big debate. Well, we can't decide whether it's a planet based on how much light we see. This is ridiculous. You got to give us more to work on. Like a rocket that sends us there to check out to see if it's big enough to be a fucking planet. Nobody's going after this shit. They're just taking NASA's. I mean, one day NASA could come out and say something on fucking Yahoo, and we'd all be like repeating it. Like we'd just be like, yeah, it's like we found a distant planet off the distant moon Io of Jupiter. And I'd be like, wait a minute, are you saying there'd be a bunch of fucking Star Trek physics nerds at NASA going, wait a minute, are you saying that moons can have their own planets? That's fucking crazy. You saying planets can revolve around moons now? Oh my God, planets can revolve around moons, and they'd be flipping out. Oh, moons have planets too, man. It just keeps going. This is a moon they discovered off of Mars. Opipapa, and if you do a close-up on it, you see all the craters and the texture of the moon on my shirt. There it is. It's just that. It's just a bunch of paint. Oh, Next image. I'm having too much fun up here. You guys should fucking join me. All right, so there you go again. I mean, is this a painting or is this a cartoon? Fucking challenging the whole thing, eh? It's like, wait a minute, you're saying that's a drawing? How are you gonna know? Next image. Do we got another one after this? Oh, this is amazing. Slow it, pause it. This is unbelievable because they got a really distant shot into the quasar, what is it, the Sirius quadrant? It's like a galaxy, a couple galaxies over to the left. Unbelievable stuff. They got some amazing photos of supernovas, their suns basically, that are actually exploding or being created. And this, they've never seen this before, this many suns actually colliding and exploding in their creation process all at the same time. And they actually came up with a new term for it. It's a collisionary supernova. Unbelievable that they actually caught this. If you get a zoom in on this, there's a zoom in that Hubble did on this. These are actual fucking suns being formed. Unbelievable. Look at this. all these fucking suns. Can we get another? Keep going. And they're being formed on a Christmas tree. Next one. Unbelievable. How many? Oh, this is amazing. We just went to Mars. Hey, big round of applause now for the Americans going to Mars. And this is the official image of them landing there. It's fucking funny. It's like, isn't it amazing how they were landing there and they already had an airbrush artist with his easel set up to paint it land that quick. It's unbelievable. How many people think this is real? This is the official landing. Oh, then they got another one with a metal sort of pipe and sand in black and white. That's proof. They were there, man. They landed on the sand. Check it out. That's it. There you go. Some more images. This is what they're doing on Mars right now. Moving around with their little rover. That's a real photo. Look at that. This is another. I swear to God, they're on Mars right now. Look at that. This thing's moving around. I don't even know what it does. It's like a weird sort of sample collector. It's a spider. It's a spider sampler. It's a spider sampler. Sand sampler. It's a sand sampler. They call it.
It's getting spice.
It's getting spices from Mars. Yeah. Go to the next one. They're on Mars. That's unbelievable. Big round of applause for the Americans finally accomplishing something. That's amazing. And this is it. This is what, pause right here. This is what's amazing. I was trying to figure out, like, they brag about, like, at what distance the Hubble telescope can, like, get a picture of space. And I want to know what was the furthest this thing could, like, get a picture of our universe, right? And this is it. It's, is that 14 billion? It's 14 billion. 14 billion light years, which is unbelievable if you know light years. And I know this is a light year crowd. I could tell, like, but right? 14 billion light years. That's unbelievable that a camera would get that distance. The only problem is that I never measure distance in time. I'd never gone up to somebody and said, like, how tall are you? Oh, I'm 42 years old. That's the only problem here is they make it, they bamboozle you. Well, first with the whole concept of, like, what's the furthest distance? Oh, that's 14 billion light years. Okay, in kilometers? Oh man, that's difficult. I mean, we're talking light years. This is really fucking far, and we're at 14 billion of them. Do you want to know how much one light year is? And so then I did the research. One light year out of the 14 billion light years is, I don't even think we have a fucking name for this number, do we? That's what is that? We got a billion here, and that's like 10 trillion? 10 trillion kilometers is one light year. This is where the math becomes intimidating. You just give up and you go, you're right, NASA. You've got so many fucking zeros. I wish I could get a fucking paid a check like that. That's fucking, what is this, the Matrix? What am I looking at here? I'm like, where's Neo? You know, like, you want the red pill or the blue pill? You know, like, what is this? Like, and then this is what I times it. So I 14 billion times 10 trillion fucking kilometers fucking gives me, you just give up. You're like,
How real is this flat world? Some things to consider. Let's start off with a bold statement, one that some of you have heard me say over the last 5 years. If the world is flat and it's enclosed, then it's probably digital. I say digital because the word virtual seems to have lost its meaning, like artificial intelligence or smart when referring to electronics. Digital may seem like an older term, but it still applies. Why does this make perfect sense to me? Well, for starters, I'm older and had the pleasure of working in the tech field since its infancy. I was one of the first kids at my university to have their own computer. I played video games for a living during the 90s and then taught proprietary software for the better part of 20 years. The short version is I know what the industries have been striving to do for decades, and it is the one aspect of our future that has almost reached its potential. Most of what was promised to us since we started building machines has never been realized. No one has flying cars or ray guns or robot servants. I suppose there are special military programs that have achieved some of these goals, but the general public will never see them for various reasons. Flying cars are too risky, ray guns are way too dangerous, and robot servants, well, you've seen the movies. No happy endings there. The one ladder we did scale was information technology, or IT. That progressed very quickly, and the leaps we made in that arena were astounding. We have basically put small computers in just about everything, and the large ones have been dedicated to creating virtual worlds, or what I like to call the ultimate escape. Maybe it's the only true escape. Human beings seem to be designed to want escapism. We've all heard that. It comes in various forms, from alcohol to drugs, and yes, many different kinds of entertainment. Anything that distorts or triggers our suspension of disbelief qualifies. Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, the reason why you get emotional when you watch television, movies, or even read a book. Drugs and alcohol are kind of a poor man's virtual reality and doesn't require much thought. They smudge the canvas of our world and give the illusion that you are somewhere else. The stronger the drugs, the stronger the illusion. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Books, television, and movies require some imagination, and a good story in any form can transport you to another world, but you have to buy into it. If the story isn't realistic, the effect doesn't work. What all entertainment has been striving to do since the 1990s is to create an immersive experience. One that can transport you but requires no suspension of disbelief, no buy-in. We've had some interesting revelations during the evolution of these software simulations. The first is that almost all groups or companies use the same programming techniques. Just about every piece of 3D software that has been created, be it Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA, and all earlier titles, are all built on a flat, enclosed world, similar to a cake box. In fact, everything you see above you in these realms uses what is known as a skybox system. Even those that display a dome-like structure have to eventually square off the edges, which is why I keep using the word box. Computers still can't do some of the things that we do. One is, of course, be self-aware. We will get into that later. Another is that computers can't draw true circles. Not because they aren't smart enough to do it, it's because we haven't figured out a way to tell them how to do it. That's something to think about. If you zoom in on any circle drawn by a computer, it will start to get pixelated or square off into right angles. The same goes with large areas. Eventually, you have to draw a straight edge border. Why? It's more efficient. We can create illusions of spherical things like the moon and other planets, but up close they are always just bunches of little boxes. The same goes for the flatness of these realms. They are all built using a perfectly flat base. Mountains and valleys are of course added for texture, but the outer edges are always perfectly level with each other. Why? Because programming a curvature is much more complex. Developers are notoriously efficient, and the player isn't going to notice anyway. People don't notice the missing curve in simulations because they never see it in real life either. The curve of the real Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, but it is only assumed. See what I'm doing here? This also happens in some simulations, Warcraft being the perfect example. The game itself is built on a perfectly flat framework, originally designed in 2004, but Warcraft globes that included continents were added to various rooms in later versions, and that subtle reinforcement worked. Now, younger players think the World of Warcraft is built on a globe framework. We believe the world that is presented to us. That line is from the now 20-year-old movie The Truman Show. which propose that people born into a created reality will believe anything that is told to them by the authority. Other movies have attempted to show us the potential of virtual worlds, the most high-profile being the Matrix trilogy, which started in 1999, otherwise known as the greatest year in movies. Probably the most thought-provoking was a lesser-known movie from 1999 called The 13th Floor. It was a remake of a 1973 German film called World on a Wire, which was itself based on a 1964 book called Simulacron 3. As you can see, we've been thinking about this ultimate escape long before computers were even a common term. I'm going to spoil the movie for you, but please do watch it anyway. People in a company that creates virtual worlds discover that they also are living inside a virtual world. And yet, outside the movie, in our real world, as we inch closer to creating our own perfect simulations, we have already started seeing hints that maybe, just maybe, this place isn't what we first thought it was. The most obvious is the double slit experiment, which seems confusing when you read it. I'll give you the super simple version. Have you ever made a face at someone when they aren't looking, then they turn your way and you make your face normal again? That happens all around us, all the time, to everything. Ask any scientist and they will avoid the topic, which is interesting considering they were the ones who first discovered it. When you have your back to something, it's not being rendered or drawn at its highest possible quality. When you stare at it or observe it in any way, then it does. Why is this so important? Because this is what we do in simulations right now. If you're playing a character in a building, then everything outside that building is not drawn at all. It's called conservation of resources, and we do it for obvious reasons, because it's more efficient. Why waste computer power? So why is this happening here? Why is this world displaying traits exactly like traits of our own simulation? And if you think that's the strangest clue to where we live, think again. We've discovered something years ago called neuroscience and free will. The test was simple. Tape some sensors to a person's head and have them pick numbers on a computer screen. Have the subject note the time that they decided to pick the number before hitting the keypad. So when I think of the number 3, just then I thought of it. That's one of the ways we define being self-aware, that we can choose these things out of thin air, right? We create thought from nothing. Not so fast. It turns out that the computer could tell when we decided to pick that number 8 seconds before we chose it. Maybe that didn't sink in. Think of a number right now. Now understand that a computer can see that thought process 8 seconds ago. It's not possible. Nothing exists pre-thought, unless, of course, all this isn't really interactive, not really live. If you need to pause for a moment or get a drink, I don't blame you. The next few minutes are going to get pretty weird. Science doesn't believe in predestination or lack of free will. We have the ability to make choices on our own. We decide what we do when we walk through our day, what coffee to drink, where to drive, who to talk to. And even if this was some sort of interactive simulation, that would still make sense. We make choices on the fly in real time. That's how it works. It isn't the most efficient process, however. There is a way of doing all this that streamlines everything, something I like to call the interactive movie. It's like a real-time simulation, only you make most or all of the choices ahead of time. You pre-make all the big decisions, where to grow up, career paths, who to marry, etc. And the simulation fills in all the smaller stuff. You don't have to choose to brush your teeth 25,000 times in your life. After the choices have been made, you block all memory up until that point and enter the movie. The system only has to build the path that you took. If you never chose to go to Africa during your lifetime, the system doesn't fully build it. It's there, of course, but only in reference code. And it gets stranger from there, because then you have to ask about all the other people in here with you. How many of them are actually self-aware or real? And how many are NPCs, otherwise known as non-player character? In the movies, that question seems to be all or nothing. In The Matrix, everyone that walked the streets was a real person that fed the system. In the 13th Floor, only the user was real, and everyone else were just millions of apps in human form. Which makes more sense. In most cases, programmers create armies of NPCs to interact with the players because no one wants to be a placeholder program. Everyone wants the freedom to run around and do whatever they want. In massive multiplayer games, there is a huge social aspect, where people interact with each other, but what if that could be simulated as well? What if basic conversation could be, for lack of a better word, simulated? I'm sure you've met people who fit this criteria, and it raises even more questions. There are too many different holes we could dive into here, so I'll try to be blunt. It's very possible, even likely, that the percentage of real people in this world is extremely low. And if you are listening to this and understanding that statement, then you are probably one of them. The rest of the masses milling around, sleepwalking through their lives, are just basic characters, like the ones in the movie Vanilla Sky, especially the last 30 minutes of it. If you are one of the very lucky people who got everything I just said, and had a mind-bending moment where things started to make more sense, then I envy you. To end this rant, I suppose I need to address the why, and there are two of them. Why not reveal the nature of the world to the people when they enter? Why not give them the freedom and unlimited choices in real time? Why hide that? Because I believe that's where you came from originally. A world with unlimited possibilities, where freedom was like breathing. This Earth is a world full of conflict and restrictions. It's the opposite. And if you realize that, you would want to leave this place every day after a certain age. That defeats the purpose. You already see what can happen here with that kind of situation. If you've ever known or heard about a trust fund kid, you'll understand. A child is told at a certain age they will inherit millions of dollars when they turn 16 or 21 or whatever. Their motivation then tanks and they eventually self-destruct. Not always, but often. Which is why lawyers advise the parents not to tell the children until after university. It also happens with child actors, royalty, and so on. Last but not least is the other why. Why come here? Why did you volunteer to suffer in this place? It's called dualism, and we all know it in one form or another. How do you know true heat without understanding cold? Pleasure without pain, light without shadow. The truly great worlds that exist outside of here in the boundless beyond can only be appreciated when they are taken away from you. Or, as the song lyric goes, you've got to go through hell before you get to heaven.
The Earth Plane by Eric Dubé, illustrated by Ken Ev Art. When I was your age, growing up in the country, on clear summer nights, Grandpa and I would lay on the grass watching the stars. My favorite was Polaris, the bright North Pole star, positioned perfectly central amidst the constantly circling constellations, like a noble king on his throne, proudly presiding over his twinkling kingdom. Grandpa taught me all 88 constellations, from Andromeda to Vulpecula, and we would watch them for hours while he told incredible ancient fairy tales of heroes like Hercules and his 12 labors, the prodigal son's journey through the 12 houses of the zodiac. On the last night of summer vacation, Grandpa and I were staring at the stars when he pointed up and said,
Polaris, my boy, sits directly above the North Pole, which means the exact center point of Earth and the exact center point of the heavens are perfectly aligned. Polaris is like God's eye in the sky, watching over his creation, and the other stars reaching out at different angles are like his angels, bringing light to even the darkest corners of the world. The North Pole is like the base of a gigantic celestial tree reaching to heaven, with Polaris, its highest leaf, on the tallest branch, directly above the trunk. The other stars are like all the other leaves on all the other branches, and every day the great tree in heaven makes one circle in the sky around its trunk, just like every year every tree on Earth grows a new circle around its trunk. Our first day back to school started the next morning, with the bell ringing and my new teacher, Mr. Tyson, spinning a large globe on his desk. "Tell me, students, what shape is the Earth?" he asked, looking at us over the top of his glasses. I glanced around to see if anyone would answer, but everyone was expressionless, gawking at the spinning globe like a hypnotist's swinging pocket watch. "Anyone?" he asked again. "What shape is the Earth?" Looking out the window at the perfectly flat horizon, I remembered flying in my grandpa's airplane and seeing the same flat horizon all around me then. In a moment of confident excitement, I raised my hand and exclaimed, "The Earth is flat!" Mr. Tyson quickly swung his head around, squinted his eyes at me for a second, then burst out laughing so hard that all the other students couldn't help but join in. Embarrassed and confused, I slumped back and crossed my arms. When everyone finally stopped laughing, Mr. Tyson said, "Silly boy, the Earth only looks flat because it is so big and you are so small. Imagine an ant on a basketball. For him, the horizon would seem flat even though he is really on a ball. Earth is like a spinning basketball, and you are like an ant standing on its surface." Mr. Tyson walked to the blackboard and drew a solar system diagram as he continued explaining. "Not only does the Earth spin 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, Earth also spins 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun. Meanwhile, the Sun, Earth, and every planet in our solar system is already spinning 500,000 miles per hour around our corner of the Milky Way galaxy, while the entire Milky Way galaxy is shooting off millions more miles per hour away from the Big Bang explosion which created the universe." Walking home from school, I couldn't stop thinking about what Mr. Tyson had said. If Earth was really a big ball spinning around itself, rotating around the sun, revolving around the galaxy, and shooting off through the universe, then why does the North Pole Star never move? Why haven't the constellations ever changed position or shape in thousands of years? Night after night, year after year, Grandpa and I watched Polaris appear in the exact same spot, while all the other stars and constellations always maintained their relative positions to each other. If Earth was really traveling several millions of miles per hour in several different directions, why could we watch every star in the sky making perfect circles around Polaris? If Earth was really traveling many millions of miles per hour in various directions, the star trails Grandpa and I often photographed should have shown irregular spiral shapes, not perfect circles. Upon arriving home, Grandpa could see the distress on my face and asked what was wrong. I dropped my book bag to the floor and yelled, "Mr. Tyson said Earth is a spinning space ball." Grandpa and Grandma suddenly both burst out laughing so hard that I couldn't help but join in. "Oh, well then, don't fall off the bottom of the ball, dear," Grandma said, wiping tears from under her glasses. "And don't get motion sick from all that spinning, my boy," added Grandpa, slapping his knee. That evening, we laid awake long past my bedtime, stargazing. "It doesn't make sense, Grandpa," I said, becoming increasingly frustrated. "How can the constellations never change if we're flying millions of miles per hour in several different directions through the universe? If that's really true, then the night sky should look different every single night." "You're absolutely right, my boy." Grandpa sighed, and his usually jovial face turned serious.
I'm going to tell you a secret now. The world's biggest secret. Very few people in their lifetimes ever get to know this incredible secret, and the few who do are usually forced to keep it to themselves. The secret is actually something plainly obvious for everyone to see, but when you try telling people, they just scoff and call you crazy. That is how this incredible but obvious secret has been kept so well hidden in plain sight for nearly 500 years. Tell me, Grandpa, I interrupted, unable to contain myself. What is it? From the beginning of recorded history, and for thousands upon thousands of years, every ancient culture around the world knew for a fact that Earth was not a spinning space ball. They knew from observation, experimentation, and common sense that Earth is a motionless level plane, and that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve over and around us. They knew the North Pole to be the magnetic monopole center point of Earth, with Polaris, the North Pole star, positioned directly above. They knew, just as you do from years of sky watching, that Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, while all the other constellations revolve perfect circles around it. The next day at school, Mr. Tyson continued explaining his version of the universe. In the middle of the blackboard, he drew a huge circle to represent the sun, with 9 smaller circles of various sizes to represent the planets. The planets, he said, were spinning space balls similar to Earth, and Earth was in fact the 3rd planet from the sun. He then showed us a colorful poster with beautiful images of each one. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all revolve around the sun, Mr. Tyson said. The Earth spinning around itself causes day and night, while rotating and wobbling around the sun causes seasons. Wait a minute, I said loudly, with a sudden burst of confidence. My grandpa and I watch the stars and often see Mercury and Venus shining bright all night long. But for your diagram to be true, someone on Earth should only ever see Mercury or Venus during the daytime. Mr. Tyson glared at me without blinking or speaking, and slowly raised an eyebrow. The other children murmured, then went silent. See, I continued, if Mercury and Venus are closer to the sun than Earth, then we could only ever see them while the sun is out. It would be impossible to see them at night because Earth is facing the wrong way. Mr. Tyson finally blinked, lowered his eyebrow, then turned back to the blackboard and continued his lecture. He completely ignored my objection and just carried on as though my revelation was irrelevant. Discouraged but not dissuaded, I knew he could pretend nothing happened, but I'd found a fatal flaw in his model, and this was just the beginning. That evening, after dinner, Grandpa set up his telescope in the backyard and called me out to sit with him, asking with a cheeky grin, "What new nonsense did they teach you today, my boy?" Mr. Tyson showed us a poster with pictures of planets and said all the other planets are spheres, so Earth must also be a sphere. Grandpa's grin stretched to his ears. Well, that's just silly, isn't it? Basketballs are spheres, but that doesn't mean the court is a sphere. Billiard balls are spheres, but that doesn't make the table a sphere. To begin with, you know something is wrong when you ask the shape of the floor and someone immediately looks up to the ceiling for answers. Moreover, Earth is not a planet. Earth is a plane, which means level or flat. They just added a T to the end of our Earth plane, then started calling it a ball. Have a look here. Grandpa motioned for me to look through the telescope at a bright, blinking, twinkling, clearly circular, but not spherical, yellowish star. That, my boy, is the planet Venus. But that doesn't look anything like the picture Mr. Tyson showed us, I interrupted. Grandpa nodded. They can make fancy, believable pictures using computers nowadays, but they can't stop us from using our own eyes to see the truth. Venus used to be called the morning star, since it is often seen rising in the east before dawn. In fact, all the so-called planets were known to the ancients as wandering stars, because they differ from the other fixed stars in their relative motions only, each making its own unique flower-petal-like pattern over the Earth. As you can see, All the stars and so-called planets are just immaterial lights in the sky. They are not gigantic burning balls of gas, spherical Earth-like realms capable of stepping foot on, nor are they millions and millions of miles away, but rather quite close, as evidenced by the amount of detail seen using a mere 83 times zoom telescope. The next day, Mr. Tyson began class by asking, "Which one is bigger, the sun or the moon?" As usual, none of the other students spoke up, so I quickly raised my hand, thinking the answer was obvious. "They're the same size. Anyone can see that." "Wrong again, silly boy," Mr. Tyson laughed to himself. "The sun is actually 400 times larger than the moon. It only looks the same size as the moon because it is also 400 times further away from Earth." Dumbfounded, I blurted back, "You want me to believe the flat horizon I see in front of me is actually curved? The motionless Earth I feel beneath me is actually moving? And the two equal-sized circles I see above me are actually 400 times different size? Just how far away do you think the sun is, Mr. Tyson?" "The sun is approximately 93 million miles away from the Earth," he said, with a slow blink and roll of the eyes. "How could you or anyone else possibly know if no one has ever traveled 93 million miles to prove it?" I asked, with wide-eyed excitement. "Complex mathematical formulas and calculations perfected over centuries by astrophysicists and people much smarter than a pesky little schoolboy, that's how." That afternoon, upon hearing what Mr. Tyson taught us, Grandpa immediately loaded his truck and brought me to the beach. The sun was shining brightly through a few clouds, casting its rays downwards and outwards onto the water like a sparkling pyramid of light. "Those are called crepuscular rays," Grandpa explained. "If you trace the beams of light up past the clouds, they all converge at the sun, just like if you traced back the beams diverging from a flashlight, they all converge back to its source. So what do you think? Does it look 93 million miles away to you?" Grandpa smiled as I squinted my eyes and shook my head. Even Copernicus, the creator of this whole solar system cosmology, claimed the sun was only 3,391,200 miles away, based on his expert calculations. The next century, his successor Kepler claimed the sun was actually 12,376,800 miles away, based on his even more expert calculations. Sir Isaac Newton, in the next century, was quoted saying, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." So you can see how scientific these so-called scientists were with their calculations. And nothing has changed since then. Over the centuries, using their mathemagic, they have continued furthering the sun's supposed distance to today's current, most expert, super pseudo-scientific figure of 93 million miles. Grandpa grabbed a duffel bag out of his truck, and we made our way towards the shoreline. You see, they can make internally consistent, mathematically correct formulas showing the sun to be 1 billion miles away if they want to, but that doesn't make it reality. Real science must be observable, testable, and repeatable, so that everyone can experiment and conclude for themselves, and that's just what we're going to do. Grandpa pulled a large metal astronomical instrument out of the bag and placed it in my hands. This is called a sextant, and it is used to calculate the exact angular distances of objects like the sun, moon, and stars. He placed his hands over mine and held the eyepiece up so I could see through it. First, we align with the horizon, press the clamp to release the index bar, then bring the sun to the horizon line and read the angle. This is how sailors have long used stars to navigate the seas, and how we can know the sun is not millions of miles away. By taking angular measurements in 2 different locations at the same time of day, then factoring the straight line distance between the 2 locations, we have 2 exact angles and 1 exact side of a triangle, from which we can use the Pythagorean theorem to accurately factor the distance to the sun.
Navigators for centuries have used this method and determined the sun and moon to both be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away from the Earth. As we laid together on the beach, the sun began setting, casting hues of red, orange, and yellow over the sky. I crossed my arms behind my head and asked, "Grandpa, why does the sky change color at sunrise and sunset?" Grandpa smiled, sat up, and pointed to a row of street lights in the parking lot. "See how each distant light looks like it's getting lower and closer to the ground than the previous one?" I noticed and nodded my head. In reality, all of those streetlights are exactly the same height, and only appear to sink towards the horizon due to how our eyes perceive perspective. Likewise, the sun never actually rises at sunrise, and never really sets at sunset. At dawn and dusk, the sun is much farther away from our position than at midday. So from our perspective, it appears to be rising and setting, but is really just coming and going. Now when the sun is farther away, its light rays have to move through more molecules of air before reaching our eyes. This makes shorter wavelength colors, like blue, scatter off in different directions, leaving the longest wavelength colors, like red and orange, to hit your eyes and create these beautiful scenes. As the sun half disappeared beyond the horizon, Grandpa set up his video camera, then called me over. "See here, my boy, the sun looks like it's sinking below the horizon, but by zooming in, we can prove it's really just moving away from us." As the camera zoomed, the half-disappeared sun became entirely visible again. Then, as it zoomed further, the sun rose higher and higher back into the sky. "You can do it with ships beyond the horizon, too," Grandpa said, pointing to a boat far off in the distance. "Watch as this one appears to sink hull first into the horizon. Pseudoscientists like your teacher, Mr. Tyson, have said for centuries that this is somehow proof that you are living on a ball. They say the horizon is the curvature of their ball Earth, and when ships or the sun move beyond it, that they have literally sunk beneath the ball. If that was true, then we could never zoom them back into view. But look here. That ship has now completely disappeared from view of our naked eyes, yet with this newfangled technology, we can zoom the entire ship fully back into view, proving the horizon is not the curvature of their ball Earth, but rather just the vanishing line of your perspective." "Grandpa, what's a pseudoscientist?" I asked. Chuckling, he answered, "Pseudo means fake or false. A scientist is anyone who uses observation and experimentation to formulate logical conclusions about the natural world. So a pseudoscientist is a fake scientist, or someone who denies actual observation and experimentation in favor of fairy tale theories. You and I are real scientists, my boy," Grandpa exclaimed, taking a long spirit level from his truck and setting it upon a nearby beachside railing. "The pseudoscientists say the Earth is a big ball, 3,963 miles in radius, so we can use the Pythagorean theorem again to calculate the curvature that should exist according to them, which turns out to be 8 inches per mile squared. This means after 2 miles, the Earth should curve 32 inches, after 3 miles, 72 inches, and after 10 miles, the width of this here cove, the Earth should curve downwards a full 66 feet. Line your eyes up behind this railing and see for yourself. Does the horizon dip?" Observing the perfectly flat horizon from shore to shore, I shook my head. No. "Of course not," Grandpa smiled. "You will never see a curved horizon or curved water. It's called the horizon for good reason, because it's always perfectly horizontal. And it's called sea level because bodies of water at rest are always perfectly level. Whether it's in a beaker, a bottle, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, or an ocean, the natural physics of water and other liquids is to find and remain level. 70% of the world is covered in level water, so how could the Earth not be flat? The idea that our level oceans are somehow curved around and stuck to the underside of a spinning space ball is the greatest deception in the history of mankind." School started the next morning with the bell ringing and Mr. Tyson dropping his microphone. Why did the microphone fall to the floor? Anyone? He asked, looking around the room. When satisfied no one would answer, he continued, It fell because of gravity, a force created by large masses that causes other smaller masses to stick to them like a magnet. Because the Earth is so massive, it creates a gravitational pull which sucked the microphone down to the floor. This gravity is what keeps people, buildings, oceans, and everything else stuck to our globe. Has anyone ever heard of Australia being called the land down under? A few students raised their hands as Mr. Tyson picked the globe off his desk and pointed underneath it. As you can see, Australia is literally a land down under the globe, and gravity is what keeps Australians from falling off the bottom of the earth. The class erupted in laughter as I sat quietly pondering the absurdity of Australians all upside down being constantly sucked to the center of a globe so they wouldn't fall off. How could gravity be so strong that it keeps people, buildings, and entire oceans stuck to the underside of a spinning globe, yet weak enough that smoke and steam, tiny birds and bugs can escape its grasp and rise or fly with ease? How could gravity be so strong that it curves and holds the oceans onto a ball, yet weak enough that it doesn't cause even a lily pad or floating leaf to sink? Mr. Tyson drew a large, medium, and small circle on the blackboard to represent the sun, earth, and moon, then continued his explanation. The sun is the most massive object in our solar system, so it creates the biggest gravitational pull. The earth is smaller than the sun, but larger than the moon, so gravity causes the earth to orbit around the sun, while causing the moon to orbit the earth. Wait a minute. I quickly raised my hand and interrupted. Before, you said gravity caused smaller masses to stick to larger masses. Now you're saying it causes smaller masses to orbit around larger masses. Which one is it, Mr. Tyson? And how does gravity decide when to spin things in circles and when to suck things like a magnet? It just does, you pesky boy. When I got home from school and told Grandpa all about gravity, he insisted it was time for us to take another field trip. After grabbing a big bucket and globe from his shed, we headed out to the city center, stopping just out front the United Nations building, where there stood a large stone fountain shaped like a map of the world. In the very middle, positioned at the North Pole, was a flagpole flying the UN flag. Sometimes the truth is most easily hidden in plain sight, Grandpa said. This here flag and fountain show a more true map and model of Earth than anything they're teaching you in school, my boy. The fountain water representing the oceans at sea level is fully contained and lays perfectly flat. Meanwhile, the continents protrude up from sea level, giving us a practical, tactile, working model of Earth's land and water. Now compare that with this, Grandpa said, holding his globe in one hand and a bucket full of fountain water in the other. He then poured the water over the globe, and we watched as every last drop fell back to the fountain below. Water must be contained like in this bucket or in this fountain, and will stay within and conform to the interior shape of its container. However, water will never stick to or conform to the exterior of shapes like this globe. No matter how big the globe is, water will always fall off, and people will be unable to stand anywhere but on top. Even Spaceship Earth at Disney's Epcot Center, 18 stories tall and 16 million pounds, the largest geodesic sphere ever constructed, cannot create 1 iota of its own gravity, or cause even a golf ball to stick to or orbit around it. You see, this theoretical force that sucks everything towards the center of large masses was needed to explain how water could bend around a ball Earth and keep people from falling off the bottom. The problem is, for a theory to be proven, it must be observable, measurable, repeatable, and scalable. Yet, after 400 years since Newton's theory, bendy water, nor this magical sucking force, is anywhere observable, measurable, or repeatable, and even the largest scale sphere ever constructed fails to behave as they claim their spherical Earth does. It's quite convenient to claim the natural physics of water somehow changes at a scale too large to recreate, but it's not science. Long before the theory of gravity was a glimmer in Newton's imagination, the natural physics of density and buoyancy already perfectly explained why apples fall down. Quite simply, objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter. No gravity necessary. This is why raindrops fall down through the air, and air bubbles rise up through the water. Everything seeks its relative density and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface, because even though a pebble is so small, its mass relative to its volume, its density, is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass relative to its volume is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple had landed in a puddle instead of on his head, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than the water. Have you ever noticed how it's easier to stay afloat with your lungs full of air than it is when they're empty? Submarines float on the surface when their ballast tanks are filled with air, but when the vents are opened and seawater floods in, they begin to sink as the submarine's density becomes greater than water. Depending what depth they wish to dive, sailors simply adjust the ratio of air and water in the tanks, and when ready to resurface, they blow compressed air into the tanks, forcing the seawater out, lowering the density, and thus causing them to rise back to the surface. We can also prove this fact of relative density by filling a balloon with approximately half helium and half air. Since helium is lighter than the oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases that compose the air around us, filling a balloon with just the right amount of helium to compensate for and balance out the density of the plastic results in a gravity-defying, levitating balloon at equilibrium that neither rises nor falls. "Come on down, my boy," Grandpa said, waving me toward the docks. Not only do submarines prove gravity doesn't exist, they prove the oceans are flat too. Grandpa saluted a naval officer and led me aboard the largest submarine I had ever seen. We entered the control room, and Grandpa pointed out several maps and charts laying on the table. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the oceans are completely flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies. But in fact, plane navigation methods have worked perfectly in theory and practice for thousands of years. "Have a look through these," Grandpa said excitedly, pulling down 2 periscopes. Regular observational periscopes are able to see ships about 7 or 8 miles away, while special targeting periscopes, equipped with high-tech zoom capability, can see ships twice or thrice as far, where they should be invisible, blocked beneath hundreds of feet of Earth's alleged curvature. Submarines set their depth below sea level, then travel for distances of hundreds or thousands of miles without changing their inclination whatsoever. If the Earth were truly a sphere, however, submarines would have to periodically dip their noses downward every few miles to maintain the same depth. Otherwise, they would always be accidentally resurfacing due to the ocean's curvature. Grandpa grabbed my hand and led me through the torpedo and sonar rooms. Subs are equipped with long-range torpedoes, such as the Black Shark and F-21, which can hit straight-line targets over 30 miles away. But if the Earth were truly a globe of given proportions, these torpedo targets would be hidden behind a 600-foot wall of curved earth. Modern Navy railguns now have the ability to bullseye straight-line targets 120 miles away. Yet on a globe Earth of given proportions, such targets would be blocked by 9,600 feet,
or over 1.5 miles of curvature. Last but not least, sonar arrays on the bow, stern, port, and starboard send and receive radar signals in all directions. Active sonar to about 30 miles, and passive sonar up to an incredible 1,000 miles. On a globe Earth of given proportions, these sonar signals should be undetectable, hidden by over 100 miles of supposed curvature. Back at school the next day, my brain reeling from the week's revelations, Mr. Tyson wheeled in a television for us to watch a Cosmos documentary showing beautiful pictures and videos of the Earth, Sun, Moon, stars, and planets, all shaped like multicolored billiard balls spinning around. Satellites, telescopes, space stations, and astronauts free-floating in outer space, remote-controlled rovers on Mars, even men walking, jumping, go-karting, and golfing on the moon. While the other students sat mesmerized, cooing oohs and ahs at every new image, I kept thinking about something my grandpa once said about pink unicorns. "If I told you I had pink unicorns in my shed, would you believe me?" he asked. I shook my head. "You wouldn't and shouldn't believe me, because people can lie." "If I showed you pictures of some pink unicorns in my shed, would you believe me then?" I shook my head again. "You still wouldn't and shouldn't believe me, because pictures can be faked." "What if I showed you high-definition videos of pink unicorns in my shed? Then would you believe?" I shook my head once again. "You still wouldn't and shouldn't believe me, because videos too can be faked." Grandpa's point was we shouldn't just believe second-hand information and should confirm and experience everything for ourselves firsthand. Then we know the truth rather than just believe. And as Grandpa always said, belief is just a substitute for knowing. With his words echoing through my head, I began noticing how fake the beautiful pictures of Earth were, how they were clearly computer-generated images and not actual photographs. The color, size, and shape of the land and water masses differed so drastically between pictures that they couldn't possibly be real. The more critically I examined the supposed pictures of Earth from space, the more they reminded me of Grandpa's pink unicorns. "Have a look at this, my boy." Grandpa called me into the study and pointed to his computer screen. The same footage I had seen at school of men on the moon was playing, only this time with the speed doubled. My jaw slowly dropped as it became clear the astronauts were actually walking, jumping, go-karting, and golfing on Earth, but edited at half speed to give a low-gravity illusion. "Now watch this," Grandpa said, clicking forward to several short scenes where we could clearly see overhead wires attached to the astronauts' backpacks. "They even used the same backdrops over and over," Grandpa said, showing me video and photo overlays of the exact same hills, dunes, and craters appearing at supposedly different locations on the moon. There were also clear dividing lines on the floor between the foreground and backdrops, lens flares, and diverging shadows from multiple light sources, even overhead spotlights reflecting off astronauts' visors, all proving the footage was filmed in a studio. "We can expose their photo trickery now using Photoshop," Grandpa said, opening several of NASA's official photographs of Earth taken from the moon. "Just adjust the brightness and contrast levels a bit, and look what happens." As Grandpa increased the brightness and lowered the contrast, rectangular artifacts suddenly appeared around the Earth, proving them to be doctored images cut and pasted into place. Other pictures we adjusted showed shadows being cast onto the blackness of space, again proving they were in a room with black walls and ceilings, and not actually on the moon. "Now look at these cloud patterns," Grandpa said, pointing to NASA's blue marble Earth picture. "What do you notice?" At first, nothing, but then it became all I could see. The same cloud patterns were at several places all over the Earth. Not similar cloud patterns, but the exact same clouds copied and pasted into place. "I'll tell you what, my boy," Grandpa said, tapping his temple. "The only thing NASA ever sent to space is our imagination." Grandpa pointed out the office window to the afternoon waxing gibbous moon. Notice how you can see the blue sky right through it? That's because the moon is not a solid, opaque dirt ball capable of stepping foot on. It is merely a translucent luminary, a light. For centuries, confused establishment astronomers have written about seeing stars and planets clearly shining right through the dark body of waxing and waning moons. In fact, a star occulting the crescent moon has long been a popular symbol of Islam and is found on national flags from Algeria and Pakistan to Singapore, Tunisia, and Turkey. These same confused astronomical experts tell us the moon has no light of its own and simply reflects the sun's light. But this is also provably incorrect, as the two lights have altogether different and